era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal. stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye.
certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands.
Hello everybody and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Nightmare today as we head towards our games. Nightmare, how are you doing, mate? I've actually had a little hiatus from LPL. We had a dark day. Yesterday was my birthday, so I'm a little out of the loop on the games.
I can't believe you. But by the way, I didn't realize yesterday was your birthday. You completely dropped it. I was like, I would have planned something. I would have put something. Whatever. Either way, I hope you had a great day because yesterday LPL, it had some spice too.
Yeah, it certainly did. I've looked over the results. I've not had time to catch the games just yet, but we can take a look at those results because there were some spicy ones. RA getting a win on the board. They said it couldn't be done, but they managed to do it against AL, who having, from what I've heard, a disappointing performance, not managing to win with the Smolder. JDG 2-0 over Ultra Prime, and then Weibo 2-0 over NIP, and NIP maybe starting to show some of those cracks in the armor that people have been talking about all split.
There are some really big results here. We went from, I think it was Smolder having 2 losses in the LPL total to over doubling that in a single day. And yeah, teams like Anyone's Legends having a really rough day alongside teams like NIP as well, who were expected to come in a lot stronger than they showed just yesterday. That has affected our standings somewhat. Of course, JDG, they're continuing themselves and they're kind of top of the table run. BLG and JDG, time was a flat circle, still at the top there.
Certainly is. Well, NIP had been sitting up towards the top there, but unfortunately for them, having a little bit of a loss streak. Let's take a look at the bottom side of the standings as well, as our bottom 7 teams, now including LNG as well, a team that are going to be wanting to change that. And we can take a look at the schedule for today. LNG are going to be starting off strong. You fully expect LNG to be the favorite up against LGD here, so for LNG's sake, you've got to hope that there'll be a favorite there. FPX versus BLG, though, is going to be an absolute turbo banger. There's no two ways about it. Milky Way versus Shunt is always going to be a fun matchup. And then Top Esports versus OMG to round us out.
I think that we're getting to the point now where we are really going to start seeing the division in top of the table into mid of the table. Strength of schedule is going to start evening out. Even if we've had teams who are just sat there on lower wins, maybe even a team like LNG, you look at the remaining schedule of them compared to a team like, well, someone like Weibo or even a team like IG as well, you sat there thinking, hey, some of these teams have or haven't played some of our top dogs just yet. And that means that we are getting to the point where we're starting to narrow things down to those final playoff spots in terms of where we maybe predict the amount of wins to be ending up. And that is now getting quite scary for some of our teams.
It certainly is. And time to start talking about our teams today, though. LNG versus LGD to start us off. And I want to clarify before we jump into these graphics and this segment that we made. We made this segment before yesterday. Smolder has finally found some losses in the LPL. But we have created this graphic to talk about how to beat Smolder, because as far as we're concerned, there are a couple of ways to approach this. Nightmare, take it away.
So we've seen a couple of different attempts in the LPL in terms of how do you beat Smolder. It has been let through a lot, but compared to other regions like LCS or LCK, we haven't found the same kind of success until yesterday. We saw RNG try to use the Ezreal Karma. It didn't really work. We've seen some kill lanes we tried to lock in against it. They haven't always been able to end the game before Smolder gets online as well. What we have finally seen, though, is in that final column on the right, Kai'Sa works. It feels like Kai'Sa has managed to be able to survive through laning phase in a way that Smolder likes to as well, but then actually outvalue it the way that Senna hasn't in the LPL. So we're starting to get more information on the board. I was really worried for a second that it felt like Smolder was going to be unbeatable. We're starting to get some more information to work with on that, and that might inform today's games.
Yeah, I will say the section on the left feels like the weakest of the options from what we've seen so far. We've yet to see people really successfully diving. But we can start to take a look at what LNG are bringing to the table as well, because as far as LNG are concerned, they've already beaten Smolder. In fact, one of the very first games of Smolder in the LPL was LNG managing to take it down. We can take a look at some of the clips there, because this is a team that managed to snowball elsewhere on the map. So they had the carry jungle going for all of the grubs. You can see they got 6 grubs, and even though this play goes wrong, Zika actually ends up going down in this play. They still get multiple plates and still continue to snowball this top side. So then that Gwen is a nightmare later, and then forcing fights around these Drakes to make sure that Smolder can't just scale up for free.
Yeah, and, particularly in the early game, making the game not about the Smolder is a pretty big thing, as long as you got the winning side of the map, right? You can't buy into losing fights, and you can see some of these plays. You can understand maybe how they could have gone wrong, but actually when you're walking into these fights, you had a good entry to them, you're coming in with an early game gold lead as well. It can really help, and when you see clips like this, it's already gone to the point where Ultramar, they don't really have the gold to fight back. A lot of legwork has to be done, though, to make sure that Smolder never takes off. That's always the inevitable problem that you see that.
The most important thing on this clip as well is that it's not a straight front to back fight, right? LNG aren't giving Smolder that comfortable position to fight from. Zika on a carry on the flank means that it's basically impossible for Doggo to even if they had the gold, it's impossible for him to position in a way where the Smolder can build those stacks, use that burn, and slowly win out a fight. So really good stuff from LNG. They are up against LGD today, who LGD, in terms of the standings, it doesn't look good right now. However, there's a really important factor that we need to talk about, and that is the record. This is the ultimate team when it comes to strength of schedule, because when you look at who they've played already versus who they still have coming up, it is absurd how hard of a schedule they've had.
Now, you can look at all of these group logos. Look right at the bottom of this graphic, though. When you see the average placement of the teams that they've already played, they are, well into playoffs bracket. Whereas you look at the teams which they have coming up from the first part of the split so far, their teams are just struggling a bit more. So even though LGD are currently at, 2 wins and a great load of losses alongside that too, you actually start thinking, hey, they might be able to at least play Blue Shell maybe for a couple of the teams. It'd be really quite hard for them to reach playoffs with 8 losses on the board. But I feel like there needs to be at least some due diligence saying that, yes, this is not a team which we expect to be contesting for top spots. Of course, they can't at this point, really. But they have had some really good moments. And I think particularly players like Birdall and Haichao are one players that I want to highlight amongst that.
Yeah, and I feel like I had to collect clips for this game, and I was thinking it's going to be hard to find LGD clips, but even in the top esports games, there were really positive clips for LGD, managing to find early game kills like we saw already, but also finding these skirmishes in 5v5s against top esports team that historically are known to kind of hand stiff and skill check people. Like, LGD step up to that skill check in the early game. Sure, they didn't win out the series, they didn't win out those games, but like showing that they can step up to teams in the early game in this way, especially teams of a caliber of top esports, it's really, really positive. When you consider the schedule, like, there are positives to talk about with LGD. Now, I do have to highlight they're 2-8 in the standings. This is, for them, it's still technically possible for them to make playoffs. It would be an unbelievable miracle run for LGD to make playoffs at this stage. But I just, I felt like we had to highlight at least the fact that the schedule has been incredibly difficult.
It's like, if this team doesn't make playoffs but gets some wins, I still feel as though this is the time to highlight that before they go on this final run. I want to praise this team as one which has still managed to find some winning situations in difficult games. And they're starting with the roster we've seen for the last few weeks at this point. Xiaoye as well is an LDL prospect that's actually done some very good work too. This team is not like some of our bottom place teams we've seen, or kind of struggling teams in the LPL before that have had just endless struggles. They have actually had some good individual performances. And I'm hoping that they can at least build on that with maybe some easier series coming up towards the end of the split.
I certainly hope they can. You never want to see a team have the results that we've seen from LGD. But the amount of teams that they've taken to 3 games, taking games off JG, taking games off of FPX, IG, they have had some really good games. They have actually looked decent in multiple series. So I'm hoping we get that today. LNG on the opposite side as well. I feel like they have started to come into their own a little bit. Still not a clean team by any stretch. Losing the game to Ultra Prime is nothing to brag about. But I do feel like LNG should be the favorite coming in today over LGD. But I really do believe this could go to 3 games. Like, LGD, I think, are good enough to take games, but also LNG have not looked clean. They've not looked that cohesive. I will say, Scout in the most recent series finally starting to come back online.
And that's a real worry for teams going up against LNG, because everyone knows what happened with LNG last year and how they absolutely ruled through this man in the mid lane. Yes, I mean, things ended up on a bit of a sour note for the team as they bombed out of Worlds a very uncharacteristic down performance for them. But for the rest of 2023, LNG, it really felt like they'd found their stride through the mid lane. And yeah, I mean, this is a team which sadly hasn't been able to conjure that same level of performance right off the bat. They've had roster changes in jungle and support. They're still kind of figuring out who they want to be as a team through that. It's meant that the games have slowed down. It has meant that they've approached fights incorrectly at points too. But if we do start to see some of the superstar carry potential come online from the likes of Zucker, Scout, and Gala, this team has all of the firepower to make it go really far actually in the FPL.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's a head scratcher, isn't it, this team? When you look at the roster that they're coming in with versus the results that they've had, it does just brings up a lot of questions. But that said, they're on a 2-win streak. Yes, that 2-win streak is against RNG and Ultra Prime. As we've got our...
You go, dude.
Yeah, he's having a great time. He's absolutely chilling, if you will. Yeah, we'll see. I feel like LNG should be, like, I really want LNG to look good today, you know? I feel like this is the kind of team, like you say, this roster, it's not just about the power on the roster, it's also the amount of fans this roster has, the amount of, like, clout, essentially, this roster has on it. You want this team to do well. We've not seen it that much this split, but we have seen flashes of it, so maybe today, maybe they could build on that kind of snowball of Scout starting to look a little bit better recently.
And this is in front of their home crowd, of course. LNG are one of our teams with their own arena. This will be in Suzhou, so that's often when we see the team play. The only time where you don't play in front of your home crowd is, of course, when you're playing against another team with their own arena, and then I think it's a bit of a coin flip. I think you get one home game, one away game in terms of series throughout the year, one in spring, one in summer, so that can often bolster them as well. And yeah, I think that the conversation when we've got teams with high expectations, I mean, obviously LNG, we have to dampen them a little bit, is not actually winning. It's about winning in a way that we actually feel confident about. It's a question that we've had to ask to BLG sometimes, despite the fact that they're, you know, at 9-1 in the standings. It's a team that it's a question which we've asked definitely about LNG as well, because so if you look back to some of the promotional images between LNG and Top Esports when they played, Top Esports fully bought into, oh, LNG are a slow team. They made their poster about a turtle shell. LNG are very much not the team which is going to be accelerating very, very quickly, or at least they haven't been so far. It's felt like when bad things happen to Plan A, they often just turtle up and hope that they can scale into Plan B. It's not always been the most intriguing style of League of Legends, but it has netted them some wins, and they're actually currently in individual games almost drawing even after a disastrous start. 12 and 14 overall in individual games. They walk away with a 2-0 here. They can finally right the ship.
It's possible to get themselves to that neutral position, and they would be basically sort of in the middle of the standings as well. They're in 11th place right now, just below OMG, who are exactly neutral in game difference at 5-5. So they'd tie OMG for wins. They would still be in 11th place with a 2-0 here today, but they'd be getting that little bit closer to getting further up onto the board. And I feel like the middle of the table is getting really spicy at this point. Like Weibo just above OMG there, and Weibo managing to take their series against NIP yesterday. You've also got teams, you know, like OMG, who took a game off of JDG as well, that have been looking much better recently and starting to show the signs, like WE as well, who WE have kind of been a little hit or miss, but when they hit really hard. So I feel like there's a lot of teams in the middle of the table where it's in flux still right now.
And you look at the remaining schedule for LNG, and we already talked about that for, of course, LGD, in regards to saying, okay, they've faced really good teams, they might be facing some struggling teams later, expect this record to potentially improve. I mean, LNG, they have LGD today, who I think is a very beatable team given the strength of what we've seen so far. There's IG coming up next for LNG after that point, the Invictus Giant Slayers, but IG have struggled against mid to bottom table teams. They have to face Rare Atom and Team WE as well, I think, to round things off. So LNG, you know, you look at that strength of schedule and you think, if you have to reach, you know, 7, 8 wins, and they're currently on, you know, four series wins, that is actually achievable despite the pretty disastrous start.
Certainly would be. This is going to be one of those weird splits where less wins than you would think are required to make the playoffs, because we have so many teams with so few wins right now, and so many at the top with incredible records. We're getting into game number 1 of this series though, and already bot lane being focused out. Lucian and Senna, the lovers there, taken off the board, and I'm not talking Zyra Khan, and then Ashe and Kalista on the opposite side.
So this potentially opens up for a Smolder lock-in at some point, but one of the things that we have talked about is, well, what is the answer to that Smolder? And it feels like now, with it losing a lot of games yesterday, is anyone willing to blind pick that? Well, not in this game. Varus being locked into Shaya, who's coming up into the LPL as an LDL prospect and done pretty well for himself considering the state of the team. And that Varus helps to be lane dominant. What would Gala and Hung want to take into that lane? They've typically been quite hard to deal with Varus, at least early on.
Yep. The flexibility of Varus as well, where you can change what style of AD carry you've locked in over the course of the draft by going for the lethality versus the on-hit. Smolder does come through though for LNG. They're still feeling confident on this pick. And it's not going to be the Kai'Sa that we've been seeing a little bit of versus him. He already knows he's up against that Maris. Scout going to go with an eco.
So this will be Gala's first Smolder game, and with Scout going towards Nico, that is such a power pick for this player. I feel like Scout has not had the endless champion pool which we've sometimes seen in the past from him. I think last year when he was flexing between a lot of AD mid laners and a lot of playmakers as well, he was in a real point of power. He has, however, though, in this year, despite having less success on less champions, been very good on the Nico. It allows him to get on top of very immobile bot lanes like the Varus Renata, despite the fact that they are lane dominant and potentially can rule the bot side of the map. Misstep once, Scout pounces.
Certainly can. Whether he will is a different question. We've seen games where I felt like Scout would pounce. So far the split he didn't. So maybe today. Again, he's been getting a couple of MVPs recently. Perhaps he's back. We'll have to see. Aatrox up in the top side for Birdol as we look towards what else is going to come through here. You could go for support alongside the Smolder, could go for a jungler that you prioritize if that's something you want to look for, but it does seem like support is going to be the answer.
So typically alongside Smolder, you want to draft a support champion that can stop him getting dived and stop him just getting brutalized in lane. Often we've seen Alistair and Braum, but the thing about the Rakan which we see here is that despite the fact that Rakan is very unlikely to land a W onto Renata, because Renata can cancel your grand entrance with the handshake, if you hit the Q for the healing, that can keep Smolder in lane. So we'll now have to track some of that early laning phase and see whether Varus Renata are getting the value which they need to stop Gala getting online on this late game Smolder hyper carry. However, this does mean that we've got a lot of junglers potentially going to be taken off the table, and that might just influence how bot lane 3v3 can happen. Because obviously the early jungles are stuff like the Vi, the Xin Sao, the Lee Sin, all of them could potentially be hit.
So Twisted Fate taken off the board as well. One thing I do want to mention when it comes to the jungle in the top lane, there's been a little bit of Wukong being played in solo queue by both Zika and Weiwei. So just want to throw that out, just in case we see some shenanigans in the draft today. But that Twisted Fate top has been something Zika's been playing in solo queue as well. So I think a reasonable ban to try and save Birdol in the laning phase.
Talia away from High Chow is important as well. It's a little mid laner that can roam to bot lane most easily, especially having early priority and then also a global which can carry you down towards bot side. So that being taken away, I think is very important for LNG. Just make sure that Gala and Hong aren't going to be go quite as easily. The Lee Sin been banned away from Weiwei. It's another one of those 3v3 champions being taken out. I think Xin Sao is maybe the last remaining jungler, which I think should be very prioritized in regards to being able to impact our bot early, and it is locked in.
So we go. Aggressive jungler for Weiwei. And a lot of ability to make things happen in that jungle support duo as well. Like the Rakan will easily set up for to be able to get into the back line and deal a lot of damage. Over to LGD though, they've got to pick their jungler, they've got to pick their mid laner as well. For anyone that's out of loot, Azir disabled currently on this patch, so is bugged at the minute. So Azir won't be an option for LGD to go for.
Yeah, it was chrono braked in the CB lol because of a visual bug when he does his little sliding glide, and now he is globally disabled now, which changes the mid lane pool an awful lot. And it means that if you're going to pick up a mage, something like the Orianna feels like it is much more viable in its own right. Now, last pick for top lane Berserker is hovering over a load of different picks. Going into the Aatrox, a fairly known matchup. Going to be the Cassandra, and often what you see when you lock in this matchup is Cassandra and Aatrox, they don't get individual leads over each other at that end of the game. What they end up doing is trading frontline for flanking potential. With that Cassandra locked in, feels like the front-to-back composition with a ton of engage, potentially with a flanking Nico or a Rakan, is set up for LNG, whereas on the other side, it feels like LGD, they wanted to brutalize you in the early game and then start rolling over with big damage from Aatrox and Varus as they get ahead of the game.
Yeah, a lot of potential damage coming out from this LGD roster, that is for sure, and a hell of a combo with a Rel Orianna mixed in there as well. We'll see if LGD can make these pieces work together, but I'm going to be looking towards the side of LNG here. They've got that Smolder once again. Now, typically we've seen Smolder leaning to slower gameplay. However, we saw LNG were one of the teams that showed us a way of beating Smolder is faster gameplay towards the top side of the map, trying to snowball ahead of the Smolder. See if that's something LGD could bring to the table here, since they've not opted for the kind of AP Kai'Sa route that we've also seen succeed.
And, you know, when you've got the Cassandra into the Aatrox, there's not really a snowbally match topside, so it's not necessarily one that you can play as aggressively around to actually get a game with winning advantage. That's the break point, right? You've got to do so well on topside that it doesn't matter what happens with the Smolder. Let's see if LGD can prove us wrong on that front and start things off fast, start things off in a really aggressive.
Let's see if they can pull it off. I certainly hope they can. I'm ready to see an aggressive early game. I'm ready to see a bit of a snowball here as we head on to Summoner's Rift. It's game number 1 here between LNG and LGD, the two most similar acronyms available in the LPL. I don't think we're getting Gyos today, mate.
No, no, that's sad. Game 1 of the day. It's bright and early for us over in the EU time zones. It's a little bit later into, of course, the home arena of LNG as they walk onto the Rift for game 1. But, you know, we like to leave a little bit of space. Gives our voices a break and potentially allows the crowd to show theirs.
There's one thing that I'm desperate to see in League of Legends that I've yet to witness. You know, you're always seeing Nico on the minimap pretending to be a different champion like this. We've got 2 Smolders on the minimap right now. I'm desperately waiting for the game where we've got Nico and Shen in the same team. At the start of the game, we can say, WTF 2 Shens. You know, it's just such low-hanging fruit, but I'm just... I feel like I've been waiting for it for a long time now.
I personally really want to see all of the different stealing champions on one team. So you have, like, Silas, Viego, and Nico. So you don't even get to have, like, you don't get to have your skin, you don't get to have your ultimate, you don't get to have, like, your very body and your true kit as well. I feel like that'd be ultimate insult to injury if someone just ends up walking away with, like, everything that your character can own.
Yeah, just nothing but thieves. Nothing but thieves. Not going to see that today, though, unfortunately. Let's talk a little bit about early game, about pathing here. Meteor and Weiwei both starting on the top side of the map, so you anticipate pathing down towards the bottom side here, playing towards this Smolder for both sides of the ball.
So this is why it's really important that you see the Rakan hitting this level 1 Q as well. So Gal and Hung, they took a bit of trade damage, because of course you do versus Varus. It's Varus in laning phase. Hitting the Rakan Q gives you a bit of that sustain. One of the reasons why Rakan has been so prominent for the last while is because of that Q healing as well. Now, we did talk about into the second round of the draft. Okay, well, jungle's not been picked yet. What 3v3 jungle champions can you lock in to help dive that bot side, or at least pressure it? Someone like the Xin Sao is locked in by Weiwei as a takeaway from Meteor, and someone that can just really be the early game pressure valve for this Smolder. Whereas that Rel might find it harder to make things work, but still has a pretty strong level 3 mark. Have to see whether LGD can leverage that, as both junglers are on the bot side of the map now, potentially going to meet.
I mean, the level 3, honestly, for both junglers is pretty intense, I guess is the way I would describe it. They like to go in and they like to do damage. Could be looking towards Grubs for Meteor as well, obviously. Having the Aatrox pushing in the top side, and the fact that Rel is just so damn good at killing Grubs as well can be an attractive objective. But the priority on the bottom side here for LGD might set up this crowd. Weiwei is going to be the first one on the scene, though, and with Smite available, it's going to grab that for free.
So what's Meteor going to do? Not going to get onto the crab first, and this is an all-in now for Gala and Hung.
This is aggressive, but it might just work. Xiao is so low on HP. Another Q would do the job, but Gala can't quite get in range. And it means that it's Hung to go down. First blood LGD.
Oh, after all the great workers, we saw 2 or 3 Rakan Qs hit an early lane, which meant that Gala and Hung could look for that fight in the first place, despite the fact that they're against a Varus Renata. Wei gets down to the bot side of the map first, but they're just not connected. This Xin Zhao is not coming to 3v3 bot side, and it shows up in that play too. LGD feels like they are thrown that play on a silver platter to put this bot lane behind.
And it's just, again, like you say, the kind of discoordination of LGD there. The fact that clearly Wei is not going to be a part.
I know the acronyms are.
LNG. There's going to be a lot of that today. Whenever these two teams play, it's always a struggle. But it's all in. As your Xin Zhao moves away and Rel's in the river.
And like everything about this draft was, hey folks, let's 3v3 bot. Where's the 3? You've got a 3v2 there. Weiwei's not on the same page, and not for the first time. Plan A for LNG in the early game has gone a bit awry, and now I'm a little bit worried as to whether this will lead to anything more.
The funny thing is, I don't even feel like it's the plan going awry, because I don't feel like the plan was ever attempted. Like Wei had his own plan. His plan was double scuttle crabs, and well, got that for himself. He's up in CS right now, so you know, it's the small wins for LNG. it's Wei choosing his own wins to go for here.
LNG very much taking the turtle shell to heart there and getting themselves some other crustacean. Well, it's not even crustacean. Another shell. I was going to say like a haha turtle. Scuttle crab is like a turtle, but it's completely not. Either way, that's about as good as it gets for LNG.
Do you want to know something funny about the Rift Scuttler? He's not called the Scuttle Crab. That's purely a community name. Nobody seems to realize that it's a community name. It's called the Rift Scuttler.
Rift Scuttler.
It's not a crab. It's never been called a crab. It's just the community decided it's a crab.
It looks a little bit like a horseshoe crab, but it's probably a little bit more. Is it like a trilobite?
I mean, like anatomically speaking, it might be a crab for all I know. I'll leave that to Mazel. That's his field of expertise. But I'm just talking in terms of like naming things in a video game as opposed to the actual biology of the situation.
Dragon goes down either way though, as we can move on to bigger and better fauna, as that will be a buff taken from LNG, despite the fact that the early bot side presence from them didn't work out at first. That's a win for them. They also dropped some wards, which will spot Haichao and Meteor heading towards bot side river. Wave crashes on bot side, you can see there's a plate being taken by the Varus Renata already. We did say, hey, let's check what's going to happen with the Varus Renata. When you lock that in against the Smolder, you need to get that early game pressure. It's the strongest point of your game. They've already taken some gold, they've got that kill in there, so that's at least going well for LGD, even if they give up the objective.
So far, so good in that regard. So slightly up in gold as Hung. Sort of toying with the idea of threatening something in the bottom side. I don't really think that's 2v2 they can look for right now, although Sheen there for Gala is usually a big spike for most champions. Scout moving up towards the top side here, but we'll just grab that honey fruit and you expect him to move back towards that mid lane.
And we slow things down. Hung trying to potentially find a gap from that bot lane wave, looking at the Haichao ulting pops.
There we go, the chain CC can land, and look at that! Okay, LNG, I see you, we're back on the map. That's a little bit more like it.
And how the heck does Rakan get to roam out of lane against the Varus Renata? This should not be happening. Honestly, credit to Hung, despite the failed all-in earlier into the lane. I feel like actually Hung on an individual level, hitting all of the Rakan Qs, getting out of lane here. He's overperforming in a lane that should be pinning him down, so good job of them to get something going into mid, and he picks up the kill himself.
Fantastic stuff from Hung. Gets a good roam. Scout with a good setup with the flash there. Everything looking positive for LNG in that play. And this is, oh, hang on. World Ender comes on through, immediately answered with a ghost, and Birdhole just backs off. He's like, okay, got your summoner. I'm happy with that.
So often in this particular top lane matchup, it is just a trade of a ghost and an ultimate, or ult for ult, or something like that. It really is more about how they impact later into the game. But of course, if you can remove some fighting tools earlier, that can very much change the way that things will happen around your side of the map just a little bit. Beyond that, Garlet picking up another wave under this turret. See that Xiaoye and Jin Zhao not really able to demolish the turret. Getting a second plate is nice. considering that Hung was leaving lane and that Gull's been kind of under turret so much, kind of expected them to do more around the bot lane. This is W going in. Bot though.
Well, there's a dragon nearby, that's for sure. You can hear it more than you can see. Loudest ability in the entire game for some reason. We'll just deter the potential threat underneath the tower. Gala, like you say though, doing so well in terms of just HP in this lane. Managing to withstand a lot of it, like you say, the sustain coming out from Hung helping out with that, but also just able to clear these waves. Obviously, this is on hit barriers, not lethality, so the poke isn't quite as oppressive, although it is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, the Q-Max is still something that you see an awful lot from Varus, and I think that over time, balance changes have come in to say, hey, maybe let's make poke less obnoxious, and that means that we have to make the arrow do like enough so the poke build still survives, but we don't want it to be the only prominent build. It's okay, of course, in terms of the Q-Max in regards to how much you can do with even without the lethality being built up. You can now see that Gala is almost there towards his Essence Reaver on the bot side of the map. I think it's worth noting as well that, you know, we might be saying, hey, what's happening? Wait, hang on. Okay, he's fine. Okay, he's fine. Okay, right, okay. Get back.
The ward nearly spotted him. I wonder if you, like, flash for that there. Probably not, right?
The thing is...
He already carries there and all of that.
You have to actually land the CC, so you'd have to do the flash handshake, and the travel time of that, I think it's close. I might do it anyway, but it would be close.
If the ward is further into the pit over the wall, and it does spot it straight away, I think he had time to flash Q it and interrupt the recall. I just don't know if you even get recon anyway. Knockups galore in the mid lane, and the same old combo happens again. Haichao just getting eradicated.
And LNG, their mid-jungle support, have managed to make a number of power plays on mid lane now, and this is now a good amount of gold taken away from Haichao, a player who LGD have very often relied on to playmate. Sat at 0 and 2, whereas Scout is now going to have a much more unlocked lane on the Nico. Good news from LNG. This is better early game coordination, at least around that part of the map, than we've seen for most of this split so far. And that's bad news for LGD on the other side of things, because if Scout is set up and unlocked on the Nico, we know that he can do great things, even if he hasn't done as much this split on it.
Oh, Bird all caught by the all-out here. I don't know if they can go for a dive really onto this Aatrox. Wei with that wave, not even going to look at it. 2 grubs taken for LNG, and Wei actually moved up to the top lane there, so just abandoning the 4th grub, just making sure the 5 and 6 can't go through.
I think that's the most important thing, that Hung, honestly, continuation of a pretty great game from on this Rakan, despite the early 2v2 death. Gets into mid lane a number of times, and you already talked about how the Rakan Xin Sao combo can work really well, but any engaging threat which can then be tagged onto with the battle dance and then into the W forward is very, very impactful. We see that with the Nico there. Watch that as the game goes forwards. There are a lot of the mobile carries for LGD to potentially get caught off.
Certainly are. Ult coming out from Gala just to clear as much of the wave as possible. Going to try and defend this turret plate if they can. Hung using his stack to make sure that that happens. Now plates start to go down in this top side as well. Zika using the demolish, using the grubs as well to finish off a couple of plates. And that is the power of Cassante. No damage in his build whatsoever, but he can still take 2 plates and 3 auto attacks.
Just wait until you see like an 8,000 damage health Scion just like slap a turret once and it falls down.
Yeah.
See that Xiaoya and Jinzhao are currently alone on the bot side with the Meteor was just roaming down. We've done good work on this turret. We did say, hey, you know, it's not really been that much turret damage given that Hung's been able to get out of lane. Now it's actually started to rack up. And Garlop using that ult and cooldown to wave clear has at least stopped them from taking that turret. In fact, there has been, I think on current live patch or just coming, there is actually a nerf to Smolder, which is that ultimate cooldown, which feels very low, particularly when you get up to Essence Reaver and Spear of Shojin for massive amounts of ability haste. You can just kind of use that ultimate for wave clear, or you can use it for, of course, pretty much every big fight in the game. But as it stands right now, it's still low enough to be used as a bit of a wave clear machine.
Yeah, you can just use that. You kind of see it's used almost similarly to a lot of Ezreal ults these days, where you just blast it at the minion wave, force the wave in. Can even get you priority for objectives if used at the right time. However, typically, you're the one underneath the tower as opposed to fighting for priority. Meteor on this blue buff, but it was in the brush, so Hung couldn't actually see it happening, and that ward will immediately be swept away. LNG hovering towards this topside. Herald will be entering the map shortly. Perhaps something LNG are looking towards.
Scout, lane. Are they counting minions? Yes, they are. Haichao has been caught out too many times with lacking vision on what Scout and Hung are going to be doing. They have got a couple of defensive wards around bot side of mid. You can see one in this brush. There's one control ward just into the enemy jungle as well. And even though Herald is the objective that's spawning, LGD would much rather try and get this turret bot and get a whole load of gold onto Xiaoye. Again, the LDL lady carry coming up for this team into the LPL proper. Trying to go up against one of the all-time greats, really. LPL and Gala fight potentially starting on bot side, but Hung misses the W.
So first tower taken by LGD, and that'll be a nice little gold spike for them. Almost 1,000 gold up, but not quite. And LNG now clear the wave mid and immediately move up towards this Herald. You don't expect much contention here, although Haichao, while he's reset, he does have TP, and this could be a 5-man play from LGD. So perhaps an opportunity to fight. Scout is in the bottom side, but has TP available as well.
Where's he going to teleport to? There's one ward on the blue buff, which could be a flank, but he won't be here for the start of the fight. Here he comes now.
Meteor just snipes it away, and in the meantime, Hung is chunked on out. Xiaoye should be able to grab the Herald. Good start for LGD, and now they're on to Scout as well. That's a kill. Sika should go down too, as he's in a 1v5. Desperately trying to get towards that mid lane, but there's a tower there that's going to ruin everything. 2 kills for LGD, and they take the Herald.
Suddenly, LNG don't know what to do as the fight doesn't quite turn out the way that they want to. They don't get to coordinate between the big clump and then Scout on the teleport as well. He had himself a flash and an ultimate. That could have been the flank teleport to start things off for them. There really was a story of how much damage Xiaoye could do to the grouped up targets as well as the CC immediately coming through from LGD. Clearing out 1 or 2 wards, they teleport in the Aatrox early, and this Nico's not here for what's going to happen with this Herald, which, as you rightfully said, is taken away by Meteor. That's an extra bonus for them. But the fact that they can immediately back up, stop Scout getting a big ult onto a clumped up target, and just allow the carries to do a load more. The threat of this Varus is just too much for them to walk into without immediately shutting him down.
Yeah, Xiaoye already doing so much. I mean, you saw how fast he gets through Hung's health bar. Obviously, Ricard not exactly a tanky champion, but that Varus ult followed by just sheer attack speed can certainly melt through health bars. The percentage damage you get from your W as well. Really, really valuable. You expect him to look terrifying later on in the game. Remember, this is a composition that has a lot of ability to kind of run away with a game. You've got a lot of scaling as well, though, for LGD, as they've found a bit of a CC chain onto Hung. He's on the Rakan, so he'll be okay. Ooh. And Gala just about flaps his wings away from Xiaoye's ultimate.
So Dragon is up. What ultimates have we got to work with? Well, no Varus ult now. That's important to note. But Scout still has Flash and ultimate. Maybe this could be the fight where it can make something work. But LGD, before they go into bot river, would like to secure themselves in mid lane push. Pin one of these LNG members under tower so they get free access into bot river. There they go.
So LGD, great play around objectives so far this game. Stealing that Herald away. 1-for-1 in Drakes to start with, but now grabbing their second one, getting the 3 grubs early on as well. It feels like, honestly, it feels like a more coordinated game right now from LGD than it does from LNG, which, I mean, at this point in the league, maybe it's to be expected, to be honest, but yeah, the discoordination early on from LNG in the bottom lane, a couple of good mid plays, but so far objective setup really hasn't been there.
This is kind of what we're worried about with this LNG team, which is, well, what happens with plan A, or in this case in the early game, what is plan A? Do you have that plan on the bot side? It felt like it should have been towards bot side 3v3, but that didn't quite work out the way that they wanted it to. It feels like they just, their plan B is pretty much always not, you know, extra power plays. It is, let's scale out and wait for people to come online. Now, they do have the bonus of having one of the best champions in the game to do that. Yeah, that little dragon recalling in the mid lane will be a big beast on late game with multiple stacks and multiple items. So LGD, I suppose they need to try and survive this first.
2 Casantes running at Haichao, not what you want to see. Haichao, unfortunately, that's his 3rd death of the game. We're really not having a good time of it. The rest of LGD going to be scratching their heads at this point, because everything else has been looking pretty tickety-boo.
Man, I haven't heard someone use that phrase in a while. That's nostalgia to me. But yeah, this was a teleport behind them. They had so much ward control before this. You can see a load of blue wards on the bot side of the map, but the last remaining teleport global from LNG Sika's teleport gets one kill there, and LNG get a little bit of gold running their way as well. Gold advantage is absolutely huge at this point, but it feels like LNG, that's a nice stabilizer for them to stop LGD being able to get a lot of gold through side lanes and just allowing Haichao to get back into the game in his own right.
Yeah, we'll see if he can. He's on 1.5 items, has the Seeker's Arm Guard now, so the would-be stopwatch coming into play there. I'm desperate for the observers to click on Gala. I've been looking for the stacks for a while. I don't know if it's popped up and I've just not seen it, but curious where Gala's at. I know he's at least 125 because his Qs have started to splash at this point. But we are headed towards the point in the game where typically we see these Smolders start to come online.
Realistically, it's kind of that 2 to 3 item mark, and then the 225 really out of control. As you can see, right, that is so loud. You're completely right. It's not going to save the turret, but Hung goes in.
Here we go, opportunity through.
Wow.
Okay, Scout redeeming the play here. Jin Chao the first to go down. The bailout keeps him alive though as LGD start the fight strong. Birdle doing so much damage, but pulled out of the play by Zika. And suddenly LNG all over this one. Slow comes in. Surely they dive for a little bit more gold into Gala's pocket. It's Zika to take the kill, but a fantastic fight from LNG.
LNG exploded to life. Feels like every fight they've had that's worked well has been through this mid lane, as LGD have either overpushed or just not really respected the engaged potential from LNG. You've got a Rakan, you've got a Nico. Yes, one of them kind of goes in a little too early, but LNG walk away from that play very, very happy. Hung over the wall, pops his ult early, has himself the Zeke's convergence to give himself a little bit more damage to the other side of it, but he just gets absolutely popped because it's a little bit disconnected. It's still good enough though. Scout ends up using the opening which was created by the Rakan to allow an extra kill onto the Varus. As soon as the Varus is gone, you don't have a lot of damage. So much of LGD's gold is on that AD carry, and when he's gone, they can't fight.
Great follow-up there from Weiwei on Scout's initial engage as well to be able to finish the kill. Oh no, Haichao, no flash available. The rest of the team is coming and Weiwei knows it. Has to back away, but flash forced. Weiwei literally 1v1ing enemy solo lanes is really not a good position for LGD to be in.
What that means is that LGD, they can't really send this Orianna to a side lane to get good farm. And thinking about it now, you know, Haichao being put down in the early game, it's really opened up a big weakness here for LGD, because now they're going to have to play very respectfully around at least one lane of the map. This is, as you were saying, the Xin Sao is going to be able to deal a lot of damage to Haichao. And now without that flash, he's going to have to be sat very deep into his own lane and very respectful about how he catches waves.
Even though objective setup hasn't looked fantastic, there are definitely criticisms you could levy towards LNG this game. All things considered, I'm leaning in their direction right now.
Oh, stacks, 186. Yeah, there you go.
There we go, getting close to 225. Scout's ultimates have been fantastic so far this game. Weiwei's follow-up on that has been fantastic. The kind of mid-jungle support trio looking really good early on into the game. And Gala has been farming up a Storm. More than 10 CS per minute on this Smolder. Getting very close to the execute as well. It does feel like things are ticking over for LNG. Even if it's not a perfect game, it's still feeling like a solid enough game. Conceding this Drake, that'll be 3 for LGD. But LNG, again, quite happy to play for this scaling of the Smolder.
I think if you don't take the fight there, that's fine. You don't have Scout Flash. Now, he could have teleported into the play, but I think once you've got that Nico Flash, it just makes things so much easier to land. Despite the fact that LNG did have a good flank ward for it, I think they just wanted to wait a little longer. Thing is, can you wait long enough if LGD do go towards Baron? Now, this one I don't think you can let go uncontested.
No, you cannot. And 2 items on the Orianna plus an on-hit Varus, they do this Baron pretty damn quick. Hung has to be the one to try and face check this one. TP in behind enemy lines from Zika, but it's going to be quite late. Weiwei arrives on the scene. It's the W in, all out from Gala. He's not quite on his stacks, but he might get it during this fight. Hung forced out of the play. 3k on the Baron, and Xiaoya is going to go down. Zika saves the play, but can they win the fight as well? LNG's still going for this one as Weiwei's on the front line, but he's just not tanky enough to make that play. And now Gala will be chased down, flaps over the wall, but I don't think you're escaping the world ender. Flash away, Baron stopped for now. Is LNG desperately trying to walk away with the line?
Scout's got no turret.
Staying so long for a ward here. a bit of a weird one, honestly, from Scout. Is now surrounded on all fronts. There's no way he gets out of this one alive.
Oh, he's got himself a flash at all. How much damage can he do? I don't think he gets the kill back quite. He's delaying, but I don't think this will stop the inevitable. He goes down. Question is, with Scout taking so long to die, can LGD start Baron? The answer is no. They channel the recalls, but all the same, LGD walk away with a one fight. They force LNG to fight after they didn't really want to give them kind of like a pitched battle around the dragon. This is how things start. Weiwei gets into the pit. There's danger in terms of looking for a steal, but LGD managed to keep it at the HP where the Baron's not going to get smoked down just yet. Shy off the board is the Varus. Last time we saw these kind of fights, I thought, okay, well, Varus off the table. That means that the damage is going your way, right? Well, yes and no, because Gala's not able to do good DPS, and Scout's not in position really to get the combo either. So LGD walk away with a one fight despite the AD carry going down.
And we're getting to quite a scary point in the game right now for LNG because they've conceded 3 Drakes, which means the next Drake coming up in 3 minutes will be sold for LGD. We've got 3 items finished off on this Varus, so, like, let's be honest, Xiaoye is hitting at pretty much full capacity. He's going to be the strongest he gets in relativity to the other champions in the game. And LNG, they're going to have to start fighting. They're going to have to start participating in these plays. Gala can't quite finish the rapid fire cannon either, so not at that 3-item mark. LGD, it feels like they have control right now. Meteor, though, is stood on a ward. Looks like Hung and Weiwei could start something, but sees the ward, backs away.
Right. So Scout, teleport, flash, can use the same ward which Zucker used for his own entrance into the fight last time. When will he channel it? He's a bit late. This Baron is at half HP right now. Here comes the teleport, but it's late.
TP onto that exact ward that you mentioned. Weiwei is over the wall. Are we actually get a 50-50? This Weiwei goes into the mid present guard. Baron down. Scout gets onto the back line. In the meantime, his support's already gone. And Gala's one shot. Burn all the world ender. And he's ending the world of LNG fans today. Zika runs for his life, but he won't get away with it. LGD a clean ace and a Baron to boot.
LGD force LNG away from their turtle shell. There will be no slow crawl back into this game. LGD force the fight, get the Baron, and they're going to start really pressing down on the base now. Teleports back out onto the map to make sure that they can make the most of these waves. And LNG with 2 different Baron fights, despite the fact that they had 2 different flank teleports in each one, fail at both attempts, and LGD should now be walking away with a huge late game advantage.
Can we just take a second to mention how absurdly Hung! Oh, hail of arrows just an inch away there. Hung just about gets away with his life, having a hard time on the recon, but look at Birdle's scoreline. Look at these fights from Birdle. 9, 1, and 3. 3.5 items now. And in that fight, he one-shot Gala.
And that's so important. Birdle is a player which had some inconsistent results at the start of the year. I think his career's been a little bit all over the place too, but right now he is such a big reason when LGD do walk away with their wins. Meteor's going to get away as he's afforded a lot of tankiness from the gold lead, which LGD have, but particularly on this Aatrox, it felt like Birdle was the first player in the LPL to say, hey, this is how you play the flanking lethality Aatrox build. He's now in a good position again to potentially do some more damage as LNG would really like to not give over Hextech Soul among all of the other late game objectives that LGD have been starting to take.
Yeah, it feels a bit like a last chance here for LNG, doesn't it? Hextech Soul might just be the final nail in the coffin if it goes down. Hung uses the quickness just onto Birdle. He is squishy, but he's got a lot of damage as well. Gala taking a chunk, but will get the shutdown. Weiwei in the meantime is taken down. The Drake is taken, so that's sold for LGD. And now a 4v4. LGD feeling confident, honestly, in this one, as they just force Scout away and move towards the mid lane.
And even though Birdle dies after we were just praising him, it's still for a good cause. The fact that they get the shutdown on Birdle and give it over to Gala, that is a problem. 1,000 gold over to the Smolder, that's not particularly helpful for LGD. But they get the soul for it, and I'm going to call worth. It means that LNG, when we kind of thought maybe it's last chance saloon for them, they end up losing out on the big objective, and now LGD can keep pushing it.
Yeah, Hung dashes over the wall, but I don't think he's getting away with this one. It's been a very difficult game for Hung, consistently getting pretty much one shot when he tries to make these plays and just going solo to try and get vision there. Perhaps should have expected LGD to be in a more aggressive position. And now, I mean, with a man advantage on top of all the other advantages they've got, this is a chance to push. The damage onto Jin Zhao, it will clear the way.
Yeah, that route from Scout over the wall sets up for a nice kind of push-breaking combo. Means that LGD will be the last of their Baron push, and they will achieve nothing more with that one. The damage is kind of done, though. Huge gold advantage, got that dragon alongside it too, and they've managed to push back LNG's vision line, which, honestly, the vision control from LNG this game has been pretty good. They've been able to keep good vision uptime, but just haven't really been able to use that information to get themselves those big game-changing plays. And now with the gold in hand from LGD, see that Zhonya's are now in on both of the big carries. Varus has even gone for it, alongside the triple on-hit item core from the Varus, which means that if you're going in for the big play from someone like Scout or someone like Hung on this Rakan, it is much harder to get on top of these carries, which will end the game if they have a clean fight.
Yeah. And again, I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but we talked today about how LGD have looked a lot better than what their scoreline suggests, and they've had an incredibly tough schedule so far in the league. Coming in today, I still sort of expected LNG to be the favorite. LGD are looking pretty good today. Haichao getting caught out a few times, obviously not great. But aside from that, it's been a pretty clean game so far from LGD. No, they're playing the slow one against Smolder. We talked about how you can theoretically outscale the Smolder, not necessarily just straight up on damage, but on the way that you play the game and on the way that you have your own scaling damage sources. And it's feeling pretty good right now for LGD.
Feels like, so Smolder is a champion where if they get good Q uptime, just keep pinging Qs onto you, then you just kind of lose the game eventually to the DPS. So he's jumping forward right now, but they miss the engage.
Yeah, Hung misses everything there. Forced away. Wei stepping forwards to try be a part of the play. Redemption comes down. Keep your eyes on Xiao as Haichao's caught on the top side of the play. Zika behind enemy lines. Sonya's comes on through from Xiao to keep himself safe, and it protects him from the Kasante ultimate. Scout trying to buy time with a shockwave onto two. Zika gets onto the back line. Maybe he can save the game, but I don't think so, because Birdle is destroying LNG, brings down the sword to smite them into triple kill for him as Xiaoyu can't quite finish the enemy top, but it doesn't matter. LGD absolutely massacring LNG.
Is that Birdle or Sauron? It looks like the Dark Lord of the top lane. He smashes through the entirety of that fight and ends off a actually dominant game one from LGD over LNG. They didn't ever get themselves a clean fight around that Smolder.
Absolutely brutalized. And you know, one of the things we've criticized for LNG is their objective setup, but I feel like consistently this game we saw examples of that. It almost felt like they came in to give us a case study on like how on the struggles that they've been having this year so far. Really tough run from LNG, but LGD, nice, clean gameplay. Birdle just taking them apart. Fantastic game there. We're going to jump into game two right after the break. everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. It's LGD versus LNG, and as you would naturally expect, LGD smashed LNG in game number 1. This is totally in line with everyone's expectations of this series, starting the split, totally in line with expectations of what these rosters should be bringing to the table. So nothing significant to talk about here at all.
I mean, start of the split, yeah, this is like a wow, what the hell, what's happened with LGD versus LNG? But you look at what's happened with the last few weeks and how we were talking about the strength of schedule and how it felt like LGD were actually looking much better than their series score would suggest. Yeah, they had themselves a good game, but there are some consistent performers here who are playing like we have seen them before. Particularly, I think Birdol had a fantastic game, and you also look at Shaya as well, who's also continuing to rack up a couple of good performances back-to-back in LNG. Honestly, they were disrespectful about how they played this game. Multiple opportunities in the early game felt like they were missed, particularly around that early bot side.
Definitely feels like LNG kind of whiffing a little bit. Like, I don't know, with LNG, I've just tweeted out a minute ago, but like there are these high moments where you're like, oh my god, LNG are finally on the back, and then there are these low lows that are just painful to watch. Birdol though, unbelievable game from the top side, 12-2-4 on the lethality Aatrox.
Oh
the damage he was doing to the backline in those team fights was absurd.
34% damage share. 34% damage share as a top laner. Are you kidding me? In this meta, in this economy? Birdol, in that last fight, one-shot 3 people. Literally 100-0, the entire remaining team of LNG. I was so taken aback by it, but this guy, he has been the real kind of champion of lethality Aatrox. He has been playing it pretty much every single time that he can, and you can see why he is so confident in picking it. If you allow this guy a lead into a game, he will reach your backline, and he's going to do absurd damage apparently as well.
It's kind of great to see the growth of Birdol this split, because I feel like the start of the split, Birdol was really not a player that was on my watch list in a big way. Like, a lot of really rough games for him to start the split off, but we've consistently seen some pretty good performances from him recently. I'm excited to keep watching, and hopefully those recent performances can maintain consistency and we can see more of the same, because if we do, he'll start to be a top laner to talk about at this stage, because he has had some carry performances like game number 1 here today. So I'm excited to see more in that regard. The one concern here for LGD pretty much across that entire game is Haichao. Haichao getting caught a few times in the early game, getting caught out top as well, like almost 1v1 by the enemy jungler. Yeah, like Haichao does need to sort of be a little bit more aware of the map and his positioning, but aside from that, it was relatively clean from LGD.
And that's kind of funny in its own way, because I think sometime in week 2, I remember I think I was prepping with Mizal for one of the LGD series, and I was thinking we should probably talk about Haichao a little less, because all we've talked about in the first couple of weeks is this plan with his AD LeBlanc and his ability to kind of like carry from mid lane as well. It feels like he had a bit of an off game here, but it didn't end up mattering. I think that his late game performances in teamfights too were pretty clutch. I remember, you know, several clutch shockwaves, which either took Hung out of the equation, took multiple members out of the equation as well. That just allowed LGD to run forward with moments like this, so Hung can't make the big engage, can't join in the combo in the way that he wanted to. It feels like, on the whole, just LGD, they completely caught LNG napping in the setup to a lot of these fights, and it felt like then after that point, LNG were looking for like these snatch and grab engages, and yeah, they get the shut down onto Birdol at the end of this fight, but then that's in trade for the Hextech Soul. That's a strategic loss, even if in the individual fight it ends up working out for them. And it feels like LNG could never get themselves a clean team fight after the early game.
Yeah, felt like a tough one for LNG, and I mean, this lethality Aatrox was just doing terrifying things. Look at Birdol in this fight. Just run straight past the clone, straight towards the backline. The Q3 just massacres them. Like, I don't really know. Like, it was too late for LNG at this point, where Birdol was in such a terrifying position that there's very little you can do to stop him.
You know, in the prologue to Fellowship of the Ring, you know that one thing with like the Battle of the Third Age, where you've got like Sauron turns up to the battlefield and this mace just like flinging people around. I had flashbacks. Joe, as this guy, this demon from the top lanes, just sort of wrecking the enemy battle lines. Very fun. Probably not fun if you're an LNG fan.
Birdol is basically Sauron in that scene, except instead of stepping on the sword, he just hits the guy with the mace. Like, Isildur just gets wrecked and Sauron wins. Like, you know, if he just hadn't been... He did the classic evil guy blunder of monologuing. He starts monologuing. It's just like Frozone told us. Anyway, enough about monologuing. I'm the evil guy. I've started monologuing.
I'm just gonna let it keep going. Gonna let it go. Maybe I can be good cop now. You can be evil guy, bad cop who's doing the monologue. We got ourselves most of the lane dominant AD carries out of the equation again. You've got Varus still on the table if LGD would like to ban that and stop Gala from first picking it, and indeed they do. So, if Smolder gets locked in now, which we'll see, there won't be the Varus answer to that one. However, though, in the last day and yesterday involved too, I think Smolder has now now tripled his losses in the LPL, going from 9-2 to I think 9-6 now, something like that. It's pretty close to it. First pick was hovered over the Twisted Fate, but it will actually scout on Hui instead. Long-range artillery mage in the mid lane.
I quite like Hui as a first pick, honestly. Feels like he fits in a lot of compositions. Feels like if you're playing well in the mid lane as well, you can
As they say, where there's a will, there's a way.
They don't say that. They do not say that. And also, I don't know what specifically will LNG has over LGD. So, you know what? I veto this terrible joke. I'm not having any of it, Nightmare. Take it back to the factory. It needs work. Anyway, enough ranting for no reason. Smolder going to be locked in to Leah as well. Could be there alongside it. So a bit of appeal for the AD carry. Now
we do potentially have some good news for LNG. If the other answer to Smolder is Kai'Sa, Gala is one of the greatest Kai'Sas of all time. I want to see them commit towards that. I don't want to see more generic answers to the Smolder. I think in the LPL they largely haven't worked. With a lot of the other champions off the table, that's the hover. Gala Kai'Sa, I want to see it. This guy has got such a pentakill history on this champion, it would be a shame not to see it. In fact, actually, last year in 23, in the first Kai'Sa game of spring and summer, Gala got a pentakill in each of those games. Can he make it 3 for 3? I'm not going to throw that out there just yet with the current form of LNG, but it is a good spot in the draft for it to answer that Smolder, because both of them scale up at the same kind of rate, and Kai'Sa starts assassinating them on the backline.
We'll see if he's going to be able to find those angles on the Kai'Sa. We certainly know he's got the hands for it. It's just whether or not he goes for the right build. We've been seeing this kind of AP stack shift build. It's not quite the same as the build that LS has been pushing. If you've seen his YouTube video recently, talking about AP Kai'Sa, the benefits and what items can be good on the champion. Definitely worth a watch, I would say, if you want to educate yourself on how to take down Smolder, because it does feel like this is the answer right now.
So with the Nautilus locked in alongside Smolder, that will be some engage kind of locked in for LGD as well. Also worth noting that if it does come to be a bit of a fist fight on the bot side, if things start off a little earlier than before both of these champions are scaled up, you are going to have Talia being able to roam down towards the bot side as well. Banned in game 1, Talia has arguably been best mid laner on the patch for a lot of people as well. Haichao has been playing a decent amount of it. Feels like everyone has been playing a decent amount of it. So watch what happens when this mid laners hit level 6 to join the party.
See Jack's taken off the board as well. As we look towards what LNG will try and ban away, whether they're going to just focus on more jungle bans here, or whether the buy was just to take that away from Meteor, go for something else. The Udyr banned away, so trying to remove some of the safer blind picks up there. I feel like we still see a lot of Udyr bans. I feel like we rarely see Udyr these days in the LPL. You get it occasionally, there's sprinklings of Udyr, but definitely not the blind pick that it was a couple of weeks ago.
I think that with the changes on 14.4, you're having less of the K'Sante Udyr matchup where you're both looking to have a tanky frontliner. A lot of tanks right now are just not particularly present in pro play. And with Udyr and K'Sante falling off, it feels like you're kind of left to maybe go towards something like the Sejuani, which we've seen locked in for Meteor. We have seen a couple of other champions being covered. Zucker, he'd love to play something that can give some backline access to Gala, have something that can start things off just a little bit more engaged from LNG.
Do we get the Shen Nico that I've longed for? No, we don't. I can't say I'm that surprised that we don't, but Zika going to get himself that K'Sante. It looked good on the K'Sante in game number 1. Multiple good ultimates, like trying to save the game, trying to get Xiaoya on the back line. Certainly can work against Smolder as well. If you can get yourself on that flank position. There we go. Dar comes through for Birdall as well. So wanting a bit of side lane pressure there I feel like this is a composition all about the Smolder from LGD.
Feels like you've just locked in a load of beefcake, and then like a Talia to be secondary carry, but also someone that can roam to Smolder and stop him getting dove as well, so they can play out as successful a front to back as they can.
Do you know, one thing I've just thought about as well, like, because one of the reasons that Talia's popular is that not only do you roam, not only do you do DPS, but also you can sort of peel for your AD carry. Like, your rocks are such an effective tool at blocking people diving the backline. Well, Gala wants to dive onto the backline with a dash. Talia just so happens to be the perfect champion at stopping this Kai'Sa diving in, assuming we're all in the right position. And, you know, it could be a very specific scenario. Perhaps Gala will find a way anyway, but maybe High Chance Talia can be the answer to keep Xiaoya alive on the Smolder.
Well, you have to do that against Gala's most played, most successful champion ever. This will be his 97th game on Kai'Sa across his career, 64 and 32. I think it's been banned away a lot is one of the other things, because this guy has done so much work on it. He's won international titles on this champion as well, and it feels like if you start a fight and Gala is not immediately dead, and it feels like he'll find a way to ult into the backline regardless of what kind of pitfalls you put in the way. That's how it was in the past. The problem is, LNG, we can talk about a lot of things with different players and different things about this team in the past. Can they replicate it again?
That'll be the question. Can they find their way? As LGD 1-0 up in the series, we're headed into game 2 now against LNG. And to be honest, they've got the Smolder. I feel like the onus is on LNG to win this game against the Smolder now. We have seen other teams do it, but can LNG find that opportunity? We've got lethal tempo on the Kai'Sa. I don't know if the AP build is a lethal tempo angle or not. I mean, I'm not super up to date on the Kai'Sa builds and the way that people go, but our first thought would be Hail of Blades.
Yeah, so normally it's got the Hail of Blades, so you can often... Well, I've seen some people try different Hunter runes from the Domination tree. You can go for Ingenious Hunter to help you. One, it helps you up stack tier, stacks early if you're going for Muramana. It can also help you with, I believe it increases your Luden stacks cooldown as well. And we'll see. I would imagine it's going to be the on-hit either way. And it feels like, yeah, Gala put himself potentially into a more kind of frontline tank-killing on-hit build.
And you know, there's a lot of discussion about Kai'Sa builds right now. If there's one pro player that I do trust to play Kai'Sa, it's Gala. So we'll have to see how the game goes and what he can bring to the table. Like you said, the stats are unbelievable for this guy on this champion. Just being able to zone away, look for the advantage for level 2. Hung just trading a little bit, using that shield effectively. And you expect a powerful start here in the bot side for LNG. You expect Kai'Sa to be able to kind of find advantages in the lane against Smolder just by default anyway. Yeah. Meteor pathing away from them.
And I realized I missed out a handful of games from Gala in this too. He's actually had over the 100 games. When you said, huh, I wonder if he had more games than that. This is actually his 108th game, so he's got about 10 more than I was seeing on various stats which I had in front of me. But either way, you're absolutely right. It does feel like this Kai'Sa in the laning phase scales up at the same rate as the Smolder, and that's one of the reasons we're seeing more of it. And LPL Kai'Sa has typically been one of the real crutch picks for AD carries to allow them to be playmakers in a way you can't really be on other ones. They've got the early wave crash right now. You've got Weiwei heading down towards the bot side as Meteor is heading away from that lane and just saying, right, fend for yourselves.
And I guess he's hoping that no kind of dive will come on through, but we'll see. I mean, Rakan plus this in Zhao, you've got a lot of upfront damage for a dive. Whether or not you can actually go for a dive is a different question. But we might be about to find out, circumventing the Tribrush Ward as well. Moving into the bottom lane. The wave is under the tower. Xiaoya the target. Ignite comes down. Flash comes out from him as well. The dragon has been slain. King Arthur will be proud.
Gala gets the first blood as well on his champion, the one which he has done so much with over the course of LPL and even international titles beyond that. To kill onto the Smolder, it's going to deny some XP. You've got a plate as well from under that turret. LNG getting something going on this bot side early in a way they couldn't do in game 1. That's good news for them.
In the meantime, Meteor moves up to the top side. Obviously, you got that Scuttle Crab, but no camps here to be taken, so we'll just have to go for the reset. So no real gain on the side of LGD. No opposite play available for them as LNG get that dive off. Nice proactive play. This is what we keep on saying we want to see from teams as Birdall and Zika going a bit hammer each other. Q3 is available. I don't think anything's going to come of this one yet. Just going to be trading, as always, in the top lane.
Zeka was actually running a little bit low on mana. He's popped the biscuits, which can help him regen some of that. And does get forward to himself another graph stack. He'll be looking for his first recall of the game. Often in solo lanes, your first trades of the game like this, they're not often for kills. They're kind of more like a battle for finance to get yourself a good first back. These ones in bot lane, though, they tend to be more deadly.
Xiaoya, no flash available, so the knockup lands immediately. This is one way to deal with the Smolder, is just kill it over and over again. Call him St. George, because Gala, that's 2 dragon kills.
Dragon put to the sword once more. And now this is a huge problem because not only are you dying early in a way that you can do against some more kill lane duos, you're doing that against a champion which can arguably outscale you as well. Kai'Sa is so strong with a lead and also at dealing with the Smolder from range. The build that we have been seeing typically has been Shiv into Rageblade into the Nash's Tooth after, so you get yourself all of those upgrades. And that means you can outrange with the W, you can out-DPS the front line too, especially if you're ahead of the game, and Smolder is not really at the 3-item huge stack value.
See what build Gala does end up going with in the end is... I don't know if he's going to be going for quite the same build as everyone else. Not going for the static shift to start with, at very least, having that recurve bow in his inventory. We'll have to wait and see what kind of build it's going to be. But Gala, I mean, the thing is, regardless of the build, when it comes to the late game, you're pretty much going to be able to one-shot the Smolder if you can find the good old angle. It's just finding that angle. 2 grubs taken by Meteor here as Weiwei moves in and steals the 3rd one away. But again, looking towards that late game, we'll be keeping our eyes on Haichao, on Meteor, on Birdall, Jin Zhao, on how well they can peel for Xiaoyan.
That's one of the sad things about this early game, is that it's not really been a situation which they could do anything about in this early game. I think maybe the first dive, Meteor, you've got to know, you've got to be pathing towards bot side. I think pathing away from it was a bit greedy, but it's not like Haichao could ult bot lane before level 6. He has that now, and potentially start to change the way that these fights around bot side can go. He has himself tier 2 boots to help him out even more so on the roam. So Talia with the passive, that kind of the rock surfing, and then those tier 2 boots and the ultimate means that LNG, maybe they will have themselves an extra person intruding on the bot side fights.
So I've been taking a little look at Gala's solo queue match history and what kind of builds he's been playing on this Kai'Sa recently. Obviously you can see the Doom Quiver as well as the recurve bow. It's going to be a Kraken Slayer to start us off as Birdall zips away on the top side. So Kraken Slayer, kind of, you know, full AD Kai'Sa, attack speed Kai'Sa here. But he's been going with things like the Navori Quick Blades, things like Terminus as well, alongside his Kraken Slayers, and then going for Zeal items. Obviously in solo queue, you don't usually get to see the full builds. Solo queue games,
Yes.
high Korean solo queue don't often go that late. But yeah, expecting full sort of AD attack speed Kai'Sa here.
Makes a lot of sense. You have to have something to just chunk through this front line. You already have the AP damage dealer in that mid lane too, so you're just looking to get as much auto attack uptime as you can. It's less about diving the back line and getting instant assassinations. Just Zuka potentially finding a way. He's already used the all out, but Birdall's pretty low. Might have to play flash.
He does have that flash, and the hop, in fact, will be enough to get him out to safety. No TP available for him though, so Zika can just sit here, let this wave deny a bunch of minions. Hong engage onto Jin Zhao. That's a flash force already. Meteor moves in as Haichao has that wall as well. Look at the damage out from Xiaoya's ultimate. And suddenly LGD find themselves in the fight. Stun onto Wei means that'll be 1 kill. And it's into the pocket of Xiaoya as well, who's flashing for more. Garma the target, he walks away with his life. Hung into the brush, and LGD stopped the chase.
The fact that they only lose 1 person there is a miracle. LNG, it was so close to being, again, that kind of flowchart of LNG. We're so back. Oh, it's so over. It's a flip-flop between these in a lot of their games. That felt like it should have been 2 or 3 kills in bot side because Haichao does get to the play, and LNG disrespect that. think we're going to see ourselves a bit of a fizzling out. It's not like LGD can get themselves the Dragon after this, but immediately see that the Battle Dance, rather the Grand Entrance used very early on, that's not going to be off cooldown. Fantastic Smolder ult to everyone. Sejuani ult also pops onto everyone as well. That's not bad damage for the first rank of it this early in the game. The only thing's really saving them is the fact that the Shinzo ultimate buys a lot of abilities up, and then you have a little bit more disengage from Scout to stop quite the closing of kills.
Great little fight there from LGD, getting them back in the game, and also crucially getting a kill onto Xiaoya, which he's the one that's being dived, he's the one that's been put behind in this early game by LNG, so bit of gold into the Smolder's pocket will certainly be a happily received boon for Xiaoya, as he's just trying to farm up under the tower. 66 stacks at this point. You expect him to still be relatively on target, because that's one of the things that when you're fighting a lot in the early game, Smolder does get a lot of stacks from that too.
Yeah, every time you hit a champion with an ability, you get one of those stacks, as well as being able to kill little minions with your Q as well. Funnily enough, I believe it also applies to the Void Mites if you have like a Herald crash charge, or you get the 5 or 6 Herald grub buff. The little mites can also work with that. And also technically Belvat's little Void Remora as well can counter that. I saw a clip the other day of Smolder getting 40 stacks from a single Q because they hit a full kind of clumped up group of them. It's a long way off of that kind of value though. Weiwei's spotted heading towards bot side. His ultimates are available again.
Yeah, I was going to say you love to see it, but you really don't. You really don't love to see that. Yeah, we'll see if LGD get any chances like that. They won't get it this game though, because 2 grubs on their side, 1 grub on LNG's side, so no chance of mites outside of just the Herald charge itself.
Sounds like a weather report, particularly concerning weather report, but a weather report. There's a chance of mites.
I suppose not in this one. Luckily, for the side of LNG, here we go. Jin Zhao wanting to answer what has been done to his AD carry. Oh no! If the hook even hits the wall there, it's still fine because you can get the root down. For Gala, nice little dodge from him. Does mean that nothing can happen on this bottom side for LGD, and in the meantime, Weiwei is grabbing those grubs. So nice bit of play here. Although, Birdol trying to contest this one. I'm kind of surprised to see Birdol trying to contest this one. He's going to have to flash out the backside of the pit. I don't really agree with that play from Birdol.
Yeah, me neither. Maybe he thinks, hey, I can go towards Meganar and at least delay them. You can see that Meteor was heading away from bot side towards top side, but it's not like Haichao's in position to respond either, so whatever. Loses a flash, gets Weiwei's ultimate. Not having the Shinzo ultimate potentially quite important, because we do have, you know, potential for fight coming through from Meteor throwing an ult adds onto him. Can't be that temporary front line, but that's kind of a slim opportunity for LGD to try and pounce upon in itself. We do have first items hit from both the AD carries now. You called out the Kraken Slayer earlier as what was going to be first picked up from this Kai'Sa. Essence Reaver built up from Xiaoya. Sometimes against the Kai'Sa, I do actually wonder whether you can go towards something like the Ice Spawn, and this might be a dead Birdol.
Birdol hops over, Meteor is in the area. All available for Meteor. Zika show no signs of stopping, just chases them both out of the lane. Knows how strong he is with that all-out play, with Mininar in play as well. Jin Zhao takes a little bit of a hit, but really not a lot to be brought to bear by the side of LNG right now at this point in the game. And wow, we're having a quiet second game here, but I think both teams theoretically happy with scaling, right? You've got kills on both AD carries. You've got Smolder versus Kai'Sa. You've got scaling mid laners as well. It feels like while we're not seeing that much action, I can't say I'm that surprised with how this draft has gone.
I thought after the bot lane kills that come through, we'd have maybe a bit more activity from Hung being unlocked onto the map. And when a Rakan is unlocked, of course, we saw in game 1. You know, he managed to go mid lane, get some plays there. He managed to largely have a good early game before the late game problems started to happen for LNG. It hasn't really happened though. It's stalled out a little bit. That's a problem because you can't really leave the job half done against the Smolder. 2 kills and a play is nice, but you haven't stopped Xiaoya stacking. You haven't stopped him reaching items just yet. I'd like to see just a little bit more from LNG to make sure that Xiaoya doesn't have access to farm. They can't overforce it either now, because Haichao can roam so easily towards that lane.
Meteor down in the bottom side of the map as well, so LNG can't really just brute force a dive or anything like that, but Drake coming up in 40 seconds. They got the first one of the game. I think LNG will be wanting to try and force that for themselves with the Kraken Slayer there for Gala. And there we go, Hundo in as well. Gala on the back line, just free firing here. Great damage, so good at shredding these tanks. It will be 1 kill to start with. LGD throwing a couple of ults out, but realistically, nothing to be done here. That should pretty much secure Drake for the side of LNG once it sports.
I think a lot of what informs this play is actually the trade which happened in mid lane just before this. Haichao has been kind of pushed back in lane, and the threat of walking towards Fog of War with a Hui being able to burst you out before you get towards bot lane has stopped Haichao being able to answer towards bot lane in the way that LGD would love to have for those kind of fights. You can see that in the straight 3v3, quite difficult. Yeah, if Talia could get that, things would be different. They are moving out onto the map now. Dragon has been started. You don't have your AD carry or jungle here.
Yeah, Meteor's not here, so Drake will be taken, but perhaps a pick. LGD start with one, Weiwei the next target. As Gala slowed, Weiwei flashes out the backside of the pit. Gala walks away. There'll be a kill for a Drake, although Meteor might just find Gala here. Meteor, no. Ultimate. Gala forced a flash. Nice little find on the end for LGD.
Managed to trade ghost for ghost on the AD carries, but the flash going as well means that Gala, walks away as a 3-0 AD carry after the play which happened before this Dragon play. But again, it's not like you can keep twisting the screws on this bot lane. Shaya, able to get some stacks from hitting some champions, able to get access to farm again. LGD, they're a little bit behind in this early game, and giving up 2 dragons is not necessarily what they want. It's not the end of the world right now.
Showing against big damage down onto this tower. You could see his eyes lit up with glee. It's like, oh my god, I'm Smolder and I'm hitting an enemy tower? This has never happened before. I've never had this chance before. Gets a little bit of damage down there. He's got his Essence Reaver, obviously. Not reset in a little while, so we'll see how much gold he's actually working with here on the reset, whether he can find a second item. I don't expect a full second item, certainly, but perhaps he'll be able to get at least halfway there. He's sticking around for another wave or two yet. His Herald has spawned on the map as well.
As LNG could use that to kind of, again, force the pace of this game a little bit faster as well. A lot of this conversation is going to be continuing about how can we lock this Smolder out of the game. It has felt like you can't really just wait and see what happens in late game. We kind of know what happens with that with Smolder now. And even with the Kai'Sa, I feel like with such a strong frontline from LGD, the Gnar can help with the frontline. Of course, you've got the Sejuani. Nautilus is not the squishiest support either. Feels like Shaya has a great platform to play late game off of, as opposed to if you're playing squishier champions. I don't think LNG can let the Smolder scale.
This is the thing about the AD Kai'Sa. You are very no summoners for Gala. That's a lot of damage, but actually the ultimate is enough, and now tanking the tower is Meteor. He's going to go down. Fantastic counterplay from Hung, setting Gala up, and the ultimate from Gala to dodge everything.
That was a clean outplay. If you die there under turret, what were we just talking about? Well, can you keep the Smolder down? It would have been disastrous to lose your AD carry advantage to some extent. That Shai is still going to be able to push turrets in, but Gala 4-0 now on the Kai'Sa, which he made his name with. Very strong. He's going up towards, I think it might even be the Terminus second actually, with the BF sword and the dagger alongside it as well. If you can get towards second item and start really popping off, LGD will need to be very careful with the second level of Kai'Sa's ultimate being unlocking Gala to respond very quickly.
Zika up top using his W there, hopped away from by Birdall, and it means the Birdall just gets to wail on Zika for a little bit. It's all about the W, all about the Q3 in this matchup. As long as Birdall can avoid those, he should be able to just keep on getting these hits down. The Hyper Proc's doing so much damage for him at this stage.
Yeah, bot side. Yeah, Jinzhao.
Weakness not available here for Hung, but Jinzhao just dies so fast. The shield comes through in the last second, almost saves him, but Weiwei's ult finishes the drop, flicks back, but blocking so much damage with his own ultimate. LNG, they get a pick and they back away once more.
Birdall ends up taking a turret top side, and it is a kill. Who does that one go over? It goes over to Weiwei, the first of the game, not going to Gala. So they're spreading a little bit of the gold, a bit of happiness there alongside it, but at least Birdall gets some advantage there for LGD on the top side of the map as a split push threat as the Gnar. If you get yourself individual advantages, that can be an issue. It's a little bit difficult to use that against a Kai'Sa who can jump into your lane, especially one that has just completed the early Terminus, second item online for Gala.
This is a scary, scary Kai'Sa, and he is building to shred these tanks. He's quite happy to play front to back, it seems. see if it works later on, but champs like this Nautilus are not going to survive. See just sheer damage put up from Weiwei. The amount of damage that the Crescent Guard blocked to the end there is kind of obscene.
And it's one of the reasons we've been seeing Xin Zhao a bit more. Him and Alistair with a combo in 2021, if you remember back to 21 MSI. That was the kind of both of us pop our ults, no one's dying for 5 seconds. And now with Alistair kind of coming back around, we've seen a couple of teams go towards that again. But even with just the Xin Zhao, it gives you a very big... Wait, what? You're hung, buddy? Alright, okay, he's fine. So wondering, they're not on the right side of the map. Carl goes into mid lane, that mid lane's going to go down. But yes, that temporary front line, very important.
It's a much cleaner game from LNG. It's good to see. It's good to see them showing up a little bit more than what we saw in game number 1 in the series. And again, the question will be, is it enough to deal with the Smolder? Drake up onto the map. They got the first 2 already, so feeling good to get the 3rd here. And LGD looking like they don't want to contest this one. Meteor just doing his Wolves. Birdall moves back to the top side as well. So you expect this just to be taken by LNG.
Now we move out onto, wider map again. Soul point for LNG early. That's a bit of a worry for LGD. You don't really want to give Cloud Soul Oliver, particularly when you're playing front to back with particularly Xiaoya trying to kite out. Movement speed differential is often what determines whether you have to flash or not. If you've got Zucker running at you with a Ghost and then a Cloud Soul as well, with just the base movement speed, particularly after he's done all that as well, you're not getting away from that guy. Well, sometimes the Cloud Soul doesn't matter with that anyway, but so it just adds an extra degree of threat, which means you can't exactly ignore this one. And one of the big problems with this is that typically you're trading dragons for immediate gold or for side lane advantage. Birdall doesn't have a CS lead. He did get that top lane turret, and that's good, but I don't think Birdall is at a point now where he's going to be, shredding side lanes and stopping Zucker having any presence at all and being able to clear out side lanes. And that means that LGD need to find a way to stop LNG having control on the map so they don't give themselves a free fight or a free dragon for the soul point.
No, certainly not. We'll see how LNG play the map out, because honestly that has been one of our big points of criticism for LNG is objective setup and the like. Birdall, Baron Pit here, turns Mega, but he's in all kinds of trouble, forced to flash once again. That's twice now that Birdall's had to flash out that wall.
Wait,
in the
Gala died!
meantime, Gala's been ulted by Jin Zhao and taken down. A bit of a disaster for LNG.
That is really important because Gala loses the Ghost. He still has Flash and ults. He's not lost all of his defensive capabilities. But it means that suddenly LGD have now, half a minute to a minute to kind of gather their forces, get some waves pushed in without the threat of this Kai'Sa following onto a fight. As soon as you hit 2nd rank of Kai'Sa Ultimate, every fight which happens on the map is very, very dangerous. And as you can see right here, Gala potentially roaming up towards this fight onto the Gnar. He's not arranged to ult just yet, though. Gets caught as he walks into Fog of War and dies. 850 gold over to the front line of Meteor. Would have been nice to put it over to Xiaoya, but still, gold earned nonetheless.
To be fair to Meteor, that was his aftershock that finished the kill as well. So, there's only so much you can do to donate. And also...
Hi, could you just remove your runes real quick? That'd be great.
Yeah, when the enemy Kai'Sa that's got an 800 gold bounty on their head walks into you, I think it's better to just get the kill and guarantee it than worry too much. Because Gala had Flash, Gala had his ultimate. I definitely... I'm not going to... I don't want to belabor the point onto Meteor here that I don't feel like that was one where we're worried about it. Also, worth mentioning, Xiaoya, Spirit Shojin now finished off, like you're saying, the pick onto Gala, kind of a weird angle for Gala to get picks there, a bit disrespectful for him to just walk forwards. Does open up opportunity for LGD as Birdall gets away once again. 2 minutes until that fateful Drake spawns onto the map.
We just saw there as well 218 stacks for Xiaoya, so he's going to get himself stacks on the next wave, maybe even with just another couple of champions. Let's see, that's another one of them. They're going in, but flash away.
Xiaoya was ready for that one. Front to back fight coming our way here, and the execute is now online for Xiaoya. Sigma's trying to get in the mix as Birdall is just shredded by Gala. Spiraling Despair onto Meteor. The front line is pretty big at this point. Xiaoya still firing away these Qs. Doing a lot of damage back to them. LNG still winning the fight, though, 2 for 1.
Another fantastic Crescent Guard from Weiwei. This Xin Zhao ultimate has probably tagged up more than anything else in this game. And that stops Xiaoya being able to kind of finish off the front line. Gala is still very strong in his own right, but we're starting to see how scary this Smolder can get. In previous games, we've seen the Kai'Sa be able to contest the Smolder in terms of late game. Yesterday, I think Kai'Sa won 2 games against the Smolder in that individual matchup. But in this game, it feels like the front line from LGD, if they can hold the door shut just long enough for this Smolder to do damage, it can be very, very different. See that Wei Hunt try to get very desperately onto Xiaoye. Just not quite at the damage level yet to completely one-shot the front line. You see again, Kai'Sa so much damage blocked. The only thing which really ends up turning this fight in favor of LG is the fact that Birdall has a very awkward entrance into this fight. Yeah, a very different game from him from game 1.
Yeah, I had a bit of a hard time on this Gnar. The mini Gnar really being punished there. Well played by LNG to find that angle. 2,000 gold lead, well, not even, 1.5 in favor of LNG. Drake spawning in 25 seconds, and LGD, I don't think they want to let this one go without a fight. Grouping up here in the river, now fighting for that mid-prio as well.
And you can see that Wei walking forward, feeling very happy about himself. He's got himself Sundered Sky and the Frozen Heart, so he's pretty good as a full front lineup. Xiaoye, how much Q uptime can he get? Just to really get some good value onto the front line, to really try and get good value.
Important to mention as well that the flash down from the previous engage from Hung, whereas Hung has the quickness, has the flash himself, so could look for an angle to get onto this little Drake. Wait, getting absolutely chopped over. Now slowed down. That's Crescent Guard, and an ult onto Hung as well. Sika forced away. And LGD, they win the fight without ever even really having to fight.
And the last couple of times we've seen Wei use Crescent Guard very well to block out the majority of the damage. He is basically CC'd down to a 3rd HP. He's healing up off of Campstone and he can get back into the fight, but he won't have ult. LGD, what have you got for the second fight?
Great hook onto Gala here. Keep your eyes on Xiaoye. He's got survivors. Gala is shredding through the backline. Mega Gnar there slams him into the wall, and LNG Gala's onto the backside though, trying to make it happen alongside Hung, but he's burning himself, and that's his support down, but he 1v1's the enemy AD carry. In the meantime, the rest of LNG have won the fight. Against all odds, they bring down the Drake.
Hung gets onto the 2v2 bot lane of LGD and allows Gala entrance into the backline, and he cleans up shop. LNG, they have found their fight. Scout will maybe be able to fight out Meteor as well.
Stun there for Meteor, but will actually just be found in the end. Haichao nearly gets Gala. The Leandries actually finishes the job. Haichao trying to get away with his life, but I don't think he will. Nice dodge from Wei to step away from the knockback. Extra kills at the end of the play from LNG.
However, Gala dying means that you cannot do Baron. I think maybe with Meteor dying at the end of it, though, that flips it back into saying, well, there's no smite, what can we do? They're just going towards the enemy jungle right now, so LGD, they lose the fight, they lose the soul, awkward moments for them. They don't lose Baron right off the bat, though, and that's, I guess, a consolation prize. Maybe they get another fight before that objective is fought over.
3.5 items for Gala on this. I was going to say recall on this death, let's be honest. He is terrifying. And, you know, we were talking about Xiaoye sitting behind that front line trying to get the damage out. Well, if Gala's able to do what he did in that last fight, like, this all starts onto Gala, remember, but then still finds his opportunity.
But just out of range from the Talim. The combo just misses, 100 units short. That could have been a one-shot, but they don't have the big Smolder ult to fly over the top. They don't have that, because they'd used it onto Wei just before. And Hung going over the wall allows Gala to get into the fray as well, and he ends up doing an awful lot of work. Single target cube, doesn't split between things. Very close on the AD carry 1v1, but it's a fight that Gala wins.
Great little dive on the backside. Haichao, though, looks for that window. No vision there, and just a great little combo. And honestly, for Haichao, this is super worth. Even though you die to Wei, you still get the shutdown, and you still deny that Baron opportunity like you were talking about before. 3,000 gold in the lead for LNG, and Baron on the man.
I want to just point something out which just happened here as well. You see that Gala was just hanging off of vision. He was just shadowing bot lane there to see if he could land a W and immediately one-shot this mini-Gnar. This is late-game Kai'Sa. Yes, in a 5v5, you get the CC. She can get blown up. She doesn't have a GA or Rezonias or something like that, but she does have a huge amount of damage, which means that if she tags a W onto you, like Xiaoye or Bird ult, as they're out of position, you can very much die instantly. Watch to see how Gala can maybe become the late-game assassin that only really Kai'Sa can be from the AD carry role.
Keeping our eyes on both of these AD carries, honestly. On Gala, whether or not he can be that assassin, and Xiaoye, whether or not he can survive that assassin. It's all about Gala here for LNG. And to be honest, it's not that surprising, is it? That's not the first time we've said that for LNG. Baron, complete darkness, though, for the side of LGD as Hung moves into the mid lane, and that's Xiaoya's flash forced.
It is. I was wondering if we were going to go see an engage somewhere else. Jinjak caught out, flashes backwards.
Oh no, he's going to go straight down here. Huge hit for LNG as Hung dives onto Birdol here. He's burning a little bit. Weiwei's low as well as Birdol pulled into the play, but he's about to turn Mega, and that'll keep him alive. Stun comes across, he dashes away. Meteor with a spiraling despair. LNG can't step any further forward. Fight won, but it's only a single kill, and that's not enough for them to start Baron.
Not just yet. Feels like Xiaoya again can't quite get himself the pocket to do optimal damage. I think Scout's been doing a good job on the way. We haven't really spoken too much about Scout in this game. He's kind of been the secondary player himself. Of course, kind of have to be when you've got a 7-kill Kaiser on the bot side of the map. But he's been just zoning out some of the rest of this team to stop LGD from being able to get themselves consistent damage across the fight. Now, that will be harder because everything about this Smolder and late game is about your Q uptime. How many Qs can you land? With something like a rapid fire cannon, it becomes a lot easier to do that, despite the fact that LNG have done a good job of zoning them out beforehand. Third item hit, Xiaoya might be able to turn fights, which he couldn't do before.
Yeah. I'd say as well, like, LNG have been doing a good job of forcing flashes out from Xiaoya. Like, multiple fights, we're seeing him having to position without that flash available, and you become so vulnerable on the Smolder when that flash is down. Great pressure, great use of the vision denial from LNG to find an opportunity to move mid and force that flash. Perhaps a little bit of a misplay from Xiaoya to not respect that possibility is there, but even still, good from LNG to punish it.
Another thing which I want to highlight as well is these characters on our screen right now. Birdol's not really managed to get a side lane advantage. This is 14.4. Cassante has been pretty heavily nerfed at this point. It still feels like Birdol has not really been able to exploit anything in a side lane. Now it's late game, you've got the Kai'Sa hanging around in Fog of War. Kind of hard to get the most out of that matchup now, but it's a shame for LGD that they couldn't really leverage what can be a very dangerous matchup for Gnar versus Cassante. Yeah,
does feel like the nerfs for Cassante as well don't necessarily impact the 1v1 with a Gnar that much. It's much more about I suppose when you all out,
well, they do because
it
the
affects
Q's
the
slow.
mobility, how much you can chase him down, right?
Because the big opening for Cassante versus Gnar is that Mega Gnar immediately wears off. You can't get Mini Gnar for a little while, and you just all in with all of your sticking power. Some of that has changed. It's not going to be about that 1v1 now. It is about this round getting burned down. LGD looking for a miracle steal. You can't really walk in here that easy.
This is Meteor is stunned on the top side. Oh my god, that was a little too close, wasn't it? Wait, does get the smite in the end. And there's a knock-up as well. Birdol is gone once again. He giveth and he taketh in this series, that is for sure. Flash from Haichao. Hung trying to find some more as Xiaoya. Just getting DPS down onto Zika, but this is not the front-to-back fight that they've been looking for. Meteor will be taken down. Good all coming out from Zika. Two great games from him on the Cassante here. And now the siege can begin. LNG, they should have this in the bag at this stage. 9,000 gold lead. Haichao caught another pick as if it wasn't enough. LNG ace LGD, and they'll take game number 2.
In Gala's Kai'Sa we trust. 10 kills to the LNG 80 carry. Doesn't get a pentakill this time. He's had enough of them in his career though. And he'll be bringing this to a third game in our first series of the day.
It's kind of funny because we've been talking about the Kai'Sa all game long. It didn't feel like those last couple of fights were really anything to do with the Kai'Sa. It felt more like the kind of jungle support top lane, finding picks on people, and more about finding map advantages and positional advantages over LGD, which, to be honest, I'd rather see that from LNG. With some of the games that we've seen from LNG and some of the objective setups we've seen from LNG, I'd much rather that they're finding wins through clean map play. We're going to go into a break and we're going to find out how on earth this one ends, because I have no idea. We'll see you in a few.
hours of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this
everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. It's LGD versus LNG to start us off today. And LNG finally coming back, remembering their overall win condition. It is Gala playing Kai'Sa. We were talking about builds all game long, but the full AD build certainly working out for them. And honestly, it's not just the fact that they, like, obviously the early game went very well for Gala, but the map play later on, much cleaner for LNG than what we've seen recently.
And I think on the other side, LGD, they felt a little bit caught flat-footed towards what was happening on the bot side of the map. They were really not equipped to deal with what Weiwei did as a front line as well, and just using the Crescent Guard to block 1,000,000 damage in all of the big fights. They got close, actually, to snowballing, or rather turning the snowball around. They only walked away from 1 kill in a very clutch skirmish, which LNG managed to walk away from. And sadly for them, they couldn't quite get to the late game state, which they really wanted out of Shaya. Very nearly got to it. He actually had the most damage in the game. That's just the nature of the Smolder. But Gala, 10-2-6, huge amounts of kill participation through the game, and really managed to get his own work done before really the other team could eventually come online.
Do you know, I don't know if this is a stat that's tracked anywhere, but I want to see how many MVPs Gala has on Kai'Sa. I know that that's like a very niche stat, and I'm not sure any websites track it, but if anyone out there knows where I can find that kind of statistic,
I'm
let me
going
know.
to check at some point. I'm going to crunch the numbers.
Yeah, I would love to know, like, what percentage of Gala's MVPs are on Kai'Sa, because they really are synonymous, the two. Fantastic game from Gala, as you would expect. And that means as we move towards the third game here, there's a little bit of work cut out for LGD. They will have side selection for this third game, but I do wonder what differences we'll see here, what changes they make, whether they go for this Smolder again, whether they just go for Smolder and ban Kai'Sa. Could be an option, honestly.
I think if you're picking the Smolder and the Kai'Sa is up, you don't pick it anymore. I think we saw that from yesterday. We've now seen Ruler deal with it. We've seen even Assume on Rare Atom use that to get a win yesterday as well. And now we've seen it from Gala. So all of the old great Kai'Sa players in regards to like Ruler and Gala are starting to pick this one up again. And I think pretty much any time an LPL AD carry gets a chance to play a Kai'Sa, and now it's been deemed meta, they'll take that chance. I don't think you really want to start throwing that the way of some of these big players. So yes, I think we've now put that onto the Smolder answers list, which was quite short up until the last couple of days.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it does feel like LPL are finding answers now, finally. It's kind of funny, really, because, you know, over in LCK, a lot of the answers to Smolder have been Senna. Like, we saw a lot of Senna versus Smolder, a lot of outranging, a lot of outscaling. That's not really been the answer in the LPL. In fact, we've seen that matchup a few times, and it's been very Smolder favored within the LPL. Granted, these are some of the first games we saw of Smolder, so perhaps that's down to the teams mis-executing. But now we're seeing, like, Kai'Sa being the answer is either, if you're going AP, that it's like outranging and poking. But if you're going AD build like Gala did here, it's more like just diving onto the backline and killing him in the earlier fights before Smolder's really online.
For sure. So that's now given us some varied options, and we even mentioned it about the Varus earlier in regards to having that build versatility late way into threat. Well, you can do it right up until you load into game. You know, you have that option to flex your identity as a champion, which is very difficult to then kind of plan against, because it means that you can kind of ban someone out of one niche, or you can kind of pick a composition. Say, for instance, you know, with Varus, you can pick a load of tanks who doesn't want to go poke, so he goes on hit instead. You can kind of halve their identity, but you can't necessarily remove it entirely, so that things are a little bit difficult when you're going into these drafts now. It feels like the last couple of days have been very important in regards to research and development on how to beat that Smolder. Now we get ourselves into a third draft to see where that learning has got us.
We'll have to see what the conclusions will be. And honestly, what this draft ends up looking like, I mean, maybe there's an argument for potentially a Smolder ban. I don't know if either teams will really go for that, though. It feels like there are so many things that you really do want to ban out in the meta right now, so whether or not Smolder falls into that list, really. I mean, statistically right now, it's still very positive in the LPL, but with the recent performances, it does leave some questions open on how valuable the pick still is. And also how valuable each team sees the pick as, because, you know, LPL, we've got 17 teams. It does feel like quite often the meta is different between series, and certainly priorities change dramatically.
And you get yourselves to that, yeah, you do get series meta, right, where the first two games are said, well, how are we playing on the day? How are we playing in regards to that kind of form to get through into the draft of first series of the day, though. We are going to get ourselves a lot of the lane dominant AD carries banned out once more. There is still that Varus up and available. There is still the Smolder and the Kaiser, and of course the Senna as well. Lots of these bot lane champions going away, but still a lot left.
Yeah, the Draven ban is interesting. We've seen, I think, to my memory, one Draven versus Smolder game in the LPL, and it was a Smolder win. But whether that's down to the piloting, LNG deciding they don't want to play against that Draven and perhaps setting themselves up for that Smolder. We do have the Senna band as well, though. Another one of the answers potentially to the Smolder. Kaiser still open. Because at this point in the draft, is it like first pickable the Kaiser if Smolder's open as well to potentially deny it? Obviously, that Kaiser has her own weaknesses.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? What happens if you get lock in the Kaiser and you get into, like, I mean, I know in the past Kaiser was an Ezreal answer, but if you lock in Ezreal Karma on the other side, then Kaiser doesn't get to play the game. Then things just get very difficult beyond that point. I don't know if you want to be the one really locking that in, the Smolder in blind. I don't know if you want to be the one locking the Kaiser in blind. It really just feels like you need to fight yourself a blind pickable bot lane. We've had a lot of them, but typically they're the ones on the ban list. You can blind pick a Lucian on a lot of this stuff. So I think they're just avoiding it and just trying not to be the one that swings first.
Do you know what the blindable bot lane is?
Yeah, tell me.
Bard. Oh, maybe,
No,
maybe not
it's
blindable.
not.
Maybe not
No.
blindable. But it is a bot lane, and I enjoy it, so they should lock it in. That's the logic we're running with here. Nautilus locked in as LNG's first pick, and for a second there, we hovered the Kaiser, but not willing to go for that one, instead go for the Karma in the mid lane.
Does mean that you won't have yourself the Karma flex between mid lane and support. On 14-4, of course, Karma got a couple of nerfs, but still fine in multiple different roles all the same. With the Nautilus locked in, of course, you can have Kaiser Nautilus as a duo, and that's something which has been probably Kaiser's best duo across all time. However, when you're locking in that Nautilus, it does mean potentially you can unlock some other melee supports that kind of go alongside in lane. We have seen more of this Alistar coming through. Jinjar no stranger to the champion, and melee supports in the LPL have changed the way that we've played the game. We've criticized a lot of teams the way that they've set up fights. Having melee supports that can face check and get vision down can change the way you set up the fights as well, alongside being able to defend champions like the Smolder, which we could see locked in. Now I think you lock in the Kaiser, who is good versus the Alistar, very good at chewing through frontline, but then also very good with the Nautilus as well as the Kaiser Nautilus duo. This should be an easy lock-in.
So there we go. LGD commit to the matchup. They've got the Alistar for peel and all of that. You know, they've certainly got reason to go for this Smolder. They're trying to set it up, but equally, LNG, they've got the setup for the Kaiser as well with that Nautilus. And as well, like Karma, pretty great for matching the poke. Like, you could theoretically go for the AP Kaiser too, so just having more poke to work with can be nice, although with the poke Karma, maybe you don't go AP. But also having those shields to set Kaiser up, peel away. We'll see. Rel banned off the table.
I think you also maybe want to either fourth pick or ban out the Xin Sao. I think we saw how difficult, well, on either side actually. I think that potentially LGD don't want to play against that because Xin Sao kind of denies Smolder the Q range and it means they have to go into the Crescent Guard to deal significant damage. That's not something you really want. Also very good at 3v3ing bot side. A lot of these jungle kind of frontline champions could really throw a curveball to the Smolder in this draft.
Tanks off the board here. Remember, game number 1, Vi was actually banned from Weiwei. And that is a pick that goes really well with a Kaiser. Like, Vi not only sets up for the Kaiser, but also you kind of become de facto dive buddies when you go for that Vi there. Could be a potential ban from the side of LGD, but instead getting rid of the Jax here. So looking towards top lane, looking towards jungle. And you could even wait and have counter pick for your jungle. Depends if you want to go for the first pick or whether you want to go for the counter pick. The Aatrox's already locked in on the side of LGD.
I mean, you could lock in that backline dive combo, the Visor. But either way, you're looking for something that can get past the Alistar, if at all possible, onto the Smolder. Now, Alistar can block a lot of dashes. You can block like a Xin Sao E, or you can just kind of pulverize them out of it. The thing is, you can't do that with a Vi ultimate. Now, if you get the Flash ultimate, the Smolder is getting hit one way or another, and that will set up for Gala to dive in. Nautilus can do the same thing with his point-and-click ult. It just means that there's a lot that you have to be respectful of. So what do you do now? You have a jungle pick left. There is a chance you could... You know what? I almost wouldn't mind something like an Ivern right now. You've got double 80 carries. You have a front line with Engage already. You need something to save your carries. I wonder if Meteor does something different. It's going to be a different tree. It's going to be the Maokai, but I really think you need to be defensively mindset now. And I wonder if having the Enchanter from the jungle could have changed things.
Still get a tree at least, so you were half right. You're half right on that one.
Thank
Definitely
you.
similarly
Barking up the wrong
up.
tree.
But hey, that would have been perfect if there was a Defiri lock-in as well somewhere.
Yes.
Oh, the Camille comes on through though. This is something Zika has been playing a bit in solo queue. We were talking about how Zika wants to be playing these carries. We are finally getting into this meta where Camille can start to come through. Support Camille has been talked about a lot, but top lane Camille just as viable.
Well, I mean, it's YSKM that's really revolutionized the top lane with Camille in the LPL this split. He was the first person to bring it out, and he was beating the likes of your Cassantes that being blind picked in. It is another champion which can get onto these 80 carries. So LGD's front line have to do some heavy lifting this game. I think Haichao and Shaya are going to have very difficult time moving and trying to auto-attack down their carries, the opposing carries in the opposing front line as well. The front line needs to buy space, otherwise this is going to be a lights-out game.
Yeah. We've seen 3 games of Camille top in the LPL so far. 2 of them YSKM, 1 of them Cube. All 3 of them convincing victories. They've been against the Cassante and the Jack so far, now up against this Lethality Aatrox. And you may have seen Camille versus Aatrox over the years, but this is quite a different version of the matchup now, just because the items are so different. Aatrox isn't building tank. This is no God Drinker Aatrox. This is pure damage, so it does change the face of the matchup.
I think a lot of champions that used to be Aatrox counters are finding it a lot more difficult now. We've seen Yone lose into the Aatrox. We've seen, as you said, stuff like Camille, different matchups and so doing the likes of that. It changes the matchup a lot because you just get one shot instead of just getting tapped and ran down with Conqueror. Feels like Birdall potentially back onto the Dark Lord of the top lane, as he showed in game 1, potentially could throw a wrench into the plans of LNG.
We kind of had 2 games here where one player just gets absurdly fed so far. Birdall in game number 1 on this Aatrox, double-digit kills. Gala in game number 2 on this Kai'Sa, double-digit kills. Now for game 3, both of them get their MVP pick. And we'll go toe-to-toe. Xiaoya on this Smolder once again. And we'll see how this composition works out for him, whether he can be protected. I think spotted him there. Gala away though. Oh, Wei, sorry. We'll start off with the invade. Obviously, deep vision placed there. They can go for the red buff.
When you mentioned Gala and Wei, though, with the Kai'Sa and the Vine,
I know.
that RNG era, I sat there thinking, gosh, it feels like that, Gala was so iconic on that RNG roster. Of course, he won that MSI, multiple MSIs with him. It's
kind of funny to see Gala with Wei instead of Wei, but then also Scout in the picture as well. The kind of nemesis of that roster.
Yeah. Gosh.
Red
it's
buff
one of those
start,
things.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
so we got this. We have this invade coming through, right? Which means that you have to be very careful now in regards to can you even influence this bot lane. One of the big things is always going to be, can you shut down this Smolder? Now, what it is just going to be is an immediate buff steal into the return back into the same side of the jungle from Wei. I am somewhat surprised that he didn't go red buff over to red buff and then try and clear his way down the map so he could end up being bot side for a potential level 4 play, but maybe that would have been a little too long in waiting. Either way, Meteor will not get level 4 off of full clear next. He's missing a buff. He has to get something from the other side of the jungle, which means he can't be hovering bot lane to help what happens in this 3v3, potentially, as we tend to see in this matchup.
I mean, if you think back to the previous game as well. Oh, wow. Flash Force from Jin Chao already. Gives a little thumbs up as well. He knows that he's messed up in that one. Great start by LNG's bottom lane. A Flash Forced already. We saw the dive in the previous game to try and set this Kai'Sa up for Gala. And again, rooted up, and the passive even proc there onto Jin Chao. This is big damage from LNG's side of Wei. Moving into the enemy jungle. Oh no. Smites weren't available for either jungler, and it means the chicken actually resets. Now moving to the mid lane as Wei. As Haichao will have to try and buffer this stun.
Ooh.
In fact, just dodges it instead.
Turns out you don't need to buffer it if you just dodge it all together. Kai'Sa, Nautilus, this bot lane, there's a reason we keep seeing it. At level 1, Nautilus can go in, get the hook, and then the auto attack, which is 2 stacks of the plasma. Very, very easy to get through into good execute trades very early on. And you can see that Jin Xiao and Xiaoya, they're playing respectfully around it, but it doesn't stop them losing that summoner all the same. While all this is happening, because the bot lane fracas has happened, Zucker and Birdle have an isolated top lane. Zucker gets himself okay presence in the early lane. Also from this bot side, early dominance, mid, jungle, support. LNG did this in game 1, doing it again now.
They certainly did. Oh, flash forced. Hung couldn't quite get his auto out first, but either way, you take the mid lane flash, you're very happy with the way that that one has gone. Meteor was not spotted there, which means Hung just walked straight into them. Maybe thought that he was safe on that one. Aftershock will keep him alive for a little bit. Scout gets a shield in. Hung flashes away, but will get away with his life.
It's been a little while since we've seen mid lane be like this, but top lane, Birdle, we said it was isolated. It's not anymore. It's fighting across the map.
Yeah, stun comes through, but Birdle walks away with his life. Zeka couldn't quite follow up on the CC. Weiwei getting minion blocked. Lost like 150 HP just to the minions.
I think if Weiwei had red buff there's a chance that they get the full kill. I think with the slow and the extra damage, there's a chance they could double flash and get the kill on top side, but Birdle walks away. Very strange jungle pathing now as we come through it, as Weiwei hasn't even taken grand majority of top side. He's taken enemy red buff, and he ends up taking Raptors.
Hung
just unable to get that auto attack. I wonder if he just walked out of range with High Chow at the end of that, but either way, auto attack cancelled, doesn't get the stun.
Yeah, if it started, even if you get out of range, it goes through, right? It's only if vision is denied, so I think he must have cancelled it. So unfortunate there for Hung, and let's be honest, the observers super slow-moing that, you know that the player messed up. The observers only care for a super slow-mo if somebody messed up.
Also with like particular special effect passes, when you've got the root from the Nautilus auto attack and stuff like that, a lot of the time when it's a special auto attack, over time it's become harder to cancel those autos because it feels particularly unsatisfying when they don't go through. So for instance, it's very hard for Jin 4th shot to be cancelled in the same way, and that yeah, often makes it a lot harder for those situations to come about, but still, I think I'm maybe just not expecting High Chow to just be delivered into melee range and doesn't quite manage to react in time.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. Cole actually picked up here by Gala as well, knowing that he just has the lane advantage down bot, so he can just go for the Cole anyway. Doesn't really negatively impact him. Massive CS lead for him as Weiwei invading onto Meteor here. Wants to get those little chickens as well, but Jin Xiao is here, punts him back into the play, and actually flash into enemy territory from Weiwei. Twisted advance will find him, knocked in towards High Chow. And you could even give this over to the Smolder if you wanted to. First kill, though, goes to High Chow.
Well, you got yourself 280 carries. Both of them are fairly snowbally in regards to if they get gold. The game does not look very good for the enemy team. Tristana, in particular, really needs to be playing from ahead of the game, so I don't even mind the first kill going over there. Of course, it's not going to be the easiest game for High Chow to play out. You have a bit more counterplay than the Smolder in regards to outplaying the Vial, or even something like the Nautilus as well. You can buffer out of some of that CC. The Vial in particular quite hard to time, so we'll have to see how High Chow plays out that one all the same. LNG needs to start being very careful around these 80 carries and giving them early gold.
So Weiwei, just a bit too aggressive on the invade, was hoping to get out. Jin Xiao could roam. And great punish. I feel like Xiaoya maybe could have just stayed bot lane, honestly, but I suppose you can't really step up to the wave, so what's the difference? Might as well get that 67 gold assist. So
hey,
at this
he
point,
hits him with like 2
massively
abilities.
fed.
It's like 2 stacks from hitting an enemy champion.
True.
You know, it's all of this extra. You got to keep this stuff in mind, man. This Smolder champion is so much value from just being there. But yeah, I think that Xiaoya, of course, needs to be quite careful of how Hung is playing out the game as well. With Gala getting towards the point with level 6 on those two as well in the next few minutes, so pay attention to how Gala and Hung can get themselves on top of Xiaoya, start trying to pin down the Smolder again. They did it much better in the last game. I remember it was 2 early deaths for that dragon. Even then, Xiaoya walked away with the most damage in the game. It's not quite been the same early game, and that's a little bit concerning from LNG, but it does feel like they have a more concerted team composition to get on top of these carries late game.
So far, so good. See what the late game is going to end up looking like. LGD with that gold lead. The first Drake, though, in favor of LNG. Grub's coming up in a minute and a half, and I feel like that'll be the next sort of point to tussle around. Although that said, maybe Meteor finds his own point to tussle around in that of Zika. Good ward, though. Pops out. Does mean that Meteor gets spotted, so Zika should not go down here. Although the wave in a really awkward spot for him.
Weber's on the top side of the map. I think if he really needed to force a crash in, Weber could come up and respond to that, especially with Grubs coming in soon. It's absolutely fine for jungler to be on top side of the map. Do the same. RGD, they have good vision. Not 6-hit from Gala.
Oh boy, Jin Zhao hooked in. Great flash on the W. And we'll use that killer instinct just to finish the job. A kill onto Gala. An easy 2v2 for LNG.
Toreador, Matador rather, from Gala in that bot side, dodges out on the charge and gets himself into a very good situation now. First kill. It's not necessarily been the lane dominance that we saw from the previous game. But he gets himself a plate, gets himself a kill. Also with Xiaoya potentially being denied some CS here as well. Completely fine with that. Still, good value from LNG.
Yeah.
Gala's Kaiser ahead of the game.
And you can see that LGD were like, hang on, they might go for a dive here. Haichao was roaming, Meteor was roaming. The cavalry were on their way to try and save Xiaoya should the dive come through from Gala and Hung. And it does feel like Hung coming into the roster has improved things for LNG. Scout looks for a bit of a trade there. Actually baits out the bomb. Really nice trade, honestly, to be able to get it without the follow-up auto attacks.
I think it's worth talking about, of course, the support change from LNG. We haven't really talked about it in this series because it's been a couple now since Hung has come in. It's not like it's been like, this is the series where he's come in to change things. Mark struggled when LNG is starting support, and it felt like after Worlds last year, I think a lot of people kind of realized some of the weaknesses of Hung are he doesn't necessarily start plays where he's very good at following them. Mark is actually a better kind of initiator of them, but when he's with his team in situations like this, he's pretty good at following the plan should LNG have one. I think that we've seen some of the bonuses to that.
I think that's the most important part of this conversation is, should LNG have a plan, he's good at following it. It's just often, it doesn't really feel like LNG have the plan. I wonder if this Kaiser is almost like a band-aid pick for the team, where like Gala can shot call when he's playing on the Kaiser. He knows the champion so well, he's so good at this pick that he's happy to shot call how the plays should happen so he can succeed. Whereas on other picks, it felt a little bit more lost.
I think a couple of teams have tried to find different kind of crutches. We've seen Viego be one of them for a great many teams because it's very easy to play out Viego reset comps. Even if you don't know how to set up a fight, you tunnel for one kill and you get yourself kind of the rollover beyond that. We'll talk about that in some of our series later today as well. But if LNG have found their own crutch in this Kaiser, we know exactly how good this can be. They're looking potentially for a dive. Xiaoya has no ult now and he has a flash.
And that is an ISO Q. Easy as you like. And the TP from Scout to make sure that the minions stayed there. So the tower aggro resets as well. Very nicely done there by LNG. It does mean that they committed a TP to the play. But Scout still trying to move up in time to clear this wave. And actually, Haichao stopped pushing, so Scout will get there in time.
So, potentially just trying to do a bit of a jump scare out of the brush, but LNG wise to their tricks and do not leave their mid lane isolated as he walks back towards it. So LGD, what's their plan? What do they do here? It feels like they're waiting for maybe one item on Tristana. The problem is, Tristana's not really got great ability to push up to one of these towers right now. Zucker get traded back on, which stops him from pulling that ultimate, potentially looking for all-in onto Birdall. Funnily enough, Birdall has not gone for the Profane Hydra first. Actually, looks like he is going towards Sundered Sky very early on. We did talk about how Lethality Aatrox has changed a lot of these matchups. But he's going towards more tanky just to have that sustain in lane versus the Camille.
It's like, how often do we see this Sundered Sky? Like, very rarely in the LPL. And just as I got a tirade about how they're saying Gore Drinker, I mean, it's about as close to Gore Drinker as you could have got on the Aatrox. LGD started the Drake, though. Hung in the area. Wait on his Wolves right now. It doesn't look like LNG really want to contest particularly.
You know, I can actually tell you how often we do see the Sundered Sky. It's only in 20% of Aatrox games, whereas the Profane Hydra had almost 90%. You can see how much the build has changed. Yeah, I know. Profane Hydra is
plus 90 is more than 100%.
No. In different games, once you can build them both at the same time. They're not additive.
Yeah.
I can do maths, me.
E-math's good. Just unfortunate about the wording situation.
What do you mean by that?
I was talking about myself. It was a self-roast.
Oh, right. Okay, I missed that. I was
There you
like, dude, I don't know why I'm catching strays here.
Well, I don't know. Just crazy cat lady, I guess. I'll leave you with that one.
Maybe later in life. Maybe then. I'll update you on that one, see where the pet situation goes. As it seems like the AD carries being raised up by LGD are not necessarily getting themselves into the point where they can push lanes and be very happy with things. High-check currently roofed up in mid lane.
Ult onto Weiwei. Denies the follow-up, I think just in time, because you just know that Weiwei's ult was about to be procced himself. As soon as the camera goes to Gala, I'm in like action stations. I'm always ready for Gala to just go crazy, do something insane. Kraken Slayer picked up already as the boots as well. And his Cull's fully stacked. So he's coming online on this Kai'Sa. And to be honest, like, from the point at which Gala picks up, I'd say, like, his Doran's Blade, that's when the Kai'Sa's online for him. So you've got to be ready.
I used to say that, you know, the full build Poppy was at level 3. Turns out Gala is just loading into the Rift. That's where you get the full late game Kai'Sa experience, and LNG have been benefiting a lot from that this series. It's taken them a while for them to do a bit of soul searching. That's what we were saying in early split, saying, LNG, guys, you got to figure out how you want to play the game. And they've struggled to do that. Gala's Kai'Sa, pretty easy way to find your way to kind of like the heart of the matter, though. He's done an awful lot of soul searching on that champion before.
Yeah.
Done that to great success.
I'm loving watching this top lane matchup as well. Like, the trades are so fun to watch. There's so many different dashes and things in play. LNG start the Herald. LGD want to contest it, but Gala is here. The whole 5-man squad is here for LNG. Is LGD saying, can we say Herald not quite resetting here? Will be smited by LGD. Another heist on the Herald from LGD, just like game 1.
Really good Maokai ult to buy some space. LNG, the name of the game when it comes to players like that is you have to reach the carries early. Mill onto one of them, the Vial onto one of them, and see if you can get Gala assassinating a target, maybe even alongside Scout as well. The Malignance is built up, very high damage coming in from the Karma at this point in the game, but you need to shut down those carries early. If the Maokai ult comes out like that, though, very hard to reach them unless you've already started your initial engage. They don't get it at that fight. I think LNG, it's not something we've always seen from them, but actually realizing when a fight would be a bad fight. They peel off of it.
Yeah, deciding against it for the time being. And I'm curious what the Herald will be used for. My lord, you can see the player gold. Gala almost 1,000 ahead of anyone on the enemy team. That is a lead and a half, isn't it? We'll see if he can continue to snowball that one. Secret answer is yes. Yes, he will, because it's Kai'Sa and it's Gala.
He's going towards the same build as he did last game as well. Kraken Slayer into the Terminus as the second item. It's a really good attack speed burst, whilst also getting you the Evolve Q, so you're very, very good at diving in. Also pretty tanky as well, because the Terminus gives you the, yes, the shred, the percent shred, but also the ability to get some extra tankiness for yourself at the same rate. So it means that a little easier for him to go into the fray, into the heat of battle, hopefully come out the other side of it, doing quite well for himself.
And it's quite nice that you're against this Alistair too. You're against the what's going to be tank Maokai. So you have targets that you can kind of stack that Terminus up on before you then go for the ultimate and try and go for the assassination. So you can build that damage up before the actual assassination play. That is if, you know, Weiwei doesn't just get an ult onto Xiaoya, in which case we're flying in. We're going for that one.
All signs are go. And we'll have to see how much Zucker can do on this Camille to help out with that combo too. Stacking up in 30 seconds. He's currently pushing in the bot side. Trading really well with his passive because he's against an AD champion. He can use that adapted defensive to tank a tower shot. And he has shield bash, which means he gets himself a really good auto with the Triforce as well as he goes into it. Currently going on to Birdall, who pops that ult. There's that shield.
Birdall low. Gala's kind of jumped into the Aatrox damage here and he was tanking
the
tower as well.
Gala, no!
Huge misplay from Gala, uncharacteristic in the knockback. The roots all land. Birdall with a double, and he's looking for more as well. Birdall, take a bow. Quadra kill on the Aatrox.
Oh my god, he does not miss a beat from the first game. 4 kills for the top laner of LGD out of nowhere. He slaps LNG where they stand. They throw the Herald into bot turret. They can get themselves likely a dragon towards the bot side as well. And LNG, after all the signs are so positive for them, absolutely throw under the bot lane turret. This is disaster for them.
Magnificent fight from Birdall, and I think it started with Gala ulting straight into the queue too. I feel like that was like the beginning of the end for this play for LNG. So many at home, I'm sure we're hyped for this. But LGD turn things around.
Zika goes in with a passive shield. These are good things. But then Gala takes aggro and doesn't realize he's going to die to the warmed up turret shot beyond that point. You can see that the Camille ult hasn't been pulled under this turret as well. So you're sat there thinking, well, okay, the lockdown's not come through. Birdall's completely free to maneuver around. And Gala and the rest of the team's turret aggro juggling was really quite poor in that situation.
It's quite funny as well, the latter half of that play. Just watching Birdall literally just auto-attack everyone. Like, how often do you see an Aatrox multi-kill that is them just one-shot, or not even one-shotting, just like last-hitting people across the fight? Fantastic start to the play from Birdall, though. Well played to get the CC down. And great punish on this massive misplay. And also, we see the value of the Maokai in this composition, too. The triple root coming out.
For sure. And when it came around to that last round of picks, you're saying you have to have something that can be disruptive to the enemy dive as your last pick here. And this Meteor Maokai has done an awful lot of good work with it as well. Just quickly hinting on what Birdall's doing with this, with the build and how he played this out as well. The Sundered Sky with the auto attacks gives you a load of healing, and given that tenacity and the bloodline runes in your precision tree are kind of weak nowadays, a lot of Aatroxes have started running the attack speed Legends runes. They go for the Legends Alacrity to give you the extra attack speed. So you have your passive, you have the attack speed, and then you also have Conqueror and the Sundered Sky, which actually means you can get caught off guard quite easily now in fights like that. Where actually, before you might not have seen so many Aatrox auto attacks. He slaps right now with them. Yeah, he really does. And LNG finding that out firsthand here. Yeah.
And do you know?
Painful.
This is one of the first Smolder games I've cast where I'm not just talking about Smolder stacks the entire time. We've not really checked in with Xiaoya in a long old while. I've no idea how many stacks he's on, but it's usually at this point you're getting very close to that fateful 2-2-5. Just clearing those waves, you can pretty much two-shot them at this stage. Baron now onto the map. But importantly, 2 Drakes for LGD, next one in 2.5 minutes. And you expect them to be the favorite for those Drakes at this point. It's down to LNG to prove that wrong.
And now the real difficulty is, LNG at the start of this game, before the Quadra kill, we'll just leave it there, that's the little benchmark in this game, their job was, the mission briefing was close down the AD carries. Yeah, now you got to do that against the Profane Hydra, Sundered Sky, Birdall, Aatrox coming out of the top lane as well. There are 3 carries that can single-handedly win this game if they are left alone to do decent damage. Both these AD carries can do that if they're stood behind the Maokai ult, the Maokai himself, and the Alistar ulting. And then particularly with that top lane as well. LNG now have 3 targets to close down, and I don't think they have the stats to do so. They would really like to get themselves a pick before the fight really comes through, but they've not been great at setting up that in this split or in this series. So it's going to have to be a lot of learning on the fly from them to try and not just go straight into a 5v5 they're destined to lose.
Yeah, I've just noticed Xiaoya only 156 stacks at 21 minutes, so he's still quite a long way away from the execute on the Smolder here. Luckily for him, this has been a very slow-paced game, so even though he's still quite a way away from the execute, it's not probably going to matter too much. He should have time to scale up there. You've got 2 items on Haichao too. You've got 2 items on Birdall. These carries are slowly but surely coming online for LGD. It does feel like a reasonably easy to play composition as well for LGD. I think that's one of the big benefits. Whereas for LNG, the dive compositions, while conceptually like a simple thing to talk about, often getting that coordination right and making the dives work out for your team can be a little bit more difficult to achieve. And especially on a team like LNG, who synergy has been one of their biggest issues. You wonder what that's going to look like in the late game.
And you don't a lot of the time you smooth over those cracks by having someone very fed. And, Gala had that in the last game. We've had that with Scout in the past as well. Actually, something we should mention here too is that because Azir's been disabled, we should have mentioned this in draft realistically, Scout's best champion has been Azir by a country mile. It's his most played in his career by a country mile. The fact that he can't even draw a ban from that has potentially affected LNG and their carry potential from mid lane as well. As Scout, on something like this Karma, he can't do that same degree of carrying, even though this champion is pretty okay, right now, even after the nerfs. I feel like they've managed to survive as a pretty decent damage and carry. It's not really going to be what LNG need to solo win a team fight in the way that Azir can.
Certainly not. Can't make those hero plays on Karma. You can chunk people, but that's about all you're bringing to the table in the offensive department at very least. See what Scout can do. There's now Drake up onto the map, and LGD, as we said, should be the ones, at least with Prio, but feels like LNG want to contest for this one. Drake down to 9k already. They burned through this pretty quick on the side of LGD.
Dude, cannon engage coming from LNG. Zucker doesn't have a flank teleport. He has one control ward, which LNG see. They should know the angles of Zucker come in, and here come the ults.
Drake comes through. Birdall the target here for the side of LNG, but they've not finished him off fast enough, and Weiwei's just going to go down. This could be a Baron angle, honestly, if the fight doesn't turn around. Zika gets onto the back line, but will just be blown to smithereens. Haichao with a double, and Baron potentially on the cards.
LNG throw 2 point-and-click ultimates at Birdall, but it means that they don't have the CC for the rest of the fight. They don't even kill this Aatrox, and they lose a really pretty important fight here. It means that they're going to be losing position on the map. They lose that mid lane turret, and they lose a lot of gold too. Shaya can just run away. He doesn't lose anything there either. This Aatrox being ahead of the game is absolutely terrible news for LNG, because you can see how they've changed their team fights to try and accommodate for it, but they don't have the stuff to take him down right now.
And if you're focusing everything on the Aatrox, Smolder's on the enemy team, well, good luck to you. 20 stacks away from, or 26 stacks away from the execute now.
There you go, you can do the maths.
I did it. I did it. Drake gonna go the way of LGD to start the play, which means Soul Point as well.
Well, look at this. Vile. Just a bit after this too. Nautilus Soul. You're using all of your point-and-click ultimates on the Aatrox. You didn't want to have to do that this game, and it means that you just can't play around shutting down a single carry and then having the lethal tempo Terminus stacking Kai'Sa, dealing the damage difference in the rest of the fight. It's such a different kind of terrain to work towards with LNG now. It's very difficult for them.
I really felt like that was a Baron angle for LGD as well, off of that play. Like, you got the jungler, you got the top laner as well, you've got health advantage. Gala had no ultimate. Also, I think the most important thing that Birdall did was the threat onto Gala. The reason the Weiwei had to go for the ult on Birdall is he'd already forced the ult out from Gala and maybe was just going to one-shot the AD carry. So it was a little bit tough for LNG, but crucially, LGD don't go for any kind of Baron play. I mean, it might have been a bit risky, but I like those kind of risky plays. When you've got the smite, they don't.
Oh no,
like...
you, the historic LPL caster that's loved all the no, I couldn't have guessed that.
Like, I'm just saying FPX would have gone for the Baron. That's all I'm saying. We'll find that out if that's true later on today. They'll be playing up against BLG. It's a series I'm very excited to see. That'll be up after this game. 2-8 on the standings for LGD, and they are desperate for that hat-trick. They are desperate for that third win. As the gauntlet begins for them. We talked about their schedule earlier on today, how tough the schedule has been so far and how it's becoming easier for them. The miraculous playoffs run theoretically still possible, although extremely unlikely.
And on the other side, LNG, they lose this game. They don't have the easiest schedule coming through the rest of this either. There are a couple of names scattered in there, and you think, yeah, you know, it's going to be a little bit rough. They have to face against IG, they have to face against Team WE. They're beatable, but if you're losing to LGD here, it puts you behind the curve of where you would have expected. Now, we do get ourselves towards the objective. LGD has spent up all of their gold from the previous fight, and they are ready to tangle again.
Oh boy, wait. On the other side of the wall, please do not 50-50 this LGD as we go in. Gala puts it into the team and annihilated. See you later, LNG. LGD sure working that fight.
This is not the victory lap that LNG would have liked from game 2 with Gala's Kai'Sa. Last game, 10 kills. Doing such a good job of controlling the pace of the game. This has not really been the same scenario. Xiaoye, he's going to be the one who's going to start takeoff into late game now. As all really this fight started from Jinjiao picking out the AD carry. No flash, no hope, and now you suddenly got the Baron. You're going to have a huge amount of gold to spend. Third item starting to be hit as well by your carries. LNG, this felt like your last chance to really make something of it. But Gala walking up like this, you have no flash, you had no ult to really dodge that one out of either. And he just goes down for free.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe didn't realize Jinjiao had flash up. That's the only thing I can think of, because I don't know why. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the classic wisdom. If you mess with the bull, you get the horns, all right? Jinjiao, boy, does he know how to use them. Fantastic flash play from Jinjiao, sets up the pick and sets up the fight. That's Baron now. It's a 5k gold lead for LGD. And LNG now overloading the top side of the map. Maybe they can find a pick onto Birdle. It'd be better than nothing. A three-man play here. Can they finish the Aatrox off? That's a lot of healing. But finally, kill goes down. Shut down for Zika. Trade for a tier 2 in the bot side.
Okay, so that's going to stop one part of the Baron push, but you use two of your big shutdown ultimates for it. So you're not going to have the ability to stop Haichao from running onto this turret. You're not going to have the ability to stop the other group. So while it is a single kill, you do not have great ability to shut them down now.
Man advantage on the map as the tower goes down, but Xiaoya yet to be touched in this fight, just chilling on the backside, throwing out these Qs, dodges the Q from Scout as well. Feels like it's hard for LNG to actually commit to anything here.
They use
this
their
will be
ults.
mid-inhib, that's all of their ults down like you say, and it'll be 2 inhibs in fact for LGD in a 4v5.
But what do you think's going to happen? You just used all of your shutdown ults onto Birdle. You can't hit the AD carries now, and this is the issue. If you have to use them on the Aatrox, you can't shut down the late game Tristana and the Smolder. What do you do now?
Xiaoya flying towards the enemy team there. Little bit controversial positioning, but he gets away with it, so we're okay. Gala getting some damage down onto the front line. Trying to do what he can, but these cannons are just going to end the game unless LNG find a way in, and it's a great little bait from Xiaoya using the Zhonya's. Enemy's Meteor dives onto that backside. Last tower down, hung, finished off by the Elder Dragon. And that's going to be that. LGD, they start their miracle run. Perhaps a miracle run is too early to call it, but a quadra kill for Xiaoya and a 2-1 victory in LNG's home arena.
Feels like one of the few Smolder games where it wasn't really about the Smolder. Honestly, Birdle continues to impress me. This top laner has been a huge point of pressure and damage for LGD when they have been winning games. Both of his Aatrox games, exceptional. I think at this point we have run enough games with this guy on the Aatrox, building the lethality. Ban it. If you think it's possible for him to play it, you ban it. Just don't let him have this. He's so important to his team. And LGD walk away going into their third series victory only. Now, a lot of people would look at that 2-8 series and look at these teams and say, oh, well, surely LNG should win this. We have continually harped on and on about how this team can punch above its series score weights, and as they come into the back half of the season now, expect them to go above what you have seen them in regards to just how you would judge any other 2-8 team.
Yeah, and honestly, for LGD especially, this could be one of the best splits that they've had if they can get that win streak that we keep talking about. If they can capitalize on this schedule, this could be one of the best splits that they've had in a long time. Like, realistically, they've been at the bottom of the standings for a lot of years now, aside from back when in 2020 they made it to that World Championship.
Every 5 years.
Feels like a long time ago now, but you know, maybe in the future, maybe in summer, that could be something that they look towards. But right now, small steps, they get their first win on the board. Fantastic stuff here from LGD.
On the other side for LNG, I mean, how many times can I say they have to try and figure out how they want to play and then try and just develop towards that? This team has got awfully kind of like fundamental level errors. They're not playing out the early game necessarily to the way that they want to. The way that they're approaching team fights is not appropriate. They're not assessing when someone has too much gold and they have to change their game plan. This team is really now on death's door. If they lose another series, they're pretty much out of playoffs contention. It's getting close to that point. Like, they can't afford to lose pace here.
It's feeling like they pretty much are out of contention. Not mathematically, but in terms of what we're seeing versus what we need. LNG having a really tough split. We're going to go into a break, and we've got an absolute banger coming your way next. BLG versus FBX. The Kindred Dome begins after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. It's FPX versus BLG on our screens. Now, we're slightly behind live, and so we are jumping straight into essentially the end of Champs Night. We've got a Senna on the side of FPX for Doctum. We've got Milky Way on his signature Kindred. Then the Twist of Fate on the other side, and Knight bringing out the Ari.
Now, for me, Knight is the best Ari in the world. I love the way that he plays this champion. He's someone that I have championed on this pick. And in a game where you have a Shin Sound, you have the Twisted Fate for the ability to play early game and very good point-and-click combos, this can be a very snowbally game already. Now, FPX, they maybe want to try and stop BLG being able to get onto their first target as easily as they can. They have themselves quite a squishy backline right now, and the Gnar can only be temporarily tanky. They need something to keep them in the fight a little longer to stop BLG quite as easily getting themselves the first pick. They're thinking about Senna lane partners right now. Particularly something tanky could help them. It won't stop the gold card going on to someone else, so they lock in the Seraphine. So the shields and the healing will be the way they try and stop BLG, killing the first target with ease.
I love that Annie in the mid lane as well. Gonna be all about the setup. Oh, on goes for the Blitzcrank. Sees a Seraphine, sees a Senna, and sees the angle. All about the picks here for BLG. Ari, TF, Blitzcrank. So much single target CC and damage follow-up.
But there is, on the side of FPX, great turnaround damage if you fail the pick, because someone like Addy has been used as an Ari counter in the past. I don't think it's necessarily at that state right now, particularly with some of the buffs that Ari got. She has some more mid-game HP in terms of HP per level. Makes it harder for Annie to force out that champion, and also Ari tends to take bone plating in that matchup too, to stop someone like the Annie being able to just continually burst you out of lane. Very pick, very snowbally composition. If you let vision controls slip for a second, if you have yourself just a moment where it feels like one of these lanes loses priority, these games can snowball very, very quickly.
So we do have a bit of a glitch with the audio, so we're going to be on our ugly mugs for just a couple of moments, and then we'll be jumping into game number 1. I'm loving these compositions, though. I'm going to be honest, I know that Azir's not in the game because of a bug, and that's not great, you know, in theory. But I'm actually loving this. It's not in the game right now because it means.
Oh, do you not see me and my favorite champion in there as well? Should I bring up any more of this stuff? I am prepared for this, man. I'm ready for already to be blind pick mid back.
Oh yeah, here we go. Game number 1, FPX versus BLG, and you just know it's gonna be a banger. Milky Way with his Kindred, no less, as it's the carry jungle matchup. As Life and Care already going for a bit of an invade. Elk forced out by Doctum as well, who even gets a cheeky little soul to start his laning phase.
This is nice enough for him. Quick point of order as well. I'm a big proponent of building Ari correctly. Going for the D-mats, not particularly great nowadays since your Q already clears the wave, and Triple Tonic, it's nice for some mid-game skill points. It's often what you use that extra rune on the dematerializers for. But it would be, I'd much rather, in a game as snowbally as this, see something like either the bone plating to help you trading against the Annie, or something like the Scorch Mana Flow, which can help you go towards something like a first item Lichbane. I doubt we're going to see that. Priorities have not really adapted to the meta changes of items. But Knight on the champion nonetheless, very successful, probably the best in the world at this champion. Let's see if he can snowball alongside Shun on Xin Zhao. They're both very aggressive when they have advantages in the mid-jungle 2v2.
Let's see who's going to get the advantage in this jungle matchup. Certainly one I'm excited for. And I love the way that FPX are kind of acknowledging the way they're winning, right? They know that Milky Way is kind of the leading factor. Doctum hooked in the bottom side. Elk still has so much HP to work with as well. Doctum will go down. First blood for Elkanon.
Oh, that is disaster in the bot lane for Fun plus Phoenix. Doctam has had some awkward games recently. It has felt like it's been Milky Way being the engine room and just waiting to see if the rest of his team is stable enough to carry through games, and largely it has been recently. But Doctam himself has struggled on stuff like the Azrael and against the TF Blitzcrank, which can very easily kill you if you slip up. That's a bad kill to give up, because these deaths will continue to snowball now.
Yeah. Worth mentioning as well that On in their most recent series didn't really have the greatest performance on the Nautilus. Quite a few hooks going a bit wide, bit of awkward positioning as well. So good to see him right at the very start of this game, firing on all cylinders.
So good first base from Elkanon, going to get themselves a couple of waves and get themselves Good first back with that as well. Now, Annie has fallen out of the mid lane meta. Feels like this might just be an evolution of saying, hey, okay, Ari's back. You can get a lot of good point-and-click damage from good range, and especially with good auto-attack range from Annie as well. You can trade very heavily, very early into that. That's one of the first reasons why we're seeing that back, especially if Ari's coming back too. Yet to see Shun and Milky Way get involved, though.
It's also a pick that Care has played a reasonable amount of across the course of his career. This will be his 17th game on the Annie, so certainly no stranger to the pick. It's something that he was, you know, a big proponent of the pick when it was incredibly strong in the meta at the time.
Oh,
Will get hooked in by On here. The charm ever so slightly wide, though. Does mean that Care walks away with his life.
just a little bit short or wide from Knight there, which is a bit of a shame. But On getting out of lane already, that's a bad sign. Milky Way gets himself his first stack of the game on the bot side scuttle. And particularly when you're dealing with, you know, this, you know, the Shinzao and the Jax, having that range, that Mark 4 increase in terms of range can help you outrange some of those melee targets.
Oh boy.
Bot lane again, and lucky this time, he misses.
I've got a feeling that this is going to be one of those games where our eyes are just glued to On, and maybe that's because he's covered in honey and he's getting a bit sticky, but it could be the fact that he is throwing these hooks down on cooldown and they are either hitting or extremely close, and anyone that gets hooked in is in deep, deep danger. And Elk will be more than happy with the way that this is going. Not only are you Twisted Fate, so you get extra gold for every single CS, but having this much room in your lane, the fact that we can just deny waves on the side of BLG here, they can just half freeze this. I don't think it'll fully freeze, but still a fantastic place to be for the bot lane of BLG.
It feels like, particularly with that first kill, you can snowball through this lane. The bot lane is not looking great in terms of wave states. They've pulled down Milky Way. Shun is here as well. 3v3.
It's an absolute scrap at the bot side as Shun goes in life. The target, he's already down. Milky Way trying to turn the play around, but Shun dashes away. Milky Way should be able to finish it, but Dogdom gets the kill here. Stack taken by Milky Way, but a double kill for Elk. I don't think that's worth for FPX.
I mean, the extra stack for Kindred is nice, and I don't think they were making out of it there. So at least it's something back, but you're absolutely right. BLG accelerating in a way that they haven't necessarily done consistently this split. I think the start of the split, BLG were our fastest team in the LPL, but they've slowed down a little bit as they struggle to close out games. Early games like this is a great sign for them. Against Team WE, they got beaten a little bit in the early game. They had to turtle their way out. This is more than just that. They had tigers over turtles in this game, even though FPX do bite back a little.
Great hook from On there, actually pulling Milky Way in, which does mean that his jungler goes down, but honestly, an extra kill
That's
into the
some
pocket
of you
Elk.
may die.
I think you're okay with that one, isn't it? Oh no, the charm again! Hey man, pull it together.
Oh, well, I just bugged this guy up as the best star in the world. Misses 2 charms in pretty bad succession there as well, and a bit awkward. We'll wait for him to come back into the game. I've still got some hope. We'll see if On can land another hook for him to combo up with.
On is just hunting this game. Care is behind him anyway, so he should be alright on this one. As Milky Way moves towards the mid lane, On is gonna have to flash. You would hope. He's gonna flash, there we go. But already, like 1,000 gold lead in favor of BLG. We're only 6 minutes in.
Yeah, they're really starting to snowball, and you know, the LPL has slowed down by 3.5 minutes on average this year. FPX, it felt like, with the team that were really exploding games back into relevance though, but BLG are joining them in this game 1 and On. Not going to pivot towards this fight just yet, but it's really worth noting again how fast-paced this game has been given the landscape of the LPL this year.
Yeah, this is bottom crab is a stack here for Milky Way, so this isn't just about the Drake here, this is also about the Kindred for Milky Way, and you can see the way that FPX play towards Milky Way, setting him up to get those stacks. That's his 3rd stack now, obviously getting the kill on Shun was a stack, 2 off of the Scuttle Crab, so 1 away from that 4-stack power spike.
So, that's a very, very important thing. Bin pops his ult towards topside, knows he's against a mini Gnar, so he can't really turn around and burst him out. Bin, he's a player we've wanted to see more from, let's be honest, in spring, given how he was arguably the best carry top player out of all of them, really. Last year, he was definitely up there, especially in the LPL. He was so prominent at that. He has struggled to impart himself on games on the Jax, though, and potentially getting himself some room against Shallow, who have some room to maneuver. Deathbush But open. On walking to Milky Way though.
Oh, Doctum is almost one-shot. Charm across two as On will go down. Milky Way starting to fight strong and now looking for Elk as well. Shun moving towards the tower to meet his AD carry, but the root is going to land. That's bad news for Elk. Milky Way looking for a way into the fight with Shun. Re-engages now Knight on the backside of the play. Lamb's Respite already used as Elk flashes out. And I don't think anything more can come from this one. Milky Way is low though, and the Orb Deception dodged by Milky Way. The Q comes through at the last possible second and helps him survive.
Close run stuff. The difference between a kill and living there is actually the Merc Tread start from Knight. He wanted to survive against the Annie in lane, but it doesn't quite give him the snowball opportunity there against Milky Way. FPX very nearly even get themselves the 4th stack on that Kindred. Very thin margins being played around early game and towards this bot side of the map.
This game's already everything I wanted out of this game. It's pure carnage. On spotted just as the play's about to... Like, if On stays in the pixel brush, I think this is a winning play.
Potentially, but live credit to him. Really good ult coming out of the Seraphine. I think that he's been one of the supports that's played some different stuff. The Rumble support is one which I very much appreciated from him, and the Seraphine, though it hasn't done well in lane, that's a good start to it. Gives himself a roam down here. Forces out that Kindred ultimate. Very, very close to Elk going down for that 4th stock, as I said before, but doing his best to try and force out something away from Milky Way. As I said, just the return on the Q, not quite there.
No, not quite able to find it. I like the TF as an answer to the Senna as well, obviously. The ultimate giving you the vision despite the Shroud. And look at that stack shift already picked up by Elk. So, still gold lead in favor of BLG. But Milky Way snowballing is the most important thing. He's not got any kills just yet on the 3 assists for the time being, but I believe that will be 4 stacks at this stage, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to double check next time we see.
Yeah, so the last time I checked in on it was towards that bot side. He didn't get it towards Elk, so it wasn't quite the case there. So if he's picked up another one, which I was missing, do that range increase. Elk might be forced to blow the cleanse here, and indeed he is, but he's going to go down anyway. Slow's heading. I think he's just about safe, and indeed he is. Get back out onto the map. Grub's taken, or at least split across the pot now. We have ourselves some first backs. Quick talking shop here as well again. Knight has gone back for the Dark Seal. I think this is something that every Ahri should buy early game. In a game with as explosive as this too, you know that snowballing is the name of the game. Ahri is very good at stacking this up and then snowballing into a Magi's, which is Ahri's best item if you can get that built up. So watch for Knight. See if you can get kill participation now while defending those stacks, because that could be the extra damage which could give him kills onto those lower health members like Milky Way, like he tried to last time.
Knight clearing a ward. Will get away with it. Oh, actually uses his ultimate. Afraid of care, afraid of the pinch coming out from life and Doctor. And in fact forced to use that ultimate. So Knight kind of punished here. Stepping quite deep to try and deny that control ward, but I don't really know if that's worth your ultimate, to be honest.
In some ways, yes, but if you're in that position already, you have to blow that all. If you end up getting chunked out, you have to recall for free, and that kind of sucks, and at least you are getting some vision control towards the bot side of the map. We will determine whether it's worthwhile to see if On can then use this gap just behind that red buff that used to be denied vision by that control ward. You can see that BLG really playing towards the vision control, the Blitzcrank, and for the gold card to come out of Fog of War. You see FPX, they don't feel safe walking into their own jungle now, so we'll call it jury's out right now whether it was worth an ult for a ward.
Well, to be fair, assuming no fight happens, then Knight will have got away with it. If the fight for the Drake kicks off, then yeah, you'd like to have your ultimate available, but so far so good, honestly. And he's going to get 2 plates for himself in the mid lane. Shun starts this Drake off, and it looks like BLG will just get this one. Milky Way going for that reset here as Knight just having prio because of the fact that Care was roaming with his team. Knight gets the opportunity to just push in that mid lane.
And the fact that Knight had his own teammates going into the bot jungle to know that it wasn't anyone going to be jumping onto him. Again, see that stack is now for Kindred onto the enemy Raptors. So that'll be something which potentially BLG would like to... Well, I mean, of course they're going to try and deny it if it's all possible. The Milky Way, as soon as he hits that Mark 4, that's again going to be one of those big breakpoints. His Lockdown will be going into the enemy jungle, trying to achieve some of that vision control again. If FPX lose vision at any point, it feels like this game gets so much harder for them. So these wards could be the most important thing to track right now. Very good defensive vision in topside for FPX to just see where BLG are roaming around the map.
Elk just absolutely shreds the towers. Has the stack shiv, you get the auto resets off of the cards as well. You get the stack deck now doing damage to towers. That's like all of the changes to TF this year, setting up for TF basically shredding towers. It's the long and short of it. Almost a 2,000 gold lead as Elk looking for a 1v1 with Life, and that's not one that Life can take.
And Life has gone for the Rylai's first, so important note on that as well is that effectively if you hit with an E, your one stack of E will go towards an immediate root, and if you get the double stack, or someone that's already stunned, it will go into an immediate stun. It kind of levels up with each level of CC you get. But the Rylai's makes it much easier to just not look for your empowered E in the same way. You can save that for your W or your Q instead.
Whoa.
Bin, he is, yeah, he's putting himself into a bit of an awkward situation here. Milky Way looking to keep him under tower.
Great setup trade from Xiaolahu to chunk Bin out before the potential dive happens. Milky Way has the Lamb's Respite as well to make this dive work. As the wave goes under Bin, what have you got? How can you make this happen? Forces the flash out from Milky Way, but that is all he'll get on this play.
See on the bot side of the map though, no, Life is dead. That sucks. There is no life to be found in this bot lane. Elk picks that one up, I think, as 3-0-1 on this Twist of Fate, shredding the tower again. Cross map really coming through. FPX, they really don't want to play around BLG's strong side of the map. They know that the pick potential from them is so strong. At least they get something on this top side for it. We're getting resets through for first items across the board now. One of the dangerous things is now, I think in solo queue, I think Lichbane on the Ahri is always best for your dueling DPS. Fantastic item right now. But if you're playing a very fast-paced game, having the Malignance can help you make plays with the rest of your team. On continues. He dubstep ignites him! He just walks up and just presses the dubstep button, stops him from recalling. And that's going to be a kill on that bot side. Fantastic stuff.
That's brilliant. Man, On's Blitzcrank is just always so much fun to watch. 4-4 on the scoreboard, 2,000 gold lead for BLG. And while we have a moment's respite, I want to quickly talk about what you brought up earlier in terms of game times. Now, LPL, I think as a lot of you have noticed, slowed down this year. And on average, that's by about 3 minutes in terms of our average game time. The one team that has been changing that is FPX. Their game time is about 3 minutes faster on average than BLG. So I'm going to have to stop because of the average game time being so fast. It does mean there's always action because FPX like to push things forward. And especially in the mid game and the late game, BLG have made some uncharacteristic mistakes. They've quite often ended up having to claw back from a deficit that they find themselves in through mid-game play. So we'll see how things go as a TP down to the bottom side from Elk. The blue card locked in. Doesn't even get the auto out anyway.
See, the TF ult was also used there to give vision to the enemy team too. See, that Knight was roaming down towards mid lane to potentially stop a Herald as well. Don't really know why the Spectator went over that guy there. It felt like he wasn't really going to be teleporting into the play. It's on cooldown, but either way, Bin will benefit from this in the form of a tower. So, very split map now. You don't have that Twisted Fate op, so FPX have themselves a bit more room for error in regards to just kind of grouping up. And, potentially not being as fearful as BLG pulling the trigger.
Oh, nice for Milky Way. Gets himself a 5th stack there. Off the back of the top skill. Or in fact, that was the 4th stack.
It's 4th stack, from the looks of it. So he gets himself the range increase now.
So, nice stuff for Milky Way. On in the area as Knight just charges forward. The charm is fantastic. And On finishes Milky Way with his own ultimate. Lamb's Respite doesn't even come on through. Doctum, the next target, has been flashes forward to get the stun. Care trying to turn it around, but the charm is there. Beautifully played. Knight was incredible with the flash charm.
There we go. That's my favorite Ahri in the world. This guy has been so good at finding these opportunities and starting snowballs. And in a draft where you need to get these snowballs because these team fights are going to be so squishy, it can make all of the difference. He walks away with 3 Dark Seal stacks, finishes off the Horizon Focus, so it'll be a cheap 2-item power spike. Maybe he'll be looking to do that again, and also just takes Milky Way off the map. Bluntly, that's really important because Milky Way feels like, as always, he has been the center of what FPX want to achieve in this early game.
Shala, who might get caught on the bot side now, is On. Charges in. Knight and On now, feeling like a bit of a duo in this game. The mid-support duo, not something that you talk about that often generally. The jungle is in that conversation as well, but it feels like the combo of CC between the Ahri and the Blitzcrank is so incredibly valuable.
If you slip up once, it is so easy to convert that into full team fight wins because, of course, you got the resets coming in from Ahri. On misses the hook, doesn't have flash. Needs to be careful there. On when he lands those hooks, he's going to look very, very good, but as soon as that On switch goes to off and he misses that hook, he can die just as quickly. So watch out to see how this pick combo works out and how quickly FPX can respond.
Root comes through. On low on HP here. Well, not low, but you know, chunked. The Drake coming up onto the map. This would be the second for BLG if they could get it. Rapid fire cannon online for Elk, importantly. That is a huge pickup, especially when your composition is so reliant on picks. Being able to get that long-range gold card will make all the difference.
So, Shallow in topside right now, pushing that for free. FPX still have control over River. You can see how important, again, it's all about vision control. FPX now trying to use it.
Gold card in, but the damage is already done. Shun gets into the Lamb's Respite, though, and it actually saves him. Now Milky Way, the one in trouble, he's taken down. Front to back is the rest of this fight. And now Knight dives in, finds the charm of Shallow, who doesn't have the damage to follow it up. There's a gold card onto the top laner once more. The damage isn't really here for BLG, though. They're getting the CC, but nothing else from it. Cleanse has to come out from Elk, as he'll have a blast cone to get out of dodge. Nice attempt from Doctor on the route, but Elk just goes further into the jungle.
He does, but still, they kill Knight. Knight goes way too aggressive there. Doesn't judge his HP bar well, and he loses all of those hard-earned stacks on the Dark Seal. That's going to be a bit of a stinger for him. All the same, BLG, they do get themselves one kill, but they should really have been snowballing that fight much cleaner. With that, FPX will take this opportunity to open up the mid lane turret. That will give them more ability to control vision, and that has been the name of the game. We go into this replay. This is a difficult position for BLG to play towards. Someone has to face check this, so at least BLG say, we're all going to walk up, so if they throw skills at one person, they can't finish off all of us. Crescent Guard then buys the time for Shun to get into the Lamb's Respite, get himself at least a little bit more damage down. And Knight gets resetting on the other side. I don't mind this jump forward. This is fine. He's got the Horizon Focus active there as well, and a max range charge. It's the second one here, which is way too difficult. You have actually a lot of good follow-up damage from the side of the FPX's bot lane very early into the game here. He just jumps straight into his death.
Yeah, jumps straight into all of the damage coming on through. As Shallow pushing in the top side, apparently. I wasn't sure if some action was about to kick off, just with the observers being up here. 4,000 gold lead almost in favor of BLG. Been doing a lot in that fight. Getting a solo kill basically onto Care. But speaking of Bin, he's found in the top side. Taken down pretty easily by the side of FPX. And actually they can snowball this. They've got a Tibbers to tank the tower. They've got one might to work with. I saw the tower was purple and I thought it was going to be more than one. Alas. But still, pushing power with multiple AD carries.
Yeah. Whereas on the bot side, you can see that mid-jungle from BLG have moved towards the bot lane inner turret. You can see that Elk has gone towards mid lane as well. The TF kills these towers pretty quickly. Or he hasn't gone towards the Lich Bane, which would have given them even more tower potential, but they still get that mid lane bot lane inner turret rather very, very quickly. So it's still going to be a kill for an inner, and an outer. I think BLG walk away happy with that. And because we've split the map, just watch for when these wards are put down. Again, vision control is the name of everything here. It makes the game so much easier to play. And when we're splitting the map, it means that it's harder to get complete vision control around where you want to play next.
BLG definitely still with the advantage overall, but a nice bit of map play, and this is one of the kind of signatures of FPX at this point. So many of their game wins have been off of great map play, great in-the-moment decision-making. Really taking in Hip Tower on that top side. And the gold gap still pretty much where it was. I'm looking at Elk, though, because he's getting close to that third item. And at the end of the day, even though you're playing the Twisted Fate, even though a lot of the value of this pick is in the cards, in the ultimate as well, you're still an AD carry. You're still building AD carry items. And if the rest of your team is able to stand in front of you, you can do massive damage in these fights.
I think if you're going into a full front-to-back 5v5, Twisted Fate, I mean, we saw an NIP kind of fall foul to this the other day. If you're going against, like, a Xayah or an Aphelios or a Lucian, you're not going to do the damage that they're going to do in a full 5v5 front-to-back. But with this composition, I think BLG can split the fight very well, and TF has more than enough value to be both in side lanes, as Elk currently is, but then also be that pick champion that very few other AD carries can start off in the same way. On the other side from FPX, they would like to start things off on their own terms before BLG can split them apart. Part of what's going to help with that is Care's item build on the Annie. He's gone for the Shurelya's after the Malignance. Lots of uptime in terms of being able to close the distance and drop an ult on someone's head and hopefully start things off with also the Tibbers being able to block the Blitzcrank ult sometimes, or the hook rather.
It does feel a bit like BLG have done a good job of running FPX around a bit. You know, they're playing the side lanes quite well. They're forcing FPX to respond to everything going on the map, which has been one of the strengths, honestly, for FPX across the split. But I think we'll finish this recall. I don't think Chala, who's just going to randomly check the brush. But so far, BLG managing to keep the game pace in their favor. Obviously, FPX just had a bit of tempo to go and check Baron and get some vision down, but realistically, when you look in that Baron area, the vision control is very much in favor of BLG.
I also think one thing which could potentially be very important in this game is, weirdly, the Chemtech Soul. You've got the individual dragons, which give you tenacity. Very good in this game, but if you get towards Soul as well, feels like with the Lamb's Respite and stuff like the Sona, the Senna and the Seraphine, they're all the S champions in bot lane. It definitely does my head in. But it's really easy to get value out of that Soul, even with BLG potentially using the Lamb's Respite at points too. Themselves, them trying to group up again. They're trying to group up and stop the pick potential across the map, but can they stop this?
The knockup is there. Elk joins the play as well, and dodges the charm. The CC
Knight
chain once again on Milky Way. Doctum chased over the wall. Knight will finish off life as well as he jumps further forward to get onto the backside. Shaolahu desperate to carry the play, but it's just not happening. And BLG ace the FPX lineup. This is Milky Way's signature pick, and BLG have found the answer.
FPX fall prey to over-pushing beyond the vision line. They get collapsed on. It is such a difficult play to disengage from. They don't have the ability to run away from the TF and the Ahri and the Jax all jumping into the backline. They're going to lose huge swathes of the map. They're going to lose themselves the Baron as well, as BLG are very cleanly playing out this pick composition. See, at the start of this, they just don't have the vision into both sides of the jungle to safely do this. They don't see where On is. They don't see where Knight is on the flank as well. There's this teleport from Bin behind them, and yes, they do some turn and burn damage onto On. It is not enough. Gold card into huge amounts of CC coming through, splits up the fight, and the 5v5, which FX would love to play, is just not available to them. They've gone too far over vision.
And the one thing I will say for BLG here is the fact that, yes, FPX have been doing a good job of finding some of these late game wins, some of the crazy moments that we've all seen, some of the great shot calling from Milky Way. But this composition from BLG feels like it is the answer to Kindred, in that Kindred never gets to ult. But I'm going to hold my tongue here. Drake up onto the map, and it feels like BLG want to fight this.
Drake's here as well. Knight has built the best item on Ahri. Magi Soul Steal, it's blank, but if he runs away with the fight here, the game is over. They're trying to, again, punish the clump here of FPX. They're in the 5-man group they want, but they might get engaged onto.
Big chunk onto Milky Way here. On just tanking as he will actually go down. Milky Way this time gets the Lamb's Respite off. Shunned in the middle of everyone. And now BLG collapse after the play. Milky Way down. Elk still going strong. Shala, who tries to get onto the enemy AD carry. But life slowly whittled down by Knight, who then gets to dash over the wall and sets up for the rest of the play. Quadra kill for Knight. And a stellar Ahri performance.
Quadra kill for the best Ahri in the world. He walks away with almost a full Magi's after blank buying it for this fight. BLG slaughter FPX around that, and it is going to be such a difficult game to reconcile now. FPX have been torn apart at the seams. This pick combo from BLG has been so effective.
And one of the things I wanted to mention was BLG, when they have a lead at 15 minutes, they've yet to lose a game this split. On the opposite side, FPX, when they aren't ahead, a 16% win rate. The deficit at 15 minutes. It feels like BLG finding the advantages sets them up.
It does, and you know, he's done a valiant effort in a lot of these team fights to keep himself alive, but once he's landed the hook, he realizes he's going to peace out and just realize he's done his work. Shalahu, he does a good ult, but the damage has been done. The fact that someone has already been picked off means that this full team composition can't really take things from a single direction. BLG, they managed to throw so many angles at FPX that they can never really put all their guns in the right place at the right time.
And they're not even playing Aphelios, so you wouldn't think they'd have to worry about that, but either way, great game from BLG here. 11,000 gold lead now. It's only 26 minutes into the game. The efficiency with which they are snowballing this, and with a composition that it is absolutely crucial that they do snowball this game. It's fantastic to see, and a lot of I mean, I don't want to overstate it, but there have been criticisms towards BLG when it comes to the mid-game and the late game, some of the decision-making that's been coming on through, perhaps having to fight back in games that maybe they didn't need to be quite as far behind in. But today, looking fantastic. And it definitely feels like On is a bit back on form, obviously in that fight ending up going down, but setting up the rest of his team. Yeah.
He's done his job. In the last couple of fights, he has died for the hook, which is landed, but the hook is the important part. After that point, Well, whatever. What else does Blitzcrank do? Now the fight starts again.
Okay, on to Shun. Crescent Guard keeps him alive for a little bit. Dashes further in, but will just go down. So Shun overstepping a bit on this one, and a great pick by FPX.
This is something, but with low HP bars and the inhibit threat, BLG can still look to fight, you know, they got gold cards, it's a triple root.
Bin just brought the root into the rest of the team, and it baits FPX in. Milky Way down once again. The damage from Knight is insane in these fights. He will dash forwards, gold card is there, docked up the target, and finished off. This time the triple kill goes the way of Elk, and he'll look for a quadra as well. No, Knight denies it. 25 stacks on the Medjais, and that's BLG wiping the floor with FPX.
I think they heard us talking about how slow BLG had been playing. Oh, they've had some difficulties in closing out games. What about when they're behind? That was not in the question in this game. BLG have not come to win. They have come to traumatize in game one.
A confident game number one from BLG against a team that have been rising stars of the LPL. And, well, BLG kind of put them in their place a little bit in game number one. Remind everyone why this is the team that's in first place, why this is the team when it comes to playoffs everyone is looking towards right now. Phenomenal game number one. Phenomenal start to this one. And I love the draft that we got to see from BLG as well. Like,
oh, hugely so.
What a fun game to watch.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they're going towards the aggressive mid-jungles that can play, make, and snowball. I think that Shunan and Knight are some of the very best snowball players in the world. When you're playing the Ari, which feels like it's blind pickable now, the Shinsao, which is obviously blind pickable right now in the rest of the world too, it really just plays towards their advantage. I want to see more of this, and I want to see this confidence again.
Fantastic stuff in game number one. We're going to jump into a break and then find out what happens in the second installment of FPX versus BLG.
defy. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice.
Good afternoon, everyone. Currently in Eastern Europe, because that's one of the few places in the world that's currently afternoon. I'm joined by Nymira as we head towards game number 2 between BLG and FPX. And game number 1, a stonking success for BLG, snowballing to victory, shutting down Milky Way's Kindred. Here we go for game number 2 as FPX changing tact here and actually playing Smolder for Doctor.
Pair's still going towards the Annie, so that's what they've chosen to try and lock down this mid lane and try and stop Knight from being able to be enabled from early laning phase, because that's one of Annie's strongest areas of the game. So you've set yourself up something to stop Knight on the Karma potentially from becoming a bit of a threat even into the early game. Trying to see if that Smolder has any answers left on the table. They've taken away the Varus and the Kai'Sa, which have both somewhat worked within the LPL. Now we've got themselves over a couple of different picks. See what BLG want to try and shut down Smolder with.
So Zeri could be the option here. Scaling for scaling once again. We have seen this matchup. It didn't work for the Zeri. However, I don't think that was in the hands of Elk. So perhaps a different result this time around. And then Knight, no, not Knight. He's got his Karma already. We're looking towards the top lane here. It always throws me a bit when we come into the end of the champ select. But it's looking for the top lane to go up against this Jax potentially.
So Aatrox locked into Bin, which is going to be a big kind of like flanking champion. Can of course have the Jax flexed into the jungle to be against Xin Zhao. We've seen that a lot in the LPL, seen it a bit in the LCK as well. So we might just opt back into the Aatrox Cassante matchup and say, well, it's unlikely for there to be much variance in that top lane matchup. It's more about the impact of the team fights. I think Bin in that last game had himself that Jax game. He was kind of a bit of that secondary player, really. He wasn't really the person who was determining that game, particularly behind On and Knight, really, who was snowballing off to huge, huge victories. Something like the Aatrox, he could have himself some big team fight impact in a way that potentially he couldn't quite manage in that game.
Find that impact. BLG, a very different composition to what we saw in the first game here. But similarly for FPX, right, a lot of onus on Doctor in this game, which, you know, it's the player that we came into the series sort of criticizing a little bit. So the Smolder in hand, let's see if Doctor can kind of rectify some of the games that he's had across the course of this split. The Smolder, certainly a pick that you can take over the game on. I'm kind of scared of Elk on Zeri, though. I feel like this guy is an extremely accomplished Zeri. You know, this may not be the same Zeri that we saw, you know, all of last year, basically the entire year as well. But still a terrifying pick.
Especially when you have so many of these players which have achieved pentakills on the pentakill machine. Smolder is that right now, but with the execute on that Q late game, feels like every so often AD carry, the role has often been disputed in terms of is it strong or not. Well, you know, it's been there and about, but there's always at least one AD carry champion that makes you just sweat when it gets a lead. It used to be Zeri. It was Zeri for a long time. It is Smolder right now. Scaling for scaling. Pentakill threat for pentakill threat. AD carries, all eyes on them.
All eyes on the AD carry role. And I'm not talking about jungle this time for FPX, as it will be the Jax rather than the Kindred for Milky Way. Does have a good matchup with the Jax against the Xin Zhao. And, you know, BLG even banning the Kindred, thinking the Jax might be in the top lane. Here we go. You can hear the gyos for BLG versus FPX Game 2.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎它。
I think we got the very end of the gyos.
Well, we got some of them. That's, you know what? I'll take it. It's nice to hear the crowd use their lungs a little bit and support their teams, especially in such a highlight matchup as this one. Knight is going to get just stunned twice over at level 1, take himself a decent amount of damage. Should still be able to get to recall without anything negative happening to him, though. So a little bit awkward, but nothing beyond that.
Should be alright. We'll be able to reset before the minions, as you say. And so we'll see how this one's going to go down. Looking towards the junglers, though, as always, to start the game off, you typically want to be looking at this jungle pathing. And in fact, it looks like both junglers might start on the bottom side. Milky Way pathing towards his blue buff here. So, pathing towards the top side for both teams, just accepting that we are playing scaling bot lanes here. We're not too worried about pressure in that lane.
And even though you have junglers that can 3v3 bot side, because one of the ways you deal with scaling is you just go towards that lane and you set it up for success. You can, of course, ignore it in the other way, too. One of those weird kind of like paradoxes where you can play towards a lane by just ignoring it and isolating it, because it means that it's not going to be falling behind that way as easily. But even with something like the Xin Zhao and the Jax, which could impact that bot lane, as you rightly said, they're heading towards that top lane instead. We'll see whether they start fencing over something like a Scuffle. I don't really think this top lane matchup is one that's easy to influence that early.
No, it doesn't feel that way. And you just saw popped up on the side of the screen. This is, I believe, I mean, I don't speak Mandarin. I'm kind of guessing at the translation slightly, but I believe that this is Bin's 400th game in the LPL and Shun's 300th game in the LPL, which, to be honest, in my head, Shun's a lot newer than Bin is, but there you go. Only a quarter extra LPL time for Bin compared to Shun.
And how great have these players like evolved into as well? I know that Bin, of course, like he's a player which has been kind of at the top for a long time now in terms of people's expectations, but BLG went from a good team to a great and elite team last year, despite the fact that this organization has had a history of not quite delivering on its promises. This is the team that brought Uzi out of retirement. Didn't manage to make that work. Last year, though, with players like Bin and Shun, they really came into their own, even their bot lane as well. Huge moments of that success as well. They find themselves after a very dominant game 1, walking into the enemy jungle. The jungle we were just talking about, trying to assert his dominance against the enemy jungle.
Yeah, starts the red buff off. Surprised to see him walk towards Milky Way on the Krugs there, instead of just starting the red immediately. Milky Way going to be committing to those Krugs though, and with Knight moving, it does mean that this red buff is guaranteed. So using this priority in the top lane, in the mid lane, to find advantages over Milky Way right from the start of the game.
Sometime in summer last year, there was a great interview. I cannot remember who it was by. It might have been Knight. It might have been Faker. It was a mid laner. I remember that. I remember them saying that, I remember the role sometimes, because they were talking about how the lanes of BLG play and how they respond to it. When you play against BLG, it doesn't matter what the draft is, they play insanely aggressively and just try and get every percentage they can get out of those lanes, despite the risk attached to it. But the reason it works is because Shun can then also be someone that kind of facilitates these lanes at the same time. He will play aggressively and leverage off of them. You can see right there, they're using early push in mid and jungle to make sure that Shun can get something in the early game.
The context makes more sense when Knight was not on BLG. The
Yes.
confusion between Knight and Faker. Care going to be rooted up as Knight trying to escape out the wrong side of the lane, but Shun is nearby too. So suddenly the play is turned around and Milky Way is going to be the one that has to try and get out of dodge. Although, in fact, he's just going to go into dodge. Will be rooted. Shun get a bit of damage down off the back of that as well. I feel like Xin Zhao was surprised to be on his poke damage because the
early W?
Yeah, the W just chunks people. It really does. Even if you don't go in on it, it's still just massive damage.
Yeah, as someone who has many a time been pushing up in mid lane and seen him just do that little spinny twirly thing in the air and then found out exactly what happens afterwards, I completely agree. This champion is very unfair if you just kind of like early levels realize how high his base damage is. It's kind of why he's picked though, right? Because right from the start of the game, he can have pretty high burst damage. Now the thing is with someone like Jax, he can't dodge out the W, but he can dodge out, of course, the knockup from the Q and a lot of the ability for him to stick to you as a target afterwards like that. Which is why Jax is sometimes played into the jungle as it is in this game. But with the pushing lanes being aggressive, as we said before, BLG are going to use this Xin Zhao's early spike to make sure that they can get themselves another victory over the jungle kind of matchup and get themselves a dragon early on.
It doesn't really feel like this draft from FPX particularly sets up Milky Way in this game, does it? 3 pushing lanes for Shun to play through. Like, it was quite difficult for Milky Way to find himself on the map here, but Grubs can be used as the opposite play. So Milky Way moves in towards that.
He's moving back there too. Ult's on top side.
But for all out for World Ender here between our top laners. There's now Knight moving straight past the Grubs, straight towards this top lane. The Q3 lads, Knight's not even needed. Just slides in and takes the kill.
It's all him.
you essentially get an extra 50% gold, so it is worth for BLG.
I mean, he just slides in and takes the kill credits. Don't worry, guys. All me, don't worry. But while all this happens, Milky Way hops over the back of the Krug pit, and despite having 3 losing lanes against him in terms of early push, sneaks away one of the Grubs at least. So Milky Way uses both of his trinket wards, one to hop into the pit, one to hop out of the pit, to at least stop BLG getting everything on the map early. And the difference even between 5 Grubs and 6 Grubs, if BLG were to claim them, is really large. So it is something from Milky Way in a difficult scenario. And maybe that's how this draft sets up Milky Way. It gives him such a hard job that every win he does get, it matters more.
Oh, big damage in the mid lane onto yeah. On nearly goes down himself, forced to flash just away from the burn from Tibbers. As Knight now trying to escape with his life, but life is behind him, and the knockback will land. That's a stun coming through, and Milky Way, this is his chance. The BLG laners overextending the plays and give him kills.
This is why it's so important to have this vision uptime and this jungle pressure uptime when you're playing towards aggressive lanes. Because if you're just going to push in, you know, incredibly aggressively, then yes, there are going to be openings where you can be outnumbered by a jungle or a support roam. And Knight does briefly get caught out by that one. There's no smite for Shun, which means he loses the red buff. Milky Way jumping forwards and flashes forwards indeed.
Counter-Strike gets the stun as well. That's ultimate out from Milky Way, and that's a kill onto Shun. Fantastic bit of play from Life and Milky Way working together. Elk wants to capitalize, wants to get a kill onto this tree, but he's tanky. And Dogdom returning fire, but actually I think Elk is just going to 2v1 them. He chases them through the jungle and finds a kill anyway.
So Zeri looks at Smolder and says, well, whatever you can do, I can do better. I was the original pentakill machine in this AD carry meta. Gets himself a first kill, does Elk. It's very important. Knockdown trying to get the kill back, and he slaps him down.
Oh dear, just flash for the auto Q. A bit too easy for Dogdom there, Elk. Not realizing the threat was there. And this is getting messy already for BLG.
It is. Last game, it felt like the messiness kind of helped them a little bit more. They had a bit more snowball potential and the ability to just play pick after pick. It's harder to do that when you have a lower mobility mid laner like the Karma, who can struggle to kind of get in and out of fights like the Ahri can do post level 6. He walks up too far this time and life is unlocked from the bot lane. This is where everything gets very interesting, because you know, On just nopes out and says, well, I don't have any HP, I'm not helping you with that one. And Milky Way, we said, hard game for him against losing lane, or against winning lanes, and he has to do something with his jungle presence all the same to keep his team in it in the early game. He gets in with that kill. Just unfortunately, the rest of the team cannot get out before Elk gets felled.
Yeah, and it's, I feel like Elk just acknowledging that, yes, we're both scaling picks, but I'm better early than you are. And charging forward. Also knowing that he had Knight behind him, so the shields are going to come on through in the follow-up damage if the fight continues. So that's really the actual crux of it. But it did look funny watching him chase them down. So, kill for both AD carries so far. Farm is relatively even as well. I wouldn't say there's a big advantage there. It's just Milky Way pulling a lead away in that jungle. And then obviously CS advantage up top as well.
Oh no! Oh, I'm so sad. Also, by the way, I just realized that whenever Care drops an ultimate, it's a Care Bear. Should have said that one before, but not seen it this one. As Nitrous walks away.
Oh, you should have saved that. You should have saved that for the play.
I just had to say it. You know, we sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and think, I've got something I've got to say on cast. I had that there. The intrusive thoughts won, but Care did not win in that mid lane.
He certainly did not. Flashes forwards, not quite in range for the Tibbers. Disaster there for Care. And it does mean now that with his flash down, suddenly there's a real angle for Shun to get involved in that mid lane and set up Knight for a kill onto the Annie. So Care's going to have to be cautious.
Well, of course, Annie very much a pick that can kind of like farm pretty well for free with Qs, with the Qs under turret, and he'll be able to kind of like maintain playmaking potential, even if his lane has been pushed in, because you can, of course, use that multi-shield to kind of run up to players as well. But you'd really like Care to be able to help Milky Way out, because, of course, Milky Way has not really had a great deal of help from these pushing lanes, because it's been really hard to do that against BLG. Need to really see what will happen now with Life's ultimate. I think that can be a really big game changer. Dragon startup, I don't think FPX will want to contest this. Milky Way's not in the area anyway, but Life is just poking his head in, just to make sure that he definitely sees them doing the Dragon. He's got eyes on them.
I think they do want to contest this, honestly. Milky Way's in the area. Drake will be taken down, but maybe a fight anyway. The Tibbers finds one. It's another kill for Milky Way as Elk just kiting it out for now. Counter-Strike is down. TPs come into the play from both top laners. Bin, though, just ain't tanky enough. Oh, yes, he is! I take it back, Bin. He puts them in the dumpster once again. Shaola, who tried to buy space, as Elk 2v1s once again. The enemy bot lane just torn to shreds. The minigun firing on all cylinders.
BLG come to fight at the second Dragon, and FPX, I don't think they really understood the amount of early game pressure which they were going to be subjected to at that fight. The items haven't been completed yet for the likes of Docdam, and even though Elk is on the scaling carry, that ultimate racks up a lot of damage unexpectedly. It's been a little while since we've seen the Zerion meta, and FPX, they kind of fall apart around the Dragon.
On's been found and actually forced to flash there. Milky Way doing a good bit of damage onto the enemy support, who On doesn't quite find his Q either, so not going to be able to sustain through this one. A ward in there. There we go. Second grub denied. FPX, that's enough for them. They've denied the mites. You know, the grubs will still be nice for Shun to finish off, but realistically, you've stopped that being a significant threat.
It's nice when you've, yeah, it's nice because you're playing against so many of these pushing lanes, as we've talked about for the early game. Of course, that can transition into side laning in the mid game as well. Ben walking up towards this top side, lands himself a good W. He has the Profane Hydra, and there's no first item complete from Shallow here, so you can see him really out-trading this Cassante at this moment. Ben, gosh, what a team fight from him. Yeah. Just about plays the HP marks well. When you're playing the Lethality Aatrox, you don't have as much tankiness. Life is out of vision here in the mid lane. There is a sapling, of course, in this brush should Knight walk towards it. Knight does not know the danger he's in right now, I don't think.
Life has done such a good job of flanking, but Knight actually flashes over the root. Or maybe the root hit and just the Merc Treads absorbed it. Either way, Knight gets out with his life.
So when you cast the Maokai ultimate, wait a second, why are you zooming in like this, Cat? No!
Oh, God, Care. It's a disaster, and the observers love it. Doctor now caught in the bottom side. And oh dear, we've got some diffs in this one, haven't we?
Yeah, I think all of FPX are going to need to find themselves some Care Bears to hug to sleep at night, because that one is one they will like to forget about very, very quickly.
You've set up for the Care Bear to be the call, but suddenly Care Bear has become a very negative call.
Yes.
That's what we call a Care Bear from this point on in the LPL.
It is very much not the... It's a comfort blanket in some ways, but not on the Rift. Wait, Bin's all in on the top side. He might get something there.
Milky Way's just gone in. 2v1, ignited and forced
Shallow
away.
Who?
And in the meantime, Shallow Who is getting diffed on the top side. Mid diff, top diff, bot diff. Is there anywhere? There isn't a diff for BLG.
It is a Billy diff. They're just taking FPX to town. And it feels like FPX, despite the fact that they are the fast-paced team within the LPL, they are falling really far behind the tempo of what BLG want to do. Tempo is in the sense that BLG are forcing them to respond to their plays. They are forcing them to respond on all lanes, and FPX do not have the stats or the items yet to respond to them. First, we're going to have a look at what happened in the bot lane. So we saw what happened in mid lane. We have to check out what happened between the AD carries. So Alk gets a little bit of a love tap onto Docdam, and then he walks up to the lane. Zeri, walls.
On, bro.
Yeah, Zeri Z. Read the description of it. Takes you over terrain. You don't have to terrain. You are not as strong enough in this early game. Top side, we already set that bin and hit the Profane Hydra. Very powerful power spike for him. Hits level 11, so has second rank of the world, and gets himself, of course, a great position where Shallow has to ult him to get out of the Infernal Chains. But that brings him away from the turret. Means that, of course, Quinn can solo out that kill.
I'm pretty sure the Q2 lands there because of the Q3 knockback.
Yes.
As On gets his ward down, keeps himself safe, doesn't even have to use the blast cone there. Stockdom was considering flying over there, I think, and realized that Rakan was still there. Doesn't stick around, doesn't want to go too far forwards, and needs to get into that bottom lane.
I have a great piece of trivia for you about Bilibili, and it's about Zeri as well. Do you know what Bilibili means in terms of the Chinese word for it? Because it's actually translated from the word for like electric shock from Japanese, which is Bilibili. So you put it into Chinese and then the syllables go into Bilibili. That's the name of the Bilibili site as well. So when you have the electric shock, it very much matches up what Zeri does as a champion as well. In fact, Bilibili was named after a very famous character who's about electric shocks as well. So it's all coming together here for Bilibili and the Zeri and the bot side. I only found that out about a week ago. I've been sat on that. I'm really...
Yeah.
Now we see the Zeri, it all makes sense.
Perfect game for it, absolutely. And, you know, after last year as well, so much of the Zeri play coming out from Elk definitely feels appropriate for Bilibili. As Doctor trying to hold this wave, trying to keep his tower alive, will be able to do so. But a third Drake in the meantime being taken by BLG. And I mean, this is just, they're just running away with things here. It's 7,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. They've got push in every single lane if they want it. They've got this Drake just being soloed by the jungler. It's feeling pretty fantastic. And I mean, I feel like this, every single series, even though some mistakes happen, it always feels pretty good to be a BLG fan, I think, for the people supporting this team at home. Very happy with how the off-season went. Finn dashes over the wall at Milky Way. Will heist the Grom. Doesn't seem quite a good enough trade against that Drake, though, does it?
Yeah, not quite. If they get themselves this top lane turret, it's something because of objective bounties. They would have loved to potentially get a shutdown on Zabin as well, but FPX, the main thing is, they wanted to avoid a fight. You still don't have Iceborne onto Shallow, which is a big moment for that. Charles going towards bot lane. We've got mid lane going to get taken as well by Elk, the Static Shiv as well. BLG tearing FPX apart on the map, and this is where FPX have... Knight! Try to take some points about macro. Stop failing your driving test.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure either he didn't mean to click it in the first place, or he intended it to go the other direction. Either way, whichever
Yeah, he
one
left
it was,
the
it didn't
handbrake.
work.
He just gets in the car, realizes the handbrake's not quite on, he's taking his foot off the brakes, like, oops, and there it goes. But either way,
Something
Yeah, go on.
weird about handbrakes. This is a bit
Sure.
of a tangent here, but in America, they never put their handbrakes on. It's so strange because basically all of the
oh, do they
cars
have like
there are
parking brakes? They have
automatic.
auto ones?
Yeah,
ah,
you put it,
auto
you put it
ones,
in park. But the thing is, it's not quite the same thing. And like when you first get to America, you get out of cars when people park it up, and it like sort of wobbles back and forth. You're like, are we gonna roll here? Like, I don't know. It's a different place. Milky Way is getting railed. Will walk away with his life, but pretty much only just.
Seeing that Knight, man, I love Knight. Brought up the Magi's blank book, second item, but when you're playing this Karma, you are not the focus of this composition, and if you get one good fight, just like the game in game one, where you have like a quadra kill or just any kill participation, you get huge value out of that. Dogdam, why are you jumping forward? Forced out an ult from Life to defend his AD carry. The ghost taken from him as well, but you see that FPX, they are really quite playing skittishly now. Any one mistake could get jumped on.
And you know that if you're the one that makes the mistakes, you'll be jumped on not just in-game, but in the forums as well. Milky Way trying to get the stuns out here. On gets out with his life. As speaking of life,
Ignite?
just
No!
walks away. This wood ain't flammable. It's still alive for the time being. But I mean, the pressure just doesn't stop, does it? Oh, nice flash stun comes through from Milky Way, finding a potential pick there. But I don't think it actually stops the siege because everyone's so low. Doctum can't really step up at all. Care, though, can. Flashes for the Tibbers. Didn't have the stun available, though, so it's just a bit of damage now. Bin is behind them. Oh, God, it's terrifying. This Aatrox just annihilating, but Milky Way survives. And actually, it's a shutdown. 1-for-1 in the trade.
Bit of a greedy flash there from Bin. He didn't have the World Ender. If he has that, he 100% walks away with even more, potentially the 2 kills. It wasn't there just yet. So BLG, they lose themselves a shutdown. 5 kills on Milky Way's Jax. How can we not talk about Milky Way when we talk about Fun plus Phoenix? They've found so much success through this hotshot jungler. All of the rookies of the week, got himself player of the week and jungler of the week last time. But BLG have made his job very hard. Even despite that, he's managed to pick up some gold. But BLG, they're doing their very best to not make this game about him. How does this start off? Of course, just a recall on Vision. We'll see that when we get out of the replay. Double teleport onto Shun.
Doctum is not having a fun time. Gets solo killed by Shun. Might lose his life for this play as Knight just gets some damage down, and Shun trying to escape. He starts to wail on Care as well. But in the meantime, into the mid lane go the rest of BLG. The cross map comes on through, and it's a tier 2 taken.
It is. So it's going to be 1-for-1, but then you also have the tower going over, so BLG win out once again. And while all of this is happening, because it's in split map fights, it's not these straight 5v5s, you have to remember, FPX have won so many games through superior macro, and BLG have struggled to close out games with that macro as well. They are the ones losing this game through a lot of this late game. Now, Dogdown makes a mistake, he overextends. The double teleports do get 1 kill back, but those are globals they won't have. Now, Bin is getting attacked.
Alright, opportunity on the top laner here. Gets a bit of sustain. The Q3 keeps him alive as well. Okay, the CC should finally be enough, but it takes 4 members. And it still feels a little bit dicey. My goodness, Bin is a monster in this game. And I will say, one thing I'm a bit nervous about. 2 TPs committed to that play in the bottom side. If Bin or Knight, or I guess just Bin, with his TP available, can pressure in the bot side, and that can open up for a Baron opportunity and or an inhib opportunity for BLG.
And that is a worry, but at least FPX now have gotten 2 kills on 2 different side lanes, and that gets some gold back, and it stops BLG getting such a chokehold across all of the waves. Top lane is not being shoved into their side of the map. That's a positive for them. Dragons come up in 5 seconds, and they're going to be down towards that side of the map without BLG having top pressure. They won't have the Maokai ult, though, and that is a huge loss for them. What can they do to maybe force a winning fight? It looks so hard against the gold advantage. Kerstun
just onto on here as Shun jumps onto life. That's after Shock now for life. Has been
here we go.
Looking to get into the play again. My goodness, look at them just tear through FPX. It's not even close. On will go down. Elk flashes away to keep himself alive. Milky Way tries to finish it and does. The ultimate Grandmaster's might for the shutdown here. Milky Way is getting kills, but I don't know if it's enough because Drake is started by the rest of BLG, while Knight just corrals the remaining players on FPX.
It's going to be sold to the side of BLG despite the kills, though. Knight manages to ward off Shalahu and Milky Way, so they cannot stick around for anything more than just the shutdown onto Elk. It's a good shutdown. You've got 9 kills onto Milky Way. This guy is really trying his best. But what can you do when the team fights are always going to start so poorly? Jax is not caught in this clump, and that's a bonus. He manages to at least get himself into the fight a little later on, but you've already lost all of your battle lines. Smolder is a champion that needs to be fighting front to back. There is no front, there is no back. It's just a scattered mess. Milky Way gets something from it, but the rest of the team cannot succeed in the same way Milky Way is right now.
9-1. How the hell are you 9-1 in this game? It's actually ridiculous. Like, there are very few junglers that could maintain any kind of scoreline.
Remember when we said this draft isn't set up for him to succeed? Like, he's trying, folks.
He'll always find a way. Milky Way. He's playing for a contract right now. As that's going to be life going down. Baron is up on the cards. Milky Way should be found here. Just has to ward hop back to safety over to his towers. BLG can start off the Baron.
You know, in a lot of ways, this series is absolutely not what FPX would have wanted to see. But in another way, BLG, they are not pulling punches. FPX have been given that kind of respect from BLG. They are not taking this in half measures. They're going to start firing down this Baron now. Goes down low.
You know, you're looking for silver linings when that is the positive for FPX. As the fight kicks off, Baron already taken, and there goes Care. Elk literally just kind of 1v3 on the backside of the play, forced away. But in the meantime, the rest of the team takes down Milky Way. He can 1v4 on his team, but not against 4 of BLG.
You can certainly try. And Milky Way blows his flash in that attempt as well. Much harder for him to have any kind of last gasp now with the Mountain Soul, with a 10,000 gold lead, with waves building up. BLG are very much poised to end this series. It was a series which everyone was excited for, and even though it's likely to be a 2-0, it has delivered in terms of excitement. Has been and Knight, the solo laners of BLG, go forwards.
Massive chunk on Knockdom from the Q2 there from Bin. This will be a mid inhib. I don't think they can push for the end, to be honest. Milky Way's back onto the map, but they can maybe look for 2 inhibs. Wave arriving in the top side. Milky Way wants to go in here. Stun just onto on, though.
The ults.
The roots will land. I don't think that this is something they can follow up on, but they're going to try anyway. Life starts the fight off as Shun finds so much space for the rest of the team. And Elk is just charging up as Bin obliterated. obliterates once more. Triple kill on the Aatrox. My God, what a game from the top laner of BLG.
He's had a bit of a weird split. It's not necessarily the bin we knew from 2023, but every so often you see games like this and you're like, that is the top laner we remember as FPX falls 0-2.
Well, the Phoenix, it may be fire, but it's also flying, and the lightning from Billy is super effective. Fantastic series from BLG, 2-0 in the end. And stopping a bit of the momentum from FPX. Absolute domination today.
This is probably the best we've seen BLG look since some of the very early series in this split. It's very important to see a series like this. Against Team WE, against even LGD and a couple of the other teams, they have stumbled. They have not closed out games. They've lost early games, and they've had to claw things back. Couldn't be further from the truth in what we saw in this series. FPX were our team to watch from the last few weeks. They are so exciting to see play. BLG giving us a pretty firm reminder of who's at the top of the table right now.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense in the context of they were the team that lost to IG. That they started that kind of IG hype train when that 2-0 came through with Leanne joining the roster. And I feel like FPX have been on a similar hype train, a team that didn't have massive expectations about their roster, finding wins against some of the big names, Milky Way being the one to really pop off on that team, another like, carry jungler story. And it feels like BLG this time around, they were ready. They already lost to IG, they're not doing that again.
And, you know, they played two very different compositions to do this now. You know, the first game was the Ahri Shinsao, the second game was Knight on Karma. I haven't liked BLG that much when we've seen Knight on Karma before, because it felt like he couldn't be the same playmaker. It felt that he couldn't help close the game in the same way. Didn't need that today. And the fact that they're also ahead of the Smolder meta as well, they played incredibly effectively. They now have an answer to it, which no one else has really shown in the LPL in terms of the Zeri, in terms of being effective. That's important too. Been having a good game to end it off too. Looks like there's a lot of things on the up and up, and now we have to start asking, well, okay, if BLG are going to play like this, we revise our expectations of them. Who matches that benchmark? Who can come close?
Well, that'll be the question. I think top esports for me is the number one answer right now, but there's plenty of time for other teams to show themselves in playoffs, because we're not that far away from playoffs now. It's getting exciting that we're starting to get to the point where teams are locking in, and importantly, BLG will be that first team to lock themselves in for playoffs with a 2-0 today, plus the fact that LNG lost earlier today. That means BLG are now officially locked in for playoffs. So congratulations, BLG. And I think a well-deserved position in the playoffs ranking.
Hugely so. You know, I don't think anyone was ever in doubt that they would be locking playoffs. The fact that they're the first to do so, again, just kind of puts that little reminder there that BLG are our team to watch from LPL Spring 2024. I think last year they very much played second fiddle for the grand majority of last year. Summer regular season, it looked like they potentially could come out on top, but they could never overcome those final demons. They've beaten JDG already this split, and they have set themselves up as the team to beat this time around.
Yeah, they certainly have. I believe we're ready to jump into a break. We've got one more series. Oh no, sorry, post-game is actually the the thing that we're going to now. Let's take a look at some of the stats from that game. As, I mean, I expect the damage numbers to be obscene, and there we are. Bin actually topping the damage charts in this game.
You know, it's a pretty bad state of affairs, but it's only a 25-minute game, and you have 3 members verging on 1,000 damage per minute. Like, that is absurd. The only person in kind of like the damaging roles that does more damage than the counterpart is Milky Way. He walked away at 9-3. There is nothing more this man in the jungle could have done. Just felt like FPX were just outvalued across the map pretty much the entirety of the game. As soon as those lanes started pushing, it felt like it was game over for FunPlus Phoenix.
There we have been grabbing himself that MVP. Fantastic performance on the Aatrox. We've seen a lot of Aatrox MVPs today. Yeah. We saw it from Birdall earlier on in the day as well. We've seen a lot of Aatrox quadra kills too from both Birdall and Bin. It's been a good day to watch the top lane.
And I really appreciate that we're seeing this kind of more feast or famine, very risky Aatrox in terms of it's a bit more glass cannony. If you can get damage, you get the healing back off that damage and you're still half tanky. But you have to be in a good position to do damage. It feels like Bin and Birdall are two of our very best players at doing that. I think that 369 is the other one I'd throw onto that list as well. But we're starting to see how these LPL top laners are kind of playing both roles as the team fight impact, but with the individual solo carry performers, which is that good blend which LPL top laners look to go towards.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's a terrifying blend. Is what it is. Not something you want to put in your coffee machine, that is for sure. Fantastic game there coming out from BLG. And with that series in the books, which honestly, I'm a little disappointed at quite how fast that series was. I was sort of hoping that one would go to 3, but it's still entertaining games nonetheless. That means we have one series remaining for ourselves today. It's Top Esports versus OMG. It'll be coming your way after the break. Or I might have thrown to break a little early there.
The era of metal has begun. And metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as BLG have flown through the second series with a 2-0 over FBX. Surprising, I think, a lot of people on quite how destructive they were versus FBX. I'm joined by Namira as we head towards our third and final series of the day. It's Top Esports versus OMG. And I think this one could be a little closer than perhaps people are expecting.
If you looked at the 3 series today, obviously you look at the second one as the marquee matchup, but I think this one is sleeper banger. This series could be all over the place. I think the jungle matchup is fantastic to talk about. I think OMG's bot lane is always going to give some questions, good or bad, but I feel like in this kind of series, Top Esports have shown that they can fall prey to some random stuff before.
Yeah, and OMG taking a game off of JDG recently. Maybe something can happen here. We can take a look at the Top Esports versus OMG bot lane first, because, the Top Esports bot lane, Tien and Mako being unleashed down in the bottom side, because my god, this 2v2 looks good. And like Jackie Love and Mako combined at the bottom lane, it's like all of my dreams come true all at once. It's so beautiful to see every single game.
And I think particularly for Tien, who's someone who does like to get active early, it has been really good to see him, one, be confident enough to do that, but then also in other plays as well, you can kind of defer to what's going to happen with Mako as well. You can see in this kind of clip against LGD, we just seen Birdle just wreck the first series of the day, but Tien and Mako were really good at getting on his case, and Mako and Tien are doing both well individually, but then also when they combo up as well. Top Esports have really done so much work with them getting ahead, and it feels like if you make a mistake against these two and let them onto the map, the game just ends. They accelerate the game so well.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, Top Esports, the efficiency with which they can close out now, they have had a quote-unquote slower split than what people are used to, but it's more about the pace of the game than the actual game time. They're actually a very fast team in terms of the game ending, because once they do get that big advantage, they just close things out so efficiently. Jackie Love, obviously, one of the benefactors of Smolder recently in the LPL, getting a few multi-kills off the back of that. But we all know that he could do it on other champs as well. Let's take a look in the jungle as well, because you already alluded to it earlier. Tien versus Xiaofeng. This is going to be a hell of a jungle matchup. Both of them loving the Xin Zhao at the minute, loving the Lee Sin at the minute. When we've seen a bit of difference between, you know, the Viego here for Xiaofeng has been a massive boon to OMG, whereas Tien more set up with the Rel.
I think what I really want to show with this graphic is showing that Xiaofeng, he's tried to play the meta stuff and it's been kind of middling. Tien has been very successful on pretty much everything. He's been pretty successful with that. But Xiaofeng, as of recent weeks, has picked up so much Viego, and it has worked out so well for OMG. They're a scrappy team, and they haven't necessarily been able to pull off some of the more difficult team compositions. But setting up for a Viego to get resets has worked out absolute wonders for this team. And particularly Xiaofeng, as a new player coming up into the LPL, has started to impress. It's been a good year for junglers coming up towards the LPL. Xiaofeng, one of them.
Yeah, honestly, jungle in the LPL this year is banging. I'm loving every single game when it comes to the jungle in the LPL. We're going to head to stage though. I believe the players are already in their seat and raring to go for this one. And to be honest, I'm excited to see how the draft goes in this one as well, because again, another matchup where bizarrely Cream has been a big Azir player this year, which is not something I expected to say, but now Azir's been taken away from him. Maybe we get more classic Cream back.
There's still a way. He's been playing a lot of that too. But yeah, this player, when I looked at this roster from Top Esports, I think the player who stood to gain the most was Cream. I think a lot of the other players, they've had their flowers already. They've had their titles, both in LPL and hell, internationally as well. You've got MSI winners and a Worlds winner in Mako in there too. Cream is the kind of player, though, who has been verging on elite player for a long time, but he's never quite gotten there. The level of mid lane in LPL is so legendarily high, it's very hard to break into that kind of select few. And one of the things that was holding back Cream was the fact that he could never really play mages to as high level as anything else. I think last year he started on a journey to kind of recover that identity a little bit. He played, bits more of Ahri, which is kind of like the halfway house, but then he played some other kind of magey stuff just along the lines too. This year, he has effectively only been playing the mages with a smattering of that Akali coming through. Now, while I do think that he can maybe be going towards something like that Ahri again, because that's been seen to promise as well, I really want to see how much this has affected his overall development as a player, and whether he finally can get towards that elite mid-laner status in China.
I think one of the other things that's been holding him back, honestly, is the competition. Like, there are so many incredible mid laners in the LPL, but this year, it's kind of, Cream has been fulfilling more of a meta role than he has previously, but simultaneously, Xiaohu, Scout, both having pretty rough splits. Obviously, Xiaohu's starting to come into his own a little bit, but both of them starting off a bit weaker. It feels like there has been a bit of a shift in that mid lane, and Cream, one of the benefactors of that fact, not only on a great roster, not only improving individually as a player, but also some of the older names in the league perhaps shifting down the power rankings helps him climb up as well. Another older name in the mid lane they'll be up against today is Angel, who his split has been hit or miss, I would say. When it comes to certain champions, he's been absolutely fantastic. The start of the split was a little bit rough for him, but it does feel like OMG, every single series, start to show us a little bit more and a little bit more, and they are moving towards being a playoffs contender here. I mean, they're a team that you expect to make playoffs at this stage. I feel like they are, reasonably safe in terms of making it to playoffs, but it's whether or not they look like a team that can make things happen once they get there.
For sure, and I think we have to talk about a little bit about strength of schedule, because you look at the remaining games for OMG, and I feel like the last time I looked at it, I said this feels doable. They are against a very difficult team here in Top Esports to see things out, but they've already got themselves to 5-5. That's a little better than, say, LNG, who just lost a series today as well, which is really quite important, because that's who they're directly fighting for potentially the last spot in playoffs. OMG currently ranked on 10th. They are less game score than Weibo, who are just ahead of them as well. 3 games individually between those two. Any game they can pick up, any series they can pick up, goes very, very healthily into their war chest as they go towards playoffs, potentially.
Honestly, they've got 6 series remaining, and I'd say there are 3 where they're favourites and 3 where they're underdogs. So they're looking for an 8-8 finish in my mind right now. Perhaps 9 and 7. We'll have to see. Depends on their IG series. Let's look at the draft though, as Kalista, Ashe, and Akali being respect banned away from Cream here. The Viego from Xiaofeng, that comfort that we talked about, taken away.
There is absolutely no surprise to me that Viego has been taken away. Jackie Love does go on to the center though, 3-0 on it this split, and this champion has been banned away from them an awful lot. Jeep's going to go towards the Udyr, a champion that we've seen fall off a little bit. It feels like if you want to play around a tank frontliner though, Udyr is one of the better ones to do, especially if you're not willing to pick up the K'Sante after the nerfs.
So still getting the prio with the I mean, to be honest, I feel like it's a little disappointing quite how hard Udyr has fallen out of the meta in the LPL. I feel like he's still really good, and I feel like we do see some players showing off quite how good he is and using it effectively, using that prio, using the threat that you have in the C-fight. I mean, early fights, the amount of threat you have on the entire enemy team is just bizarre, honestly, is I think the right word with that Phoenix stance. But either way, I digress. Nautilus locked in alongside the Senate, and we are looking towards potentially a solo lane here.
So there was the hover that way. It would be a takeaway from Angel because this is his most played champion, whereas on the side of Cream himself, he's 3-0 on it. It wouldn't be bad to lock that in right now, but I think they just want to say, look, let's not get ourselves top lane banned out, so we have to play something that can't really hold lane presence against the Udyr. The Aatrox can wave clear against him fine, and then, again, pretty much like the Aatrox versus K'Sante matchup, you're trading flank pressure for frontline potential. Now, it's worth noting on the other side, the Tristana, while normally it would be a flex between multiple members, Abel is the real Tristana player in the bot lane in the LPL. He was last year, he bought that out, even when times where it felt like the bot lane meta was getting stale, and it worked really well for him. But however, this split, he's the one picking it out. 16.5 KDA with 4 wins and 0 losses. So if we're going to talk about this bot lane and how important Mako has been for Jackie Love to really have a great split with a support that feels like he can be on his level for once in his career.
Yeah.
Having Abel on the Tristana, I want to see whether Abel and PPGod can flip it against one of our very best bot lanes in the LPL right now.
One thing to mention as well is it is possible that Tristana is a flex. Now, Angel has not played it so far this split. But if I'm OMG and I'm looking at finding advantages in drafts against top esports, maybe going for something that would be a given and changing that up could be an opportunity. But to be honest, I expect it to go to Abel as well. We're looking towards the bans here. Lee Sin take it away from Tien. That's kind of the classic for Tien. It's something he's played a lot of this split as well. The Rel as well, another big option in the jungle that you could take away from him, but instead, Zin's out actually removed.
Yeah, I think that OMG are looking to remove bot side 3v3 junglers. This is very typical when you have, big carries down in the bot lane, as you do right now, and where you... sometimes you'll have bot lanes you want to leave alone, as it feels right now when you've got the Tristana. You need something that can interrupt that from being able to all in with impunity very early on. Stuff like Lee Sin and Shinzao, they hit level 3, level 4, and they can really mess up your bot lane. So now they'll be able to double ban out jungle, maybe pick up something like a Poppy as well as 4th pick for Xiaofeng, as it feels like top esports, instead they're banning out the roaming picks from Angel that could do the same from the mid lane.
Yeah, so premium mid laners still remaining. Hui would be open and available. The Ahri that we've started to see come back through. We have had one game from Angel on Ahri so far this split. It was a win, and he finished with a 19 KDA. So solid first game, and we'll be looking to replicate that kind of scoreline.
And he also did that versus JDG. That was one of their wins which they got against that team, our second place team in the LPL right now. Angel has always been a big player of the Ahri. So Cream, does he have any answers into this champion in the mid lane? He won't have an Akali. I actually don't like Hui into Ahri. It feels like you can get all-in a lot. If Hui is continually all-in, this champion is not very good. So we'll see if Angel can potentially throw some damage the way of Cream if he focuses more on his own lane rather than roaming.
See if that is going to be an option for the side of top esports here. Jack's going to be hovered. There's a potential jungle pick, which, to be honest, we've pretty much exclusively seen the Jacks in the jungle as an answer to the Xin Zhao, so kind of surprised to see the Jacks come through here. But there we go, Tien. Wanting to, I guess, still play somewhat of a carry in the jungle. The Jacks comes up as the answer.
Jax there is someone, again, who can be a bit bruiser, a bit damaging, and can influence the game early. Now, this is the prime Ahri combo from years past, the Ahri Vi. It will be absolutely not surprising to see this one through. It means that Ahri doesn't need to hit skill shots because the Vi pins you in place for them. This is completely different though. Assassin in the jungle. Xiaofeng does not have his Viego, and he has learned it is comfort which ends up making things work for him. He picks Kha'Zix in the jungle. I don't think I've seen this year.
Kha'Zix jungle. This is going to be exciting. Duo assassin. In fact, kind of triple assassins with the Tristana as well can function in that role. OMG, very aggressive composition. Lots of pick tools available to them.
This is the first major region Kha'Zix we will have seen in 2024. We saw an Amumu from I believe that was EDG the other day, or it might have been RNG. I think it was RNG that picked that one in, and that didn't work for them. It's another new champion being picked up in the LPL. Now the thing is with the Kha'Zix is that if you end up getting vision control and then the Ahri can jump over the wall, you don't set up for the Ahri, but the Ahri can follow you on your plays all the same. Xiaofeng and Angel, if they can ever find Cream out of position on the way, he will evaporate. He will be condensed milk by the end of it, not cream.
Nice. Yeah, we'll see. 2 mobile carries for them to focus on with the Senna on top of the way. We'll see if they can find their targets. You know, Kha'Zix may not have been met. This may be the first major region Kha'Zix jungle of the year. But you know what they say, change is good. Time to jump onto Summoner's Rift here for OMG versus Top Esports, and I love what OMG are bringing to the table. The biggest factors in wins for them have been innovation and comfort picks. They have both of them in spades with this draft.
I really want to see how this mid-jungle combo goes towards that. Fighting and dueling. The Kha'Zix Q goes through. The counter-strike feels like that could be an option as well. This Jax normally answers the Xin Zhao. Can he be answered by a bug in the jungle?
Definitely stronger Gyos for Top Esports as 369 and Cube. They're going old school in the top lane with the emote spam here. Nothing going to happen at the level 1. But straight off the bat, I feel like we've got to talk about this jungle matchup, right? Jax versus Kha'Zix. This is not a matchup I expected to see today. Let's talk pathing. Let's talk how these two junglers have to approach the map.
So you're going to have pushing top lane from Udyr almost certainly in the early levels, and also you have the Ahri, which gets push in mid lane very easily too. So you have 2 solo lanes which are likely to push. Need to see if that's matched in bot lane as well. Senna actually has pretty good lane presence nowadays. It's not like the Senna Tahm Kench we've seen of past where you kind of just eat pressure for the first couple of minutes and then you come online. But you are against the Tristana who can bomb the wave and keep things there. So what this means is that you have a Kha'Zix with potentially all 3 winning lanes. And then once you build up to, you know, decent points where your lanes can push in, get vision control, Cream and Tien are going to have a pretty awful time of things. With wards already in the enemy jungle, great information for OMG to make a mess of things early and start flying over walls and potentially bug splat Tien.
Fingers crossed for no bug splats today.
It's been a while since I've
we've seen it in pro, we have seen it over the years. Hopefully not
JPEG,
today,
what the heck is happening?
Yeah, exactly. Top Esports, though, with a lot of scaling. No way, this Senna, a lot of range to play with as well. But I feel like this is a composition that also is kind of happy to brawl. Like Nautilus, Jax, and Aatrox, they're very happy to get up in the face of OMG and allow that space for Cream and Jackie Love. Ooh, flash
away.
forced.
The thing is, when you get the Tristana who gets access to the wave early on, she gets to push in, and PP God on the Rakan is one of his best champions of all time as well. He's used that for some creative plays. Abel and PP God, they're often a great litmus test for how OMG are going to perform in a game because they're going to snowball all the way across, either positively or negatively. It always tends to be one of those two. It's very rare for them to have even games in the same way. So for them to get flashes in lane early against what we have seen to be one of the best laning bot lanes in the whole LPL is a good sign for them. Top Esports, they need to not get sucker punched here. That's one of the worries I've got for them right now, actually. I feel like they could get taken off guard by OMG's early aggression and their comfort in the innovation that they bring to the ring.
Heavy trade coming out from the bot lane of Top Esports. This is what you were talking about. The Senna Nautilus, surprisingly efficient in the 2v2 if you can get onto your targets, especially once you get a bit of lethality online as well. I'm keeping my eyes on the minimap here. I'm looking towards that jungle matchup as 369 and Cube. You expect them to just continuously trade and not much to come of it. But Xiaofeng just finishing off his blue buff now. That'll be the end of his clear. Can move towards that bot crab. I don't anticipate a dive really in that bottom side, but
no,
you never know.
When you've got the heal, Senna Q, and just Nautilus, it's kind of low chance of that working. I think what you're really wanting to do is get into the enemy jungle, keep up ward coverage, and make sure that you can maybe force a flash out of Tien, steal away something from him. And then once you start hitting level 6s and then your ultimates as well, things get really dangerous to the side of top esports, because if they ever let slip in terms of vision and Kha'Zix gets to kind of like get melee range of the Jack, start ulting so he can't trade back in terms of his auto attacks too, because he goes, you know, camouflaged. Things get very, very difficult for him. Angel getting his first back of the game, and now he'll start to be able to contest some of the wave clear in the jungle. He gets himself a couple of laning items and goes back.
Tien thought that the reset was going to come through from Xiaofeng, spotted him on the ward, but will still get the chickens. Well played by Tien, takes the camp, walks away with it.
This is important for him because Tien needs to be getting as much farm as possible. Abel gets buffered out!
That's the route as well coming through. PP God, bit of peel onto Jackulov, but great trading out from the top esports bot lane.
Yeah, he doesn't end up getting the buffer. He ends up getting interrupted. Of course, the way the League of Legends work is the last displacement takes priority. His jump starts before the hook lands and it cancels him out of it. It's going to be a ghost for free. With that low HP, he might even be under threat of a... Well, there's no flash from Mega, but if something else lands, it could be dangerous here.
Mango might just look for a hook instead. Jackulov certainly with the W would have the burst to finish the job, but not going to go for it for now. Remember, no heal on that OMG bot lane. Abel's running the ghost. PP God with the ignite. So aside from PP God's heal in his kit, that's all you're going to be looking at here. But Jackulov and Mako just going to be able to brute force this one forwards. Just a rain of souls hits Jackulov.
I think the reason they feel happy to do this is part of the vision work done by the mid-jungle. You have a ward on Raptors, which spots at Tien, which knows that there's not going to be a 3v2 dive with Tien potentially flashing forward for a stun. That would have been the real danger point. So Xiaofeng going to go towards top side. Of course, these are not isolated, so you don't get the best ability to take these down. Of course, before you had Herald, Kha'Zix's very, very good at both taking Herald and Dragon because they're isolated and your Q damage goes through the roof against them, especially once you start getting towards Q upgrades later as well. That's your choice as well. You get to control them very well. All the same with the mid lane and top lane getting themselves decent amounts of control. Xiaofeng will be taking, looks like, all 3 of the grubs.
Yeah, even if it takes a little bit of time without the isolation damage, like just on bare stats alone, you can still certainly take them as an objective. Xiaofeng going to do exactly that. So that's 3 grubs for them. And in the meantime, Tien is up on this top side. Yeah, smite's on cooldown. So is Xiaofeng's.
Yeah.
And technically the Gromp's not isolated because they're both opponents of Xiaofeng, right? So wouldn't be able to get the smite damage down. Dodges away from the lightning bolt. Will be able to get his reset off. I think Tien can take chickens again here, though. No, okay, Xiaofeng goes for them instead.
Yeah, that ends up being okay for it. The thing is, once you get level 6 on the Kha'Zix, I think things really start changing around in terms of what you can do against the Jax. Because Jax, most of his damage is auto attacks, and you can't do that against a target goes invisible in front of you with the Kha'Zix ultimate. So I have to track and see how that works. He is actually walking into enemy Raptors, but you'll see they are gone. And as he goes now down through mid lane, he might be able to spot Angel on the roam, but I think Angel just doing this for a little bit of vision coverage. He's going to walk back in Tien, though.
Spots him on the control wall. Tien wants to make this play. Doesn't commit a flash for the stun here. Realizes the rest of the team would not be able to follow up. But that route might just work out. Double route comes in. Tien moves into the tri-brush, but I think realizing that going any deeper on this one would be a little greedy. Good shield from Cube there in the top side, but just going to be trading back and forth. And in the meantime, Tien has started the drone.
He has bot side control. Got Cream actually doing very well in this mid lane matchup as well. Angel's not really been able to find those poke trades against the Wei, which can kind of lead towards some very dangerous moments afterwards. Cream has been, of course, pretty good player of this Wei, even though mages have not been his specialty. Won't be impacting this bot lane fight, though. I don't see Xiaofeng around the corner. They do now, and they'll back off.
All right, Xiaofeng enough to deter the play. That'll be the wave pushed in for Abel and PP God. And we kind of return to normalcy once again. Very, very quiet early game here from both teams. And I think you're okay on either side, really, for this so far. However, level 6 is now coming on through. It does feel like OMG have a lot of power to work with those ultimates.
They do. I mean, feels like, though, top esports, they've managed to do well at least with the first phase of the game, where you've got potentially Kha'Zix invading or comboing up with laners. And they get that very early push. They haven't given up any real big jungle advantages. Tien is ahead in farm. We've seen him, of course, go into enemy Raptors and take those a number of times as well. Getting first items potentially coming through on the board in the next couple of minutes, though. I think it might be the Youmu's for Xiaofeng first. I was wondering if it would be an Umbral Blade, particularly with the pick composition of, or at least parts of the pick composition, as well as having, like, an Ari and the Rakan. The extra Yomas gives him a little bit more individual power and mobility to potentially skirt around the map.
So, Yumu's first item here. You expect things like potentially the opportunity to come through. Things like this. Just a lot of damage, basically. Just a lot of lethality and a lot of damage. I feel like with lethality, there's, you know, there are optimum builds, but just building more lethality is usually a solid shout. Xiaofeng moving into the top side here. 369 gonna be his target. Whether or not they can actually close the gap is a different question, though, and looks like that will be a no for now.
Yeah, you can see that. Jumping into the Brutalizer of an Aatrox, not always that helpful. PP God unlocked from the map. He's off of vision right now. Potentially he can look for something again. If they can get Cream's flash away, and they can get him to the point where he's vulnerable, I think that's a big win for OMG as well, but he's done very well in the early laning phase to keep up farm, not take bad trades against the Ahri. Said I actually quite like Ahri as a matchup into Hui, particularly once you get to first item and you have like an opening to kind of force his flash away. It feels like he can just continually eat all in back to back and he can struggle to stabilize, but OMG haven't really been able to get under the skin of Tien and Cream that easily. Pop Esports, of course, they're a team which we have a lot of respect for. They're one of our best teams here. Jackalope, that's where we go. They're trying to do it now.
Look at this engage. First blood already for Angel. And look at Snowball more, but the Spiraling Despair is turning the damage around here. 2v2 now, and Xiaofeng's going to go down. Double kill for Tian on the Jax. What a turnaround for Top Esports.
It's a first swing with the baseball bat of OMG, but it kind of comes back all the way around, and Tien gets the double kill on the return. So that they tried to get this opening into mid lane, get the flash away from Cream, and try and get this opening there. But Tien, now with a big amount of gold, will go towards the, not the Herald, the Grubs. Too early for the Herald. And walk away with a really big win in the early game for Top Esports. OMG, they're going to be ruining that mistake. That was a big opportunity for them.
Top Esports basically no summoners anywhere except 369, and Mako's Cube might just get solo killed here. The shot comes through from Jackie Love. He's low on HP. The Q3 is enough. Tien comes in to save the day, and 369 takes a kill.
Top side falls apart from OMG. 369 now ahead of the game as well. OMG felt like they were the ones who had the chance to instigate, but they've missed a very valuable opportunity.
Off the back of that as well, the Grubs can't be taken by Xiaofeng. I think he wanted to move in and grab that objective, but with his top lane down, nothing he can do on that one. Let's take another look at this mid play, because this felt extremely decisive to start with from OMG.
You can see that PP God's off of vision, gets a great combo. I wonder if the initial charm should have gone onto Cream instead of Jackie Love. You can see how much damage he turns around. So I think a bit of a targeting mistake from Angel. Also worth noting, he went for cooldown boots early. He doesn't have a Dark Seal. He didn't have necessarily the best damage to close out those kills himself, and he won't get the most benefit from snowballing off of them. Really well in the top side. I think 369 has been the best top laner in the LPL of the split so far. He gets a little bit of help from his jungler and his support. Well, I mean, his AD carry, then it kind of counts as both. Either way, gets himself an important kill up there to set himself up for success.
So we've got Tien on Jax that's already finished Triforce, has 2 kills, a massive advantage in the jungle. We've got, in top lane, a 20 CS lead, plus now a kill onto Cube as well, so 369 has a massive advantage. And then in the mid lane and the bot lane, yes, you've got a kill for Angel, but 2 assists on Cream, so he's not too far behind there, and Jackulov stacking up with these assists. Everyone in the brush right here, flash for flash, as PP God just about gets away with his life.
Teleport back in from Mako, who's running that in the center lane, because why not? Definitely just helps you have more presence on the map. And problem is, OMG would love to establish vision control and get some picks while Top Esports are potentially out of position or rotating between things. They have not been able to do that because it feels like Jackulov and Tien have been covering the map so well. Jackulov first in that mid lane and a couple of times with his ultimate as well. Tien, of course, on this Jax now very strong. Got himself a good first item breakpoint. Now with 2 early dragons as well, they have the objective advantage. OMG really needed this top side to go well. Not going to particularly be easy for them now. Tien is in position in bot side to help his bot lane crash in.
Okay, dive in the bottom side as well. PP got nice double knock up. That deters any kind of pressure here from Tez in terms of getting kills. In terms of tower plates, they're still going to be able to just take as much as they want here. 2 plates taken now, as they have to back away. I just want to quickly point out as well, it's going to be an Infernal Soul this game. Top Esports with 2 Drakes already.
Insult to injury, Xiaofeng on Fog of War in a good position for once. Immediately blue trinketed. It feels like there's only 1 or 2 places he could be. Remember that that one Monty Python sketch in terms of how not to be seen, and then there's only one hiding space. Like, oh, it's a great. As you can see, you can't see Xiaofeng, but he has chosen a very obvious hiding space. And then the problem is later into the game, he will also explode.
Yeah, and I feel like that's very apt with how this game looks like it's going to be going. He's going to struggle to find his targets later on. And I mean, one of the targets that would likely be found isolated is 369 later on in the game, but maybe isolated now as well. As the Q3 almost comes down. If that ult was a little earlier from Jaculov, maybe could have turned the play.
I think I agree, because if he gets the Q3 onto both of them, the sweet spot damage converted into healing, yeah, I think that's definitely worth it. He now goes back and he gets the Profane Hydra. I don't think he had that item before that death came through, but still, 369. A little bit awkward for him, and the rest of his team not quite communicating on that one. And it is a kill over to OMG on the top side of the map. It feels like it might be too little too late, but it's something.
It's certainly something. 10,000 gold down. And definitely, you know, you like the look of this game. On the side of top esports, it just has to be said. As OMG now kind of up against it, it feels like. But they're not that far behind just yet. Still plenty of time. Malignant's picked up on Angel. Abel has that Kraken Slayer. When you get to sort of 2 items, it does feel like this composition will spike pretty hard. So perhaps could be an opportunity for OMG a little bit later on, once they've got some more items, when these Drakes start spawning again.
Actually interested in what second item Angel's going towards with the Nizzy Large Rod. I wonder if his thought is, you've got Tristana and Karzik, so you can start off a fight. I can go for Shadow Flame and try and finish off a kill. It's not something I often like on Ahri. She's often starting the play. We'll see if Angel can be the one to kind of capitalize on things as well. Again, I'd really like to see a Dark Seal built in. I think it's one of the most important items in the game for that champion in the mid lane. And as we're going to see more of that champion, worth getting that point out there now so I can flame some players when they don't build it on champion, which I'm pretty damn familiar with at this point. But we'll see if this, again, this assassin duo, maybe even with Abel joining in as kind of a trio, can get some work done cohesively.
Stun comes through onto Cube here. This might just be a kill. He's quite tanky, but is he tanky enough? No, is the answer. Tien grabs the hat trick with his 3rd kill of the game. And actually, top esports, there's nobody nearby. They could potentially just finish off a tier 2. Herald slam down.
Got the Herald.
That'll be a tier 2 tower taken in the bottom side. Big pressure out from top esports as a dive on the top side, but immediately the TP comes through from Cream. 369 ignited. Bond walks away with his life.
Oh, that is so close. It's so painful from OMG because they saved the bomb for killing 369. They don't have it for the tower itself, so they don't even get value on chunk onto top lane in a turret. So the OMG, their cross map, typically with a Tristana, would be really good. In 2v1s and against towers, Tristana gets huge value. Not being able to do so there, 369 gets away with a very slim trade.
Certainly did. Narrowly escaping with his life. He had flash the whole time as well, by the way. The cojones on this guy. Not to flash in a play like that. But still gets away with it. And that's all that matters at the end of the day. 4-2 on the scoreboard. About 2,000 gold lead as well. Top esports intend on continuing this snowball as they hammer down the tier 1 in the mid lane. Drake's up in 45 seconds, and you just know that they've got control of the whole area.
And they do, and OMG, they need vision control. They really need it. It's very hard for them to play without it because they are very squishy besides Cube, and we've even seen Cube can die when he gets to full 5v5s. That's going to be a bit of an issue. They're teleporting onto the mid lane. Hoping that Cube can maybe just buy them a bit of space here, but look how far up top esports are. 17 minutes into the game, typically you're fighting around the middle of mid lane, but with how powerful top esports are compared to OMG in a straight 5v5, OMG cannot approach them down this front and center.
The poke coming out from Jaculov and Cream as well. Starting to chunk people. Angel forced to use his ultimate. Charm goes wide as well. And I mean, if that doesn't guarantee the Drake, I don't know what will.
I mean, Angel, I'm going to say at least it's better to ult than die, but it's definitely not good for your team that you have to stand around there and wait for something to land. Mako, again, looking for these hooks. Gets
I don't know if that's
on.
the
No,
fight
he
angle,
misses
to
it.
be honest. I'm kind of glad Mako missed that hook, because that's a 2v4 that he would have been opting into. The rest of the team doing the Drake at the minute, as he's
still going.
desperate to stop them doing anything, I guess. Mako forced to flash over the wall. As,
Oh no!
Screaming, but they get a kill? They actually get a kill! What is happening on my screen right now? Damage comes through on Xiaofeng as well. He's so low on HP. Mako can't quite finish that one off as PP got on the top side of the play trying to escape as well. But the Blast Cone is going to bring him towards Jackie Love, who's got the slows. He's looking for the root as well, and will find it. That's going to be a kill onto PP God. How the hell was this a positive play for Top Esports?
This game right here, sir, this is the criminal, this is the crime. Take it away. That should not happen. How the hell do they get away with that? Mako just keeps fishing for hooks, realizing, yeah, I'm a tanky Nautilus up in farming. I can get myself some more value out of this. Still went too far, and I think Cream just kind of bought into Mako's own hype a little bit too much. How the hell did this start? This is like the third hook in a row, by the way, he's looked for. He calls Cream over to stop the isolation coming through completely. And luckily, Cream has a lot of dissuasion damage. But what the heck happens here? Dude! That's not a support! That's a betrayal! That's a backstab!
Yeah, there's not many positive things to say about this sequence of play for Mako. But hey, Jackie Love gets the first kill with his ultimate, and then gets a bonus second kill as well. So you know what? He may not have helped out Cream, but he's not Cream's support. He's Jackie Love's support. He's used Cream as a chess piece to set up Jackie Love.
Felicia just says, "Et tu, Brute, I'm actually lactose intolerant. Get rid of this Cream." Gets him out of the... gets him away from him. But still, they walk away with the play because OMG can't quite capitalize on the extra global coming through from Jackie Love. So important. And OMG, if that doesn't tell you how badly this game is going, I don't know what will. They needed to get more control of the early game. And Vision on top of it, very hard for them now to get themselves a really good intro to this. You can even see that Angel has gone for the full Banshee second, which means that Angel is not going to be the main carry. He's going to have to be there trying to initiate using the spell shield to avoid the first skill shot, whatever it may be, because the rest of the team is going to find it so hard to initiate.
Yeah, luckily for him, he doesn't have to avoid the hooks from Mako. They avoid themselves so far this game. So his Banshees will be able to survive that at least. 2 items for Abel. Has the Phantom Dancer, so will be doing big damage. Xiaofeng, 2-1-1, not too far behind in CS either. So the Kha'Zix certainly has damage on the 2 items. It's just about finding the opportunity, and I'm not talking about the item, where he can actually get that damage out.
Kind of hard without an Edge of Night himself. Typically, we do see an Edge of Night second on... Heck, even Aatrox players will do that from top lane, because that Edge of Night allows you, again, to just shrug off one skill shot or dissuading ability when you all in someone. He's really going quite greedy with this build and says, I need to do damage. I mean, that's quite important because Angela said, I'm going to do less damage because he hasn't gone for something like a Lich Bane, which is always best second damage item. He needs to really be picking up the pieces. Hook lands, and that's not a good start.
Okay, PP God is just going to go down. Damage is there to follow it up. Abel knocked up. Zeus throws down a lightning bolt on his head as well as a little bit of a bonus buster shot to the end, but Abel's still almost going down. Big damage coming out from Jackie Love in these scraps. Like, every time he just gets an auto Q, it's a massive chunk.
And particularly when you have this Nautilus who is in the farming state of things. You've got the Senna who's giving them all the gold. Mako can feel so powerful going towards that. He can also tank the Baron for his team, even though you've got the Senna who's less good at killing Baron. You have the Jax who's great at it in his own right. Very quick Baron, very early Baron. They can reset, they can push out lanes, they can go towards the Soul, and OMG, they are in absolutely dire straits. They need one pick to maybe get a Miracle Steal on the Baron to delay, on the Dragon to delay the game. It's going to be very hard to find it.
Yeah. And even the TP bot on the minimap, it's like, oh, 3 players here, maybe they can get a kill. I mean, it's Mako. He's got 2 full items plus boots. He's going to be completely invincible on the Nautilus. That's not a dive that you can pull off, so... Just doesn't feel like there's many opportunities here for OMG to make things happen. Mako happy to be the one to face check. The aftershock buys so much time. He barely lost HP on this play. The knock-up onto Abel as well. Tien flashes to make it happen. Beautiful stuff from Top Esports. Xiaofeng has been found in the jungle by 369 as well, who's just going to move back mid to threaten the tier 2.
Yeah, and there was a point there I was like, oh, you've cast a curse them now. They don't have many opportunities to make this happen. It's on to the Nautilus again, the 2-item tank Nautilus. It's the reason why we see this champion with Senna so much. Nautilus has been like a first pick, first ban champion at points in the last few weeks from the LPL, and you can see why. Mako is absolutely unleashed alongside Tien. We warned of it in the pre-game, and OMG let them get into the game. They didn't quite play cleanly enough through their early game, and Top Esports have not slowed down. They've continually forced OMG into awkward and losing scenarios.
It feels so good to see the confidence with which Mako is playing this Nautilus. I mean, the early 2v4 kind of shows you that he has absolutely no fear. There we go, flash for flash, and immediately hooked and annihilated. The damage that's coming out from this roster from Top Esports is absurd. Able being chased down by 369. There's the knock-up, and the Infernal Soul means it's just a one-shot. That might just be game, honestly. There's a wave pushing mid.
I love the fact that the LPL has taken our feedback, our constructive feedback, and said, hey, you've slowed down 3.5 minutes slower than last year. Let's speed things up again.
And Top Esports is certainly happy to do precisely that. We've been talking about FPX, but it is Top Esports that are the fastest team in the league. Maybe not the ones that get the most kills, but when they get that lead, and they pretty much always get that lead, they annihilate teams.
We said this series could be a bit of a flip in a game or two from OMG. OMG are definitely best of 3 merchants. They were that last year with a different top side. They are that even with the changed members. And they're going to have to walk away from game 1 and really revise things. It felt like it was a comfort draft-ish in the terms of the roles that they were playing. But they didn't have the Viego for Xiaofeng. I think that's a big factor. I think Top Esports have nailed what makes this team tick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, OMG felt lost in this game, and it was because they had to dance to the beat of Top Esports drum, and, you know, it's very fast, it's a very complex beat. Not many people have the moves to dance to that beat. We're going to jump into a break. We'll do a little bit of dancing while we're off screen, but once we're back, we'll see what OMG are bringing to the table. back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards game number 2 between Top Esports and OMG. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Namira. And, well, Top Esports not looking for a close series by the looks of things in game number 1, because that was a bit of a massacre.
OMG needed to get ahead early. They didn't get ahead early, and I think particularly Mako and Tien just kind of popped off in regards to setting up plays across the map. And oh my word, less than 4,000 damage on the Aura in the mid lane from Angel. It's a comfort champion for him. We expect it to be seen a lot in the current meta. That's not a good sign.
That is not it. I mean, kind of diffs across the map a little bit here from Top Esports. Fantastic game coming out from them. Jackulum, the benefactor of a lot of those plays, just able to roam around, help out Mako, help out Tien, collecting souls and names across the course of the game. Fantastic stuff coming out from Top Esports, and I do think they're one of the teams that is the best at playing around that center, honestly.
Oh, for sure. I think they are 4-0 on the pick now, and it's mostly banned against them when you're not playing it as well. Jackulov has been fantastic on the pick, and it also helps that he has a player like Mako in the support role to help him with that. Tien walks away with the MVP. I think that he had potentially a hard game to play with, because it felt like the Kha'Zix was locked in, and the Kha'Zix Ari could be getting into his jungle. Didn't end up being the case, though. Tien and Mako ran that game and allowed Jackulov and Cream to have very stable platforms to deal damage on.
Yeah, and also Tien getting the MVP on a Jax jungle when Jax jungle is this pick that we've seen often as an answer to Xin Zhao, but picking it outside of that matchup and still showing that Jax jungle is actually just good as a pick. It's actually just a strong champion that you can play in multiple situations, not just as that direct counter pick. Let's see how things change up though with OMG on the blue side.
So it's the Karma first pick. That is technically a flex between lane and support. With Abel and PP God have played the Ezreal Karma a fair bit so far. You've given up the Varus on the other side though, which Jackulov is arguably the best Varus player in the entirety of the LPL, and that's danger.
I mean, the problem is, while I don't disagree with anything you just said there, I feel like you could say that for so many champions for Jackulov that it's kind of like, how do you draft? You've already banned 3 AD carries away, plus the setter from Top Esports. He's still going to find comfort no matter what you do. So, I mean, the Varus is just very strong anyway. But
and that's the thing, right? It's a multiple factor thing. It's partly because there isn't really anything which deals with the Varus in the bot lane that well. Now, we could potentially have seen the Smolder, but that's banned out. You know, just try and outlast the Varus. But I think when you have, you know, a lot of great AD carries in the league, to say that someone is like, you know, very, very good and potentially the best at this champion within the league, that even means something even then. And given that this Varus has been first pick, first ban, OMG have locked in strong front line, but they're going to lose more, even more AD carry / bot lane picks. Chances are you're going to lose stuff like the Ezreal. You might even lose yourself something like a Xayah as well, even though that can be a difficult laning phase to play through. I think Abel and PP God are in a very difficult spot now.
See what they're able to go for in that bottom side, but you fully expect more bans coming their way, and I do wonder what they fall back on. 369 goes for the Aatrox, and now we'll see. I mean, you could ban the Tristana theoretically, but actually just banning the Rakan instead, targeting out PP God.
Jack's taken away from Tien. Of course, they've already got the Xin Zhao locked in. What else could you lock away? You could lock out something. I mean, Lee Sin's not fantastic into stuff like Karma and Udyr, because the target you go on in terms of single target damage is either going to get blocked by the Udyr or shielded by the Karma. So what else could Tien go towards? Could maybe even see something like the Rel. Of course, Tien, the holder of the only pentakill in competitive play from a Rel. Somehow, some way, I'm beyond questioning these things. And you're absolutely right in calling out the Tristana being banned away from Abel as well. Varus Nautilus, though, very difficult lane to play against. Are you going to have to shift this Karma down towards the bot side? I guess you could Ezreal Karma. Even then, I think that potentially loses against the Varus Nautilus as well. Difficult spot for the bot lane of OMG.
Really curious what direction they go in, to be honest, but I guess only time will tell in that regard. Hui taken off of the board because it was hovered earlier, something that Cream has been playing a ton of. And we're looking towards jungle and mid lane here for Top Esports. We're even going to hop of the Kha'Zix just to really rub it in. I mean, Lee Sin's open for Tien, by the way. Which
Lee Sin's there, and it is Tien. Now, I do think it's not the best Lee Sin comp, but you have the Nautilus to set up, and you have the Varus ult to set up as well. So, like, the champions you are playing the Lee Sin with are fine. I don't think it's the best into Karma, and it's not necessarily the best into the Udyr either. and now you have to think about what bot lane you're going to be interrupting on the other side. Abel has been one of our few players that has been prioritizing the Aphelios and will be locked in. Now the question is, you have to lock in a support that can help you survive this laning phase. Braum is fine into the Nautilus. We have seen stuff like the Aphelios Lulu before, but the Lulu, if you get one hook landed on them, it's very, very dangerous for them. So you have a bit of a difficult spot here to say, well, what do you pair this up with, which is okay versus the Nautilus, and also helps you get you through laning phase.
Yeah, Braum, Tom Kench potentially, but typically we just see him with Senna these days. And it will be the Braum locked in for PP God. Feels like OMG, a very reactive composition here. Quite happy to play with Top Esports playing into them and going for those counter engages. Top Esports though, what do they want to go for in this mid lane? Play taken off of the board. Perhaps Cream just going to show Angel how it's done on the Ari.
Thank you. Someone is locked in, so Ari into Karma in that mid lane matchup. Fairly non-interactive as a mid lane, but Cream got the better over Angel in that last game, saw how little damage Angel did. So the job now is for Top Esports, reach Abel. He's the only one that's really going to be able to carry team fights. The Karma can help him with shield, the Braum can stand in front of him, and Karma can do some damage by themselves. When you've got the Lee Sin on one angle, you've got the Nautilus potentially getting an ult onto him as well. And of course 369 on the Aatrox coming in from another angle. Top Esports do have the tools to reach OMG's AD carry. If this Aphelios gets behind in the game, or gets soloed out in these team fights and isolated, then OMG lose. It is all on Abel, and the whole team is there to set him up.
See if this Aphelios can do all of those things that he used to do back in 2020. Feels like a long time ago now. Was it 2021 he came out? I'm pretty sure it was 2020. Either way.
It was 2020 that he came out. Same year that Senna did as well, actually, I believe. There's, we had the 200 years in there. Releasing Infernals.
One of the players with some of the most memorable Aphelios clips in my mind is actually JackieLove as well. We were talking about it in Champ Select, how there are so many champions that you can associate with JackieLove as one of the best of them. Aphelios, I would say, falls into that category as well. Abel bringing it out today, though. As you say, this is his 4th game of Aphelios this split. One of the few AD carries in the league that's still willing to go for this pick. It's certainly a hyper carry. He's got the comp for it. Let's see if he can pull it off.
Up a lot of shields, a lot of beef in front of him, but Top Esports have the tools to get towards him. They'll have to get through some of that front line, some of those shields, but Top Esports, they overcame the problems that were thrown at them in Game 1. Never really looked back. Game 2 now to close out the series.
Or to push us to 3 if OMG wins.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
I just want to say, I wasn't just trying to be rude there. I was actually going to converse, and then I realized the Gyos were coming in, so I had to lay out. So it just sounded like I was just contradicting for the sake of it.
That's great, much really supportive what I'm saying. But yes, I mean,
I didn't mean it like that, okay? I didn't mean it like that.
The thing about OMG is that, I mean, to be honest, in any series, you are just sat there and was like, well, they might just flip this game. I mean, OMG are they are 5-5 in series. They are very much the team that can win and lose any given game in any given series against any team. I guess they're kind of like IG in that series team, maybe with some less upper table punching power, but they definitely have some ability to snowball through bot side of the map. He's going to walk into the enemy jungle very early, put down a ward, and because he's Zooed it, he's going to run away. It's going to be very hard to catch him. He's going to be very obnoxious, as Tian looks like he's actually starting starting on the Raptors, instead of having to deal with Q, potentially interrupting the red.
Yep. Understandably so as well. And in the meantime, Sharflunk starts on his wolf. So both junglers on that top side of the map to kick things off. I'll be keeping my eyes on this bottom lane. JackieLove is going to go for the lethal tempo Varus, so going for that on hit. Not too surprising with the tanky lineup of OMG. You are going to need that DPS later on, especially with an Ahri in the mid lane. Bit of trading, but overall you don't expect much in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and I'm actually quite interested to see how Top Esports will go in terms of just going front to back. I feel like if you get the Aphelios, the game is over, but can you reach him consistently? JackieLove going for that on hit will help. Hook lands. Dangerous to go into a Braum very early. They hit level 2 first.
Nicely done. That's going to be heal popped. And JackieLove, or should we call him a Robin Hood, finds his arrow to the mark. And I love the way he just stood still, let Abel run around in circles, let him panic, and then finds the shot anyway.
So it's like, go on, do your back steps, see if he'll get out of the way. Of course he doesn't, and the apple on the head is squarely misses it, nails him in the forehead. And Top Esports, they get control over that bot side, and as long as Abel is able to pick up farm, that's fine. He just needs to not be able to bleed out through bot side. Using stuff like the shield early like that before he even gets under turret, not the best start for Abel and PP God.
No, but part of that as well is what we've been talking about. Mako, Jackie have been looking fantastic in the 2v2 so far this year. It's been a pleasure to watch. Obviously, not every game is perfect. They've definitely had a couple of rougher laning phases, but generally speaking, honestly, they are few and far between.
Yeah, it feels like they've done really, really well in any even or winning situation, and it feels like even when they're behind, most of the time it's because they've tried to make a play against the run of play because nothing better is going to happen, and I feel like that kind of aligns with how Jackie has played the game mostly too. Xiaofeng's on vision, so he's not going to be able to get himself an easy entrance into bot side. Tien will have smite, so he'll kill the scuttle for free. Is he forced to use that smite? No, he isn't, luckily, so he'll have smite to contest something else. Don't know whether he completely spots Xiaofeng. I think he does, and now he's going behind bot
this is
lane.
cheeky. This is incredibly cheeky. Abel's going to be in so much trouble. No, PP God does drop the ward, so Tien gets spotted, but that's half of PP God's health. And all off of just cheeky pathing from Tien. I don't know if Xiaofeng thought he'd gone into the mid lane brush or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, Angel was pretty fine in mid lane either way. I don't think he needed to answer into mid lane right there, especially at this point in the lane where it feels like Karma very early on gets a lot of wave control versus Ori just because Mantra Q is so huge damage very early on. Get a hook in that bot side, which will help with that HP trunk and capitalizing on it.
Abel walked really far forwards there for not a whole lot of reason. He's ignited. Will get out with his life, but only just. I don't know. Bit of a miss on the 2v2, honestly, for PP God and Abel there.
So this is what I was worried about early into the draft and saying, hey, there's a load of 80 carry bans. Varus got through. So what are you going to do about the Varus there, folks? And you're going into Jackie and Mako on one of the most lane-dominant 2v2s we see in the meta right now. Yeah, I think the Fellows can carry if you get to, 2-3 items and you get like a Kraken Slayer and an Infinity Edge and stuff like that. It's going to be a while till they get to that point. And I feel like you're going to eat so much pressure early. Yeah. It's going to delay you even more in that regard.
I do wonder what build Abel will go for as well. Obviously, Collector very, very good on Aphelios now since his lethality got buffed and lethality in general not buffed. Q trying to get some damage down onto 369, but his sustain comes through from him. I don't know if this is a diveable angle on the Udyr, but certainly getting that lane pressure down, and Xiaofeng happy to capitalize on that fact.
So, uses that one well enough. You can see that Mako's moved into mid lane to help Cream shut out that wave as well. He's teleported into lane with his first fight of the game. Brought up that Dark Seal, which obviously I'm a big fan of. See if he can snowball through that one as well. Cream typically has been very good at snowballing through mid lane. Like we said, last year it was a bit of a revelation from him in kind of like picking up some champions like the Ahri to kind of be half a mage, the champions which he hadn't succeeded on much. He's got a full mage duty for most of this year. He's going back to a little bit more of that 2023 comfort on this champion on the mid lane.
Comfort, definitely the name of the game. For both teams, really. We've been talking about that all day long with OMG. As PP God gets hooked in, but the shield going to block massive amounts of damage there. But even still, yeah, quite happy with how this is all going for the side of Top Esports here, just denying as much CS as possible. And you can see over a 10 CS lead already in favor of Jackie Love down in that bottom side, partly down to the fact that, able to force that recall as they crash some waves in. Drake is up. I wasn't sure if Tien was going to try and go for that one then, but instead moving up towards this mid lane. Angel could be in trouble. Cream not going to go for a flash play or anything though.
They don't really have vision into the enemy jungle to see where Xiaofeng is, because if he flashes over a wall, or they suspect that he was on the top side of the map, just hanging around top river, there's a chance that it could have been a very messy scenario. Now you've got level 6 on Tien. Maybe that option opens up again as he's off of vision once more. Angel's used his roots, I think he has. I don't know whether that's still on cooldown, but he's hovering towards the bot side of the map, so it's harder for Tien and Cream, rather, to get a good angle.
Angel gets his movement speed, the Q lands, but realistically, I really hope we're not following up on that one.
So frustrating playing against Karma when you walk into mid lane, she just pops a shield and like, well, no gank here. It's one of the reasons that even after the nerfs, this champion is still so prominent. Very hard to get under the skin of a Karma player that positions well in lane.
I was looking towards that bottom lane, not sure whether Xiaofeng was going to try and make something happen there, just making sure the wave is pushed in mid. Drake is up on the map, Tien is on the top side of the map. potentially could be a Drake angle for the side of OMG. Xiaofeng in the area has started it off, and Abel moves over as well. So while the Drake goes down, and I don't expect much happening from Top Esports, I just want to quickly mention I've been having a little gander through Abel's OPGG on his Korean account. Now, obviously, Abel will have a Super Server account that we can't necessarily look at the match history of very easily. But on his Korean account that he does play on regularly, he's not played Aphelios in 2 months. I don't know whether he's been practicing on a different account. There's certainly possibility of that being the case. But the bans in this draft may well have pushed Abel onto a pick that he's really not familiar with recently.
Well, he did play it against JDG in the last game of that series, game 3. And it got late game, actually. And he did end up almost carrying that game versus JDG. He got blown out early, quite, well, actually worse than it happened in this game. So it might be the case that it's one of those things where, do you remember like Froggins and Nivea? Where he'd just be like, well, I just know how to play this, whatever. I haven't practiced this in scrims, but I just know this champion too well. Abel's very familiar with this champion. One of the champions he's been most successful on OMG in the past as well. And we'll see what he can do here. He's not been completely put into dirt yet. Tian has kicked, but Q pops Ghosts, and he's completely fine.
I don't even know if he needed to use the Ghost there, to be honest, but either way, he'll get out with his life, which is the most important thing here. Xiaofeng trying to pressure in the bottom side. JackeyLove, can he get away with his life? I think so. Mako is committing to sitting under this tower, though. I'm kind of surprised to see one going one way, the other going the other. Mako flashes together on Abel. Abel's tanking, and it means it's first blood for Mako. While he's being dove, PP got Xiaofeng trying to escape with a flash Q from JackeyLove. And now looking for more as well. No ultimate available. He's already used that in the fight. Angel trying to save the day. As PP got low. Angel, I don't think, can chase this one. Doesn't really have the damage. JackeyLove and Mako do it again.
Oh, JackeyLove just out of mana, otherwise he would have been able to finish off for a second kill as well. Oh my god, again, it's the worry of letting through Varus, but also letting through Varus for JackeyLove, a player who knows the damage limits on this champion so well. Yes, he does that with so many champions, but just giving him the tools to play around is nasty. Mako, great CC chaining. Figures out that Abel's picked up turret aggro somehow, and he can't leave that turret range. Ignites, so he can't even get some clutch Severum healing, so he goes down easily. And then the W stack, 3-stack execute arrow. JackeyLove massively shredding through for the last kill.
Huge damage coming on through, knowing that with that stacked up lethal tempo, you can just shred through everyone. Then, like you mentioned, the WQ arrow. Absolutely massacring. And to be fair, like, the Qs from JackeyLove have been on point this game. We saw the one down at bottom lane early on as a hook comes on through. Cream gets a charm, but he doesn't really have much mana, so can't do a whole lot off the back of it. But this will be grubs taken by Top Esports. That'll be 3 for them. They could look for a 4th. Honestly, I think they're quite happy just getting the 3, denying the advantage.
Especially since now Cream would have to kind of back and teleport back in to contest. There's no real point trying to delay this afterwards. PP got his shield, like saves the all-in from getting any worse than it currently was. Got 80 carries left alone on the bot side of the map, and JackeyLove with his ult up. There's a chance that he could look for an all-in onto Abel. And again, with the Fallow Assault, he's pretty happy in the 1v1-2. Very much changes the style of this gameplay. Getting right here, though, so be a big CC chain.
PP God uses that shield. The hook comes on in. The root is there as well. JackeyLove does have his own ult available. Are they going to use it? Oh, in fact, no, he did use his ult during all of that sequence of play. Didn't see the projectile coming on through. His Tien just goes on to Abel.
Oh, the kick.
Ward hops closer. The kick is there. The hook is there. The Q is there. Top Esports find another.
If you leave any opportunity for Tien and Mako to get onto your carries and get ahead in the early game, they have been so successful and consistent at doing that. The fact that it starts off with JackeyLove just getting into Tribrush and starting a pick helps with it too. But this jungle support duo, you know, Joe, I'm almost wondering if this is the best jungle support we have on form right now in the entire LPL. They are playing so well together. It's really, really quite good to see.
It really depends whether on is on or off.
Yeah.
Because I feel like some days they have been on fire, other days not so much. PP God, though, walking into this one. So JackeyLove went for the ult straight off of the back of Mako's hook there.
And yeah, I mean, this is the big damage to the early game. Varus as well. I mean, someone like Aphelios needs a little bit of time to get online. Hasn't been given that time. And Tien combos up shortly after as well. They were very much alone on this bot side of the map, and given that OMG's composition is largely about this Aphelios in the late game, the fact that they're currently 0-2 and Jackilov is dumpstering them on the bottom side of the map, this is not good signs for OMG.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? Not
No.
ideal. About 1,500 gold lead as well for Top Esports. And the thing that we keep talking about with Top Esports is not only do they have the fastest game time in the league right now, which again, like these kind of slower early games don't lead you to believe that. You'd think that this is a very slow team, but once you get to like the 20-minute mark, this team just explodes. The other statistic that's terrifying for OMG is they have a 100% win rate when they have a lead at 15 minutes. We are 2 minutes away from that moment, and there is a lead for Top Esports. OMG though, wanting to fight around this Drake. Hook in. Xiaofeng keeps himself safe for now. Mako the target as he's knocked up and will be taken down. Good start here for the side of OMG, but can they survive the rest of the fight?
Tien
goes into the backline. Cream as well, trying to get damage down onto Abel. How the hell has Tien got away with so much HP on that play? I'm really not sure. Jackilov moving around to the top side of the play, but this should be Drake for OMG now. I think Tien wants to try and steal though. The Q blocked by Angel, and actually a root as well. This should be a pick for OMG. Ward hop for Tien to get himself to safety. Still has the flash available, but denied the kick. Beautifully done. And OMG grabbed themselves another pick. Jackilov the next target, but Mako is back into the play. He's respawned during the length of this play. Xiaofeng walks away with his life. Jackilov 1 HP, Mako 1 HP will finally go down. And OMG wrestle themselves some gold.
I mean, the only way you can phrase that is just outplayed. Top Esports, they don't land their big combos, even around that dragon fight. And OMG finally get themselves into a point where they can all buff up each other with the Karma and group up behind the Braum. This is the power of their team composition. Top Esports, they've been winning the scattered fights before everyone turns up. Of course, this is after the initial engage has already come through, and, you know, Mako's already gone down. After this play, things get a tad messy. Tien realizes he doesn't really have a way out, maybe, and tries to get himself the kick of Xiaofeng back into the team. Would have been a kick under tower and then into the CC of the Charm, and while Jackilov could DPS him down, just doesn't get the angle right.
If that angle hits, it's a kill guaranteed, but unfortunately, does not find it. Even just kicking Xiaofeng as he's running there would knock into two people and get Tien out to safety, but wants to make the big play. Unfortunately, whiffs it. Disaster for Tien there. And it does mean that gold, it is a slight gold lead for Top Esports. It's enough of a gold lead to ruin their statistic if they lose this game, but it's not enough of a gold lead to really lean into the statistic in the way that it really should be used.
Yeah, they had a really solid early game up until that fight in bot side, so they'll be kind of ruining the fact that they've even at this kind of more even point. 2 dragons over to OMG as well. A little bit difficult because now that you have potential for soul stacking, and in this kind of composition, where you can have an Aphelios surviving at low HP with Karma shields and Braum buffing them up as well, Chemtech Soul is not a bad soul as well. There are a number of ways to get below half HP and make the most of it too. So Top Esports, it's going to be a bit dangerous for them. OMG, they can just kind of hold these dragons over their head and say, come fight us 5v5. We're winning these right now.
And again, we talked about the composition, the kind of lack of engage for OMG, but they're on the dragon and forcing you to fight. They don't need to be the ones engaging. Cream is going to be forced to use his ultimate as Cube tries to finish him off. Kited out for the time being as Tien desperate to get the DPS down, and will just about be able to do so. Cream survives another kill on the Lee Sin.
Close run stuff. Ari's not great at killing tanks. Udyr is not a great side lane matchup, but it doesn't matter when you've got a jungle with you. Gets himself a stack on the Dark Seal, gets to push in this wave towards the bot side as well. And Cream, despite not quite being able to impact the fight before this, can at least get a side lane advantage, some golden pocket. So the next time he turns up to a plate, he'll be a little bit stronger than he was the last time.
Yeah, he certainly will be. Stack on that Dark Seal. Herald taken on the top side though by OMG. We've been talking about how they need to find their way into the game. Slamming a Herald down, opening up either one of these side lanes or maybe even the mid lane if you find the opportunity. Could be a way to gain a little bit more vision control and make contesting these next Drakes even more of an option.
And those dragon contests, I think that might largely be where the game is decided around. Top Esports would like to make the game as much as possible not about them, because it feels like they are winning with more mobile mid-jungle. Lee Sin can freely hop over walls. Shin's out Can't really do that, even though he has good chase potential. Feels like the Orion Lee Sin and the Nautilus as well. They can start fights very quickly when OMG aren't in the big groups up fights. OMG would really like to get more people on the board if there's going to be any shots fired.
I certainly hope there will be some shots fired, because that's what I'm paid to talk about. That's how I earn my living, so fingers crossed for that one. 4-4 on the scoreboard. And again, top esports still reasonably significant gold lead at this point, but Drake up in 50 seconds. OMG want to contest, they want to get him in River, but top esports control for now.
Important thing to watch out as well. So Aphelios is looking for a 3-weapon switch, low ammo rather on the Infernum. So looking potentially to look for the Infernum, the Mega Infernum bomb, the blue flavored ultimate. Switch out of that ammo, go straight over to Severin Crescendo for all of the whirling death that you can get. We'll have to see how cleanly he can pull off that combo. He's actually quite strong right now for this point in the game. Got a Last Whisper, which will help him cut through some of the front line of that Nautilus and the Lee Sin, who are not necessarily the tankiest as a full tanky team. Need to really make sure the top esports that Abel can't get good value in this next fight.
So, Mid Prio using that Infernum does mean that OMG now have control of the River, but top esports not going to let that happen for long. They've got Prio in the bottom lane, which is their entrance into the River, and look at 369, who's on a flank right now, trying to find a way to impact this one. Herald charges in the mid lane. And this feels tense. This feels it could all be down to this, as Cream and Mako both fishing for the skill shots, won't quite find it.
And everything is about how much damage can Abel do. He's onto Severin Crescendo. He didn't get to use that Infernum Ultimate 369 on the flank, but will be on vision if he takes a path around the back of that red buff. Yeah, and here we go.
Cream dives into the back line.
Oh, Abel's gone!
In the meantime, Abel is just annihilated. Double kill for Jackie Love. And just as it all started to look like OMG could get into this one, it's snatched away from them. That'll be Xiaofeng down as well, and only Angel remains. That'll be a Drake for top esports. In fact, a couple of pings on towards the Baron. It's not even up for another 12 seconds.
Well, with how decisive the fight is, you can't blame him for thinking, wow, okay, that should be the end of the game. But how the hell do they so cleanly get onto Abel? Only pops his Ghost, can't get his Severum ultimate off either. For that healing midway through the fight, can't even flash. This player is the key part of the composition from OMG. The fact that he goes down so easily is going to be such a stinger for OMG. It should have been where they were winning. Going back into the replay to see this. Positioning up with Angel. He walks in. Arrow hits him first, and he just walks into a hook. He isn't behind his front line. Abel, this is not how you're meant to position in this. He has flash, he has ult, and he can't use any of it because he positions so poorly in relation to his front line. Top esports, they punish the misposition, but Abel, you've got to do better than that.
Yeah, that was... I mean, I was looking at Cream at the start of that play. He's flashed under the tower. He's going to be okay. I was looking at Cream diving in, you know.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking at the back line because I didn't expect Abel to be walking into the back line. Bit of a disaster for the OMG AD carry. 5,000 gold lead now. As we just... I feel like every time I look at the gold lead, it's just ever so slightly further ahead for top esports. Baron is up on the map, and they love to go for an early Baron.
And they would love to do so again. They'd need to find a fight before it goes towards that. Geography of red side Barons doesn't particularly help that team because you're kind of pinned into the pit. Even someone like a Karma with the 2 items now will do massive damage with a Mantra Q, that Soul Flare. You do not want to see top esports stacking into that, so they'll look for the fight first, push out those side lanes. With Ari picking up a lot of gold and the 5 stacks in that last play. She'll be happy in a side lane. Aatrox at 2 items, very happy in a side lane. Top esports look for them to pull OMG across the map and then return to the Baron after the fight is unevenly in their favor.
It feels like this roster from top esports, just pure quality across the board. This feels like what LNG should be like. You know, with this level of veterancy,
yeah,
this
you
many
just have to rub it in like that,
under the names, you know. It does feel like this is a team where you've got your veterans across the board. You've got Cream in the mid lane who, you know, he's not a veteran, but certainly not a new player anymore either. Has been playing for a while. Cream up against the team that he built his name on here today. Definitely looking like the better mid laner right now. Here we go.
Lands. Oh, they got on Abel again.
369's behind him as well. He can combo off of the knockup. And that is the Aphelios gone. Angel over the wall, chased by Cream as the rest of the team just gets cut down. Jackie Love shredding through the health bars, and that's Baron.
I cannot state how many times we see this in the current meta, where a team tries to just over-push mid to get themselves in position on the map. It is so dangerous to do that when you're against teams with flanking champions and side lane advantages. Aatrox on one side, Lee Sin and Ori on the other, Mako straight down the middle. OMG did not have any right pushing up that far, and they get hugely punished for it. Watch as this happens again. The fact that Xiaofang has to blow the Xin Sao ultimate very early into this fight, I know we've said that he's succeeded a lot on the Viego. He's suffered on some of the more traditional junglers, and you can see right here, not great start for the fight for him, and the retreat is basically unavailable now. They don't have anyone to help Abel get away from the multiple ultimates. Cream comes over the side as well to pick up Angel too. He's pushing in a side lane. This is exactly how Top East should be playing this. Fantastic punish from them. Very slick. Everyone arrives at the right time, but OMG, they had no right pushing that far.
They really didn't. Now, I mean, again, like I talked about the game time statistic for Top Esports. You're witnessing a case study of how that works, right? Because they were not that far ahead coming out from the early game. But you break the sort of 17, 18 minute mark, and Top Esports, they have these neutral objectives that they can force fights around. They have, I mean, they didn't need a neutral for that one. They just went mid lane. But generally speaking, a lot of it is off these Drake fights, off of these Baron fights. And the second you make that misstep, they will take everything from you.
This is a really good series from Top Esports to kind of show how quickly they can force players. Tian hops in, hops out, doesn't overcommit on that one. So that Cream has built up the Magi, so he's an avid reader. I appreciate that one myself. One more fight, and it feels like the snowball would be just insurmountable. Abel needs items. I just don't think they're going to be able to do that. They are being funneled into mid lane. 3 people having to stand under this turret, which means that they're losing side lanes, that they're going to be potentially opening up other angles for Top Esports to engage onto them again. But 369 is overextended in top lane right now.
Can they capitalize will be the question. Angel flies in towards him, but in the meantime, while 369 distracts both solo laners, look at what Cream's doing. On the bottom left of the screen, he's taking it in him. 369 trying to survive, gets a sweet spot onto Angel, and wins the 2v1. 369 annihilating OMG.
Oh my god, and while everything's happening there, OMG just about survive under the inhib turrets, but they use their ultimates, they use summoners, and the map is falling apart. Top Esports, this is your blueprint for how to force plays when you're ahead in a game. It is a very comprehensive game. A hook lands and it ain't stopping.
Oh, Abel's knocked up again. PP got dashes away to safety. And I don't think Tez can find any more kills off of the back of this one, but they'll get to inhibs. Drake is up as well if they want it, but I don't even know if they need it, to be honest. They could just reset and look to end the game, but I think Tien will go and accept that Drake as his prize.
And what a prize that will be. Well, it's not even that big a prize. The prize is just like, you know, murdering the base and a couple of members of OMG. The Dragon's just like, okay, I guess. To be honest, this game is going to be well over by the time that the next Dragon spawns would have been. In fact, actually with that in mind, do they just leave the Dragon up and just try and end the game? I don't think they're under any pressure to go towards the Dragon if they don't want to waste time on it. Tien's actually... Tien's behind mid lane. If they think he's on Dragon, he could maybe make a play mid instead.
He made it look like he reset, but he's actually behind Abel right now. Okay, did get spotted on the minion wave, so the flank play from Tien is off. The damage out from 369 as up to the top side of the map we go for Top Esports. And Tien pushing that wave in the mid lane, looking towards that third inhibitor potentially, but they don't have the Baron remaining anymore. It's not like this is a massively potent siege composition from Tez.
But the thing is, though, the dive is really nasty, though. And if you leave yourself open to a hook to land onto you or for a flash charm or an ult forward from Cream, this game is going to get mighty nasty, mighty quick. Death cap in from the Ahri alongside 3 items for Jaculov. The damage is absolutely absurd if CC lands. Even though the waves are getting cleared by OMG, if they get hit by one piece of CC, it's bad. Xiaofeng goes.
Xiaofeng trying to set it up, but Cream has his ultimate, so he can just reposition. 369 is onto the backside, and again, the depth charge hits onto Abel, and once that lands, there's nothing he can do. A 369 triple kill, as let's have some 9s in the chat for this man. The 2v1 triple kill to finish the game, 19-4, and a 27-minute victory for Top Esports.
Top Esports did not come here to play around. OMG, we said that they can flip games against a lot of different teams. There was not even a chance in hell of that. OMG, they were comprehensively outplayed across both games in this series. They had one moment at the bottom river where they kind of grouped up for the first time and Top Esports gave them a fair 5v5. That didn't happen again. Top Esports kind of learned from that one minor mistake, and they just continually flanked, continually pushed in side lanes and found extra angles onto Abel. And I think Abel in particular in that game too, he's going to have to be feeling pretty bad about himself. He was the core of that composition. And the one fight, it felt like they could fight on even footing. He stepped out of line, out from his front line, gets hit by a hook, and the game effectively ends there. They were never given another chance to fight evenly. Top Esports, though, on one side, yes, it's about punishing mistakes, but they punished so massively, and they did all of the bedrock, the foundations to make that work. The side lane play, the vision play, just hitting the damn skill shots, all on form today.
Fantastic. So, and I think, you know, the sentence you said there of Abel steps up, Top Esports punish and never let them back in the game. I feel like that is just every single Top Esports win, right? Where one mistake happens and the snowball is absurd from that point on. But it's the fact that you're winning across the entire map as well. The fact that Cube on this Aatrox, yeah, he's clearing waves, he's being a bit annoying, nearly got that kill onto Cream at one point, but never quite able to impact the game in a significant way, whereas 369's finding tons of impact in all of these team fights. Same for mid lane, the Karma didn't really have that big of an impact on the game, whereas some of these charms coming out for Cream, changing things up massively. The Lee Sin from Tien, I don't even need to say words. We all know what Tien's Lee Sin looks like. Just across the board, like, fantastic gameplay from Top Esports. And it's games like this that are hard to break down because, you know, it just kind of feel like they diffed OMG a little bit. It feels similar to the previous game with BLG and FPX.
And I think the thing which I would highlight from Top Esports is actually they were ahead in individual roles, but how did they set up to continually make plays? Well, they pushed in side lanes, they achieved vision control to make sure that OMG were never safe from flanks, but OMG didn't have an option to not push out lanes, because otherwise you're going to slowly bleed out. So Top Esports set up like a loss of both worlds. It is the worst of both worlds. You push up and hope that they don't flank, or you don't push up and like you just lose out anyway because you have no positioning on the map. So Top Esports put them in between a rock and a hard place, and they absolutely mashed them. And the fact that when they look for engages, everyone is on the same page. Mako lands a hook, Tien goes in for a kick, Cream's coming in from the side, and as is 369. That is hard to coordinate. The fact that we still have a couple of teams in the LPL that are really coordinating well on the engages, despite the fact that the overall region has been quite imprecise so far in the split, that's good news. And particularly because it's before playoffs, and the regular season of playoffs is normally a big shift. This is a good state. This is a good state to build off of for Top.
I think that's a really good point to make, honestly, because I was getting a little bit nervous at the start of this split at the quality of some of the top teams. It does feel like the spears are starting to be honed, you know, we're sharpening our arsenal here at the top of the table. And Top Esports definitely looking on form today, same earlier for BLG. And I think, crucially as well, bringing some compositions and some strategies to the table that comprehensively beat what you're up against is a very good thing to see, because often the top teams of the LPL not necessarily the best at drafting and just kind of win anyway, which is not a very consistent way of winning the game.
I always prefer a team that wins and understands why they win rather than just muddling their way through it. And sometimes you can do that because you're fantastic individual players, and sometimes you need to do that when push comes to shove, because you are never going to have completely perfect games. I think that, you know, BLG against Team WE, they had to muddle their way through some mid and late games because they lost early game. They've had to do that against LNG as well earlier in the split too. And they walked away with some wins today, which were just very dominant. The fact that they can do both is important. You need to see that understanding first, then add on the magic on top of it. That's what makes you from just a good team into one of a really top teams, from particularly the LPL, which has a history of them.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the stats as we round that one out, because I feel like Jaculum's damage is going to be pretty obscene on this one, and actually not that crazy. Like 369 and Cream also getting a lot of damage down in this game. I kind of expected it to be more Jaculum-sided.
Problem is, everyone died too quick, Joe. You look at the mid lane, it's like, haha, yes, we have got a team for... Oh, wait, 3 different people have died to 3 different people. So Cream's died to one, killed one person, 369's killed another, Jaculum's killed the front line that's out of position. They ended up not ever having a fight where Jaculum could hit everyone. If that had happened, Jaculum would have 1 million damage per minute, because he has a champion that was able to do that with the lead that he did. I think it's just the teammates stealing too much damage. I think they were being very unfair to Jaculum.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Honestly, I'm just like thinking about MVP at this point. I feel like Jaculum is a solid shout. I think he had an incredible game on this virus. I'm kind of leaning Mako though, honestly. Like, the depth charges onto Abel every single fight to set up for Tien or Cream or 369 to finish the kill on that Aphelios. And as soon as Aphelios is down, you've kind of already won the team fight. That, like, the win condition doesn't exist anymore for OMG. So I feel like even though just pressing R on Aphelios every fight is not that difficult, He still managed to find those hooks. He still managed to get those ults down onto Abel. He was the one that capitalized on Abel's misposition in that dragon fight as well. I feel like, for me, Mako's my vote.
I think the timing of which he looked for those plays is way more important than anything else. The fact that he landed them, fantastic, and particularly picking out Abel from the middle of the team fight as he stepped away from his front line, that was like the critical play in that entire game, because that was the last time that OMG had a look in towards that game.
Yeah.
It's kind of a difficulty with top esports, and actually, as we get towards the end of the split, I would imagine actually a lot of these players are going to not necessarily be contesting for top ranks in the MVPs sometimes, because they're taking it away from each other. They're all part of this. It's not like last year when it was just Scout and Tarzan being like two-man machines for that team and Scout walking away with record numbers of MVP. Top esports, they are one of only a couple of teams right now in the LPL which really feel like they are really all buying into the same gameplay and adding towards that final result. I think for this game, yeah, it probably is Mako. I think my second shout-out is maybe Tien. He had some really clutch kicks as well, and he was just everywhere. But it's one of that jungle sport, and I love when a plan comes together. We highlighted them just before this series and said, well, if you leave an opening for these two, they're going to get onto the board and make a real mess of things. They did that in both games today.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Like, Mako getting his Nautilus as well both games and just having a great time of it, just wandering around the map, throwing hooks. Game number 1 with reckless abandon, honestly. Even sending Cream in on the blast cone. That was
yeah, we'll forget that one.
An exciting series of play. Let's use that word. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. I mean, this dive, I forgot about this dive,
oh, yeah,
honestly.
That happened. I mean, this would have been so huge for OMG as well. Somehow Abel picks up aggro, which was a huge mistake. He walks in to try and use the majority of his damage. He wasn't using Crescendo Bell, I don't know why he had to go so melee range. Either way, our aggro drive is not great, and then you're so low HP after it. Varus gets to walk up and shred you down. Things go from bad to worse from now, because the CC combo from Varus Nautilus is so absurdly strong. This is a combo which we first saw kind of brought out by Ruler and Missing, and it felt like that was kind of overtaking the bot lane meta. Varus is just so disgusting if you give him an opening and laning phase, and this was my worry when they locked in the FL. It's great for the composition, difficult to play out against these kind of champions though in the early game, and it did, yeah, it didn't really work out for them.
It certainly didn't. Tien, kind of, this was his playground, it felt like, this game, and I mean, this play went a bit sideways. This was the one play all game.
This was face planting into the sandpit. Yeah, this was not necessarily the good playground bit.
Yeah, this was a bit of a disaster. It's the fact that Tien whiffs it completely, and the rest of Tez are like, yeah, we can still win this 4v3. Like, we still go for these ones, and you know, a couple more kills end up coming across. But either way, despite that, they still went out. And this was the hook from Mako. This is the moment where Abel gets caught that sets up the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that because the fellas at this point where they're still even cannot get anything done, despite the fact that the whole composition is about, well, can a fellas get consistent damage down? This game falls apart. So that was a bit of an awkward moment for Abel. Sadly, we know him for having the very high highs and the very low lows, even in the span of one game. This game was mainly the low lows. I love this play in the mid game. I think this mid lane team fight is one of the best timed team fights I've seen in the LPL so far. I love to see these when you kind of see everyone on the same page and fighting on multiple angles. It has been the style of play really since Worlds. It feels like trying to get those big moments again. Clutch kicks as well. This one we missed while 369 was bodying the top lane, actually. So we only saw that in picture-in-picture, but still. Fancy players from fancy players.
What's he had? His big kick not even shown on the stream. I mean, when Varus can 1v1 Xin in melee range, it's not a good sign for the game. Yeah, fantastic stuff. As you expect from top esports. The Braum really not able to bring to the table what you were hoping for here. Jackulov able to snowball like crazy. In fact, 3 lanes able to snowball like crazy. Tien able to snowball like crazy. And Mako does get the MVP. That's really good to see.
The man who left his team of EDG after 9 years and almost 1,100 games on his old roster takes up new colors for the first time, and he's been flourishing. Honestly, it is so good to see one of the greatest supports of all time flourishing on a different roster and a different team. Like this guy, it's great to see the resurgence, because last summer was not great for Mako. He's had a great recovery.
Yeah, I've just had like a mental image of Edward. He's there, he's gaming, and it's like Mako leaves the organization, EDG plummets, top esports soars to the top of the table. Edward just furious, zooming on the eyes. He's looking for revenge. Anyway, moving on. Let's take a look at our results for
the mind of Munchables, everyone.
Look, I'm just saying, maybe I need to change industries here and start making some, I don't know, weird
Twilight
films
Zone
or something.
content.
Yeah, I don't know. LGT 2-1 over LNG, a massive upset to start our day, and again, LNG just falling short where it matters. BLG then 2-0 comprehensively against FPX, showing us a case study on how to take down Milky Way. And then Top Esports, a similar performance up against OMG.
I mean, we now have a pretty solid... I mean, FPX are in our top 4, technically. We have a very solid top 4. The question is that now a solid top 3 or a top 2? Where does the line lie? BLG, JDG, Top Esports, I think these teams are all showing us some fantastic League of Legends, despite the fact that they've had a rough series here or there. Of course, Top Esports lost the series to FPX. I am really excited to see how they can grow beyond just the regular split into playoffs as well. But actually, given how contested our mid-table is, the race to playoffs is getting really hot now, especially with OMG and LNG both losing series today.
Yeah, honestly, the fight for 10th place is going to be exciting. I do think that top 10 is probably the top 10 that we end up with at this stage. It feels unlikely to me that any of these teams recover. LNG is the one that's most likely. The rest of them gonna struggle to make it on into playoffs at this point, but certainly the battle for seeding is going to be ridiculous on the bottom half of those standings. Let's take a look at the games coming tomorrow, though, as we have plenty more action coming your way. AL versus IG, I expect that one to be messy. TT versus EDG, and then RNG versus JDG as well.
I think particularly IG AL, I think that AL have had some pretty discoordinated series recently, despite the fact that I really rate Shanks and Hope. Hope had a bad series yesterday. It was looking very ropey. IG, they are one of the most inconsistent teams in the LPL. They can beat BLG, then lose to mid and bottom table teams themselves. That should be a very fun one to watch, even though it might not be one for people with pacemakers.
I feel like the games tomorrow could get real messy and real entertaining. I'm certainly going to be there. Hopefully, you guys will be there too. I've been joined by Nymera today. That is going to be it for us. But we have had some pretty great games. I'm pretty happy with the quality of gameplay we've seen today, especially from BLG and Top Esports. That's it from us. We'll see you in chat tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in chat select.